Chapter 1366. Chapter 1366. Chapter 1366. Dragon. Elephant. Art zero chance of winning? Did that mean there was no chance of winning? Ning Qi was slightly taken aback. Seize the creation and become a creator. Half step to the creation realm is half step to the creation realm. At this stage, there is a thunder trial for each stage. When you reach the great perfection of the Dharma stage, you will encounter the first thunder trial. If you pass it, you will be half step to the creation realm. You will be able to tear the void with a wave of your hand. This is something that not even 10,000 great perfection transcendents can do together. Little Six said, "Tear the void?" Ning Qi's current Dharma power of the primordial immortal emperor was extremely powerful. His entire body was filled with celestial qi. With one punch, he could easily kill a great perfection transcendence, but it was still not enough to tear the void. It seemed to be restricted by this world. Could the thunder trial remove this restriction? In the immortal continent, there is actually no such thing as a creator. It's just that the heavenly path rules of this world are like this. If we want to survive here, we can only abide by them. When you reach the immortal continent, the heavenly path rules will be stricter than here. You must be mentally prepared. Little Six's eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence. The heavenly path rules of the immortal continent? What are they like? Ning Qi was a little curious. According to what Little Six said, cultivation was also linked to the rules. If the rules of this place allowed a creator, then there was one. If there was no one, then there was no one. You will know when you get there. It should not be long. It has only been a short 100 years, and you have already reached the Dharma realm. When your cultivation reaches the peak of this world and can withstand the heavenly path rules of the immortal continent, I will show you the way. Little Six smiled, still keeping me in suspense. Ning Qi was about to hit him when Little Six suddenly looked up into the sky. The next moment, his figure gradually disappeared, returning to Ning Qi's demon space. At the same time, Ning Qi saw the eyeball again. The incomparably huge eyeball slowly turned and finally met Ning Qi's eyes. This was the third time Ning Qi had seen this eyeball. The first time was in the Withered Bones, Forbidden Land. The second time was when he and Wu Yin were preparing to pass through the space tunnel to the Azure Dragon continent. It was just that the previous two times, the eyeball seemed to be monitoring the world and did not notice an ant like him at all. But this time the eyeball met with him. After about a dozen breaths of time, an invisible force suddenly descended from the sky, directly striking Ning Qi's body. The immortal qi within Ning Qi's body instantly burst out, but he was still forced back by the force to a mountain peak hundreds of miles away. The mountain peak was directly smashed into smithereens. Ning Qi slowly stood up and stared coldly at the eyeball. A look of surprise flashed across the eyeball. Then he did not take the next step and slowly disappeared. Once outside the spatial tunnel. Including this time, he's attacked me twice. A cold light flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He was sure that if he had really let the cat out of the bag, he would have been a corpse by now. Since he didn't let the cat out of the bag, it was obvious that the existence behind this eyeball was like playing with an ant, casually stepping on it. I'll teach you a lesson next time. Top-level cultivation training ground. Ning Qi directly bought a year's worth of Dragon Slayer crystals. His current Dragon Slayer crystals were enough for him to spin the great world roulette over 100 times. System, I want to spin the lottery. The system's reaction was very fast. Ning Qi's mind moved, and the great world roulette slowly condensed in front of him. On it were densely packed items. The system deducted 500 Dragon Slayer crystals, and the roulette slowly spun. When the roulette stopped, the needle stopped at 500 gold. Congratulations to host for obtaining 500 gold. The system's notification sounded. A good start. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. 500 Dragon Slayer crystals, and he got 500 gold. What a joke. The roulette spun again. Congratulations to host for obtaining a bottle of yellow low-grade spiritual cultivation pills. Congratulations to host for obtaining a bottle of rank 7 essence congregation pills. Congratulations to host for obtaining 10,000 silver. Congratulations to host for obtaining a simulation star. Congratulations to host for obtaining 9 hell tempering technique. Oh, a cultivation technique for refining weapons? This is not bad. Congratulations to host for obtaining imprisonment elephant dragon technique. After drawing the lottery again and again, a total of 80 times, Ning Qi did not get the SS grade battle fort he wanted. Not even an S grade battle fort. However, there were a few items that were not bad. After careful calculation, he did not know if he had made a loss or not. 9 hell tempering technique, inherited from the ancient 9 hell crafting sect, is a famous cultivation technique for refining weapons in the celestial continent. There are a total of 9 levels, and when cultivated to the last level, one can refine innate spiritual treasures. After reading the rough introduction of the 9 hell tempering technique, Ning Qi felt that he had picked up a treasure. Not only did he not make a loss in this lottery, but he had also earned a lot from the 9 hell tempering technique alone. Innate spiritual treasures were probably the best magic treasures in the celestial continent, right? Imprisonment elephant dragon technique has a total of 13 levels. When cultivated to the peak, one will have the strength of a divine elephant. After reading the introduction of this cultivation technique, Ning Qi realized that it should be an advanced cultivation technique for the dragon elephant prajna technique. The health points gained from each level was even more than the dragon elephant prajna technique. Then this time, I will cultivate these 2 cultivation techniques first. Ning Qi smiled. Spring passed and autumn came. About 15 years later, Ning Qi merged his own dragon elephant prajna technique with the imprisonment elephant technique, directly breaking through to the 5th level of the imprisonment elephant technique. Without the foundation of the dragon elephant prajna technique, he would have to cultivate for at least a few hundred to 1,000 years. On the attribute panel, the dragon elephant prajna technique had disappeared and was replaced by the imprisonment elephant technique. Since the attributes of these 2 cultivation techniques are similar, can the war god's body be merged as well? Ning Qi's mind flashed. Another dozen years passed. He finally merged the war god's body with the imprisonment elephant technique. However, perhaps because Ning Qi's realm was not high enough, the effect was far from what he had expected. But at least in the future, with each breakthrough in the imprisonment elephant technique, the increase in cultivation would be much stronger than before, and the defense would become more and more terrifying. With the imprisonment elephant technique as the main principle, the other cultivation techniques can be broken down and merged into it as the secondary principles. Maybe I can do that. Ning Qi had a bold idea. If he exchanged for 100 cultivation techniques and merged them into the imprisonment elephant technique as a secondary principle, as long as he succeeded, the cultivation techniques would also improve in the future. It was equivalent to not having to cultivate them separately, which would save him a lot of time. Some cultivation techniques with limits would also break through their limits after merging with the imprisonment elephant technique, which was equivalent to improving the cultivation technique's grade. This was the case with the war god's body. Chapter 1367. 33 subclasses. Chapter 1367. Cultivation, ethereal void blade. 50 crystals of dragon slayings. Exchange. 9 flames great net palm. 100 crystals of dragon slayings. Exchange. 90,000 kilometers in an instant. 500 crystals of dragon slayings. Exchange. 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 Due to the limitations of his authority, Ning Qi could only choose the strongest cultivation method. In the land of the immortals, they could only be considered low grade, but to Ning Qi it was enough. As long as he fused the 30-something cultivation methods with the imprisonment dragon elephant art, his combat prowess would at least double. It seemed simple, but was in fact extremely difficult. In the beginning, he could only fuse one cultivation method in a dozen years. Later, it would take him at least 30 to 40 years. It was like the dragon-elephant suppression art gradually becoming saturated. If he wanted to eat more, he would have to expend a great deal of effort. Ning Qi had originally only bought a year's worth of top-grade training grounds, but 300 years was clearly not enough. Ning Qi then used the remaining 3,000 crystals of dragon slayings to exchange for top-grade training grounds. That was 3,000 years. 1,000 years from start to finish. Ning Qi had spent a whole 1,000 years. Finally, he used the dragon-elephant suppression art as the foundation and fused several dozen cultivation methods of the immortals. As a result, the might of the dragon-elephant suppression art increased by several notches. This process was not simple. Ning Qi encountered the danger of losing his cultivation several times. In the first 300 years, the confining dragon-elephant art almost collapsed because it couldn't withstand the fusion of those cultivation methods. If it was another cultivator, not to mention the fusion of 33 cultivation methods, even just one would have caused his body to explode and he would have died. After that, every 300 or 400 years, the same thing would happen, and Ning Qi would suppress it. After all, each cultivation method had a different path. To circulate them in the meridians without interfering with each other was an overload. Not only did it require great control, but it also required an extremely powerful body. Ning Qi relied on the primordial immortal Emperor Dharma form to avoid the danger of losing his cultivation several times. 200 years ago, the 33 cultivation methods had already been fused together, and Ning Qi had spent another 200 years to eliminate all the hidden dangers. After hundreds of attempts, he finally confirmed that the confinement dragon-elephant art was as stable as before. Only then did he slowly stop. Now that the 18 subduing dragon palms has become a secondary part of the confinement dragon-elephant art, I can improve all the major arts as long as I cultivate the confinement dragon-elephant art in the future. It took me 1,000 years, but it saved me thousands or even tens of thousands of years in the future. Ning Qi casually thrust out his palm, and suddenly 5 silver dragons surged out from his palm, smashing a mountain in the distance into dust. The 18 dragons subduing palms had become the same level as the imprisonment dragon-elephant art. There were 2 fewer dragons, but the power did not decrease. Eternal Void, Spirit Phantom Blade, Palm of the 9 Flames, 90,000 li in an instant. Various celestial race cultivation methods were executed by Ning Qi, alternating between them with ease. After experimenting for a while, Ning Qi continued to cultivate the 9 hell tempering art with satisfaction. After 300 years, Ning Qi had used up all the refining materials in his dimensional bag and reached the first level of the 9 hell tempering art. Whether it's the law pattern forging or the refining method, it's indeed not ordinary. Ning Qi did not dare to underestimate the first level of the 9 hell tempering art. He felt that as long as he had the materials to refine a spiritual weapon, he was confident that he could refine a spiritual weapon of a higher level than a Dharma artifact. Ning Qi used the remaining nearly 2,000 years to cultivate the confinement dragon-elephant art. After entering a meditative state, he was like a lifeless boulder, motionless on the spot. Time passed. On a certain day, Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath, as if he had exhaled the foul air that had accumulated for more than 2,000 years. Ding! Congratulations, host, for advancing to the 6th heaven of the confinement dragon-elephant art. The system's notification sounded immediately. No wonder I want to live forever. Just breaking through to the 1st heaven took me more than 2,000 years. Ning Qi laughed self-deprecatingly and glanced at his own attributes. Host, Ning Qi level, middle stage transcendence, realm cultivation method. 6th heaven of the confinement dragon-elephant art health points. 3 billion bloodline. High-level world devastator, immortal bloodline dragon slaying crystal. 5 A lot of things were missing on the attributes panel. The original cultivation method was gone, and only the confinement dragon elephant art was left. His health points had also increased greatly. I have 3 billion health points at the 6th heaven. If the confinement dragon elephant art breaks through to the 7th heaven, won't I have 30 billion health points? I wonder if I can reach the 13th heaven and become immortal? Ning Qi was looking forward to it. Wang family's ancestral city. A middle-aged man brought a man and a woman through the air. The cultivators on the ground saw this and were secretly surprised. Who dared to fly through the air in the Wang family's ancestral city? The 3 of them landed at the entrance of the Wang family. Their eyes were immediately attracted by the incomparably huge pillar at the entrance. The human head on it was still vivid even after more than 10 years. Who are you? Not far from the pillar, a cultivator sat cross-legged. When he saw the 3 figures, he immediately stood up and asked. Wang Ning wasn't in a good mood, so his tone was a bit harsh. Plus, this was the Wang family's ancestral city. Who would dare to attack the Wang family's disciples here? More than 10 years ago, Ning Qi casually told him to look after the Skull Tower. At first, Wang Ning was very happy, and many disciples of the Wang family came to fawn over him. However, as time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it had been several years, Wang Ning gradually felt a bit impatient. What made him helpless was that without Ning Qi's permission, he didn't dare to leave this place. Therefore, Wang Ning was waiting. As long as he saw Ning Qi again, he would muster up his courage and beg. There are no heads of junior sister Wang Lan and junior brother Sikong. The middle-aged man didn't speak, but the young cultivator next to him spoke first. Junior sister Wang Lan and junior brother Sikong? Wang Neng was startled. His face revealed a trace of fear, and he suddenly turned around and ran inside. The middle-aged man gently grabbed, and Wang Neng's body involuntarily fell back. He was suppressed by a powerful force and knelt before the 3. The nearby cultivators gasped. Someone came to the Wang family for revenge? Are they crazy? Not to mention the Xuanjin Great Sage. Can they even afford to offend the Beixian Great Sage? Yeah, 1 sect and 2 sages. How dare they come here and cause trouble? The nearby cultivators were gloating, and there was a trace of anger. Since they were cultivating in the Wang family's ancestral city, they naturally had a sense of belonging. Attacking the Wang family was the same as attacking them. You are a disciple of the Wang family? The middle-aged man acted as if he didn't hear the discussion around him and looked at Wang Ning indifferently. Aye. Chapter 1368. Chapter 1368. The Man from the 9th Heaven. This is your punishment for running away. The female cultivator next to the middle-aged man said. Wang Ning was taken aback. Anger flickered in his eyes. Not only did they suppress him here, they even humiliated him in front of so many people. Who dares to cause trouble in the Wang family? A loud voice came from afar. Wang Zhong landed at the entrance of the Wang family with a dozen other cultivators and stared coldly at the middle-aged cultivator and the others. Ancestral Patriarch. Wang Ning's eyes lit up. Mid-stage transcendent state? Is there no one else in the Wang family? The middle-aged man furrowed his eyebrows. Wang Zhong glanced at Wang Ning and saw that Wang Ning's face was red and swollen. When he heard the middle-aged man's arrogant words, he coldly asked, Who are you? What business do you have with my Wang clan? Gu Zhen, an inner disciple of the Jiutian sword sect. Huang Sheng, an inner disciple of the Jiutian sword sect. SDHH, they are from the Jiutian sword sect? Then I'm afraid. I heard that Wang Lan, the supreme talent of the Wang family, was a disciple of the Jiutian sword sect. I think she died in the hands of ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian. Is he here to take revenge? The schadenfreude in the eyes of the nearby cultivators gradually disappeared and was replaced with fear and wariness. It was said that the 90 Heaven Sword sect had an ancestor who was a creator, and it was not a small sect in the central continent. In front of the 90 Heaven Sword sect, the Wang family was like an ant standing in front of an elephant. There was no comparison. The seventh elder of the Jiutian sword sect, Li Shao. The middle-aged cultivator smiled and looked at Wang Zhong. Honorable guests of the Jiutian sword sect. Wang Zhong laughed and said, "May I know why the three of you have come all the way here?" The dozen elder deacons behind him looked at each other, and their palms were covered in cold sweat. Xuanjin Monkey Saint and Bei Xian Ancestral Patriarch weren't in the family. They were obviously here to punish them. If they didn't do something right, the Wang family would be in deep trouble. "It's nothing." Li Shao chuckled. Not long ago, the Pure Sun Grand Saint and Basha Grand Saint from the Azure Dragon continent came to the Ninth Heaven Sword Sect as guests. They accidentally mentioned Wang Lan and Sikong. I heard that the two of them were killed by your ancestral Patriarch Beixian. I believe this is just a misunderstanding, so I came here to ask about it. So it was the Basha Great Sage and the Pure Sun Great Sage who leaked the secret. Everyone's faces gradually darkened. The former was a dragon, while the latter was a half-dragon, half-human existence. Clearly, they were planning to kill with a borrowed knife. Wang Zhong's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Elderly Shao, this is indeed a misunderstanding." "Oh, I would like to hear the details." Li Shao smiled. "The two disciples of your sect did die in the hands of ancestral Patriarch Beixian, but they weren't the only ones who died in the battle. Elderly Shao, please take a look. Every head on the pillar was killed by ancestral Patriarch Beixian in the battle. There was no encirclement or ambush. It was a fair competition." Wang Zhong pointed at the skull tower and said. Gu Zhen and Huang Sheng's eyes flickered with murderous intent. The aura of half-perfected earth-level deity exuded from their bodies and enveloped Wang Zhong and the others. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they looked at the two of them in fear. Only Wang Zhong's expression did not change. Half-perfected earth-level deity exalted? Then isn't that elder a perfected earth-level deity exalted like Xuanjin? There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the cultivators nearby. "You mean to say that this competition was open and above board, so if the two of them died, they died in vain?" Li Shao said with a spurious smile. Wang Zhong nodded and smiled. "That's right. Elderly Shao is indeed a wise man. So it was fake that Xuanjin brought a branch of your family to the 9 Nether Demon sect to apologize? Or is it that the Wang family only recognizes the 9 Nether Demon sect and not the 9th Heaven Sword sect?" Li Zhao's voice became extremely cold towards the end. The temperature in the surroundings seemed to have dropped a dozen degrees, making everyone shiver uncontrollably. "Elderly Shao, you've misunderstood me. Why don't we wait for Xuanjin to come back and let him explain to you?" Wang Zhong said with a smile. "How about this? That ancestral Patriarch Beixian killed 2 disciples of the 9th Heaven Sword sect. Hand over his branch, and I'll bring them to the 9th Heaven Sword sect for questioning." Li Shao said with a smile. "Elderly Shao, you must be joking." Wang Zhong smiled dryly. Li Zhao's face darkened. He glanced around and eventually fixed his eyes on Wang Zhong. He said in a serious tone, "I'm not joking. If ancestral Patriarch Beixian doesn't show up today, the Wang family and the people here will all die with Sikong and the others." "He's going to kill us too?" The cultivators nearby were enraged, but it was followed by a deep sense of fear. "Elderly Shao, Wang Lan is a disciple of the Wang family first, then a disciple of your sect. It's our family's business that she died in the hands of the ancestral Patriarch Beixian. As for Master Sikong, he's just a late-stage transcendent state cultivator, not even a half-perfected cultivator, yet he was killed by the ancestral Patriarch Beixian. If you want the entire Wang family to die with him, I'm afraid that our backer in the central mainland won't agree to it," Wang Zhong said with a half-smile. Everyone was secretly impressed. As expected of the dragon slayer King Kong, he could still be so calm in the face of a great sage. "Looks like we can't reason with him. You guys can start first." Li Xiao snickered. As soon as he said that, the deacon elders behind Wang Zhong's back suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. Their bodies that had lost their heads and vitality fell to the ground. He killed an early-stage transcendent state cultivator just like that. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw this. Wang Ning didn't dare to move. Wang Zhongzi calmly turned around and glanced at Li Xiao. "What's your decision? Your ancestral patriarch, Bei Xian, isn't in the family, right? Send a message to him and ask him to come back and deal with this. I'll spare your life for now." Li Xiao smiled. Wang Zhong suddenly smiled and nodded. "I suddenly remembered that the ancestral patriarch Bei Xian did leave me a communication jade token. Elder Li Xiao, please wait for a moment." Then Wang Zhong took out a jade token and crushed it. A wisp of deity qi shot into the sky. Li Xiao seemed to have noticed something unusual about the deity qi. There was a flash of confusion in his eyes. Why did the energy in the jade token make him feel fearful? Whoosh! 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 The other elders of the Wang family also arrived. When they learned why Li Xiao was here, their faces darkened. Wang Tong stood next to Wang Zhong and asked, "Are you sure the ancestral patriarch Bei Xian will come back?" Chapter 1369. Chapter 1369. Chapter 1369. Not long after Ning Qi came out of the training ground, he planned to go straight to the central continent, but he suddenly felt a stream of immortal qi enter his body. This direction seems to be the Wang family's ancestral city. "This is the jade token I left for Wang Zhong." Ning Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he changed his direction and flew to the Wang family's ancestral city. 90,000 kilometers in an instant. Ning Qi's speed seemed to surpass the speed of light when he activated the Immortal Continent's cultivation method. He disappeared from his original place and appeared in another place. The distance between the two places was about 50,000 kilometers. When he cultivated the confining dragon elephant art to the 13th level, he would probably be able to fly 130,000 kilometers in an instant, far exceeding the limit of the cultivation method. This was the benefit of merging it with the confining dragon elephant art and becoming a secondary section. However, with Ning Qi's current cultivation, he needed a lot of immortal qi to use 90,000 kilometers in an instant. The immortal qi in Ning Qi's body was only enough for him to use it 10 times in a row. It was useless to use it for traveling. Flying 500,000 kilometers would exhaust Ning Qi's immortal qi, and if he encountered a strong enemy, what could he use to fight? After a few attempts, Ning Qi regained his original speed. He wrapped himself in the law of thunder and lightning and flew to the Wang family's ancestral city at lightning speed. 90,000 kilometers in an instant could be used as a trump card, whether it was for chasing or escaping. If he wanted to use it for traveling, he would have to wait until the immortal qi in Ning Qi's body multiplied by thousands of times. 7 days. Elder Li Xiao, kill all the cultivators here and avenge little junior sister and little junior brother. Gu Zhen suddenly said. Huang Sheng nodded slightly and looked at Wang Zhong and the others mockingly. "Yes, I agree with senior sister Gu Zhen. Making us wait here for 7 days is really a big deal." Li Xiao smiled faintly and looked at Wang Zhong. "I've already given you a chance in 7 days, but you didn't cherish it. Don't worry. I'll leave at least one person here to pass the message. If Great Sage Xuanjin wants revenge, he can come to the 9 Heaven Sword sect. He's going to attack. Get into formation and defend against the enemy." The eyes of Wang Tong and the other peak holding elders were filled with fear. In an instant, countless orders were passed down. The rest of the Wang clan's disciples also flew out and surrounded Li Xiao's group. As soon as Li Xiao finished speaking, he made his move. His level of cultivation was comparable to that of the great sage Xuanjin. As soon as he made his move, the aura of the Dharma plane gushed out of his body, causing the cultivators with lower levels of cultivation to tremble and kneel on the ground. The cells in their bodies expressed a sense of fear, and their cultivation and strength seemed to be suppressed in an instant. 9 giant swords appeared in the sky. It was the same as Xikong's Dharma idol. However, there were many complicated patterns on Li Xiao's 9 swords, and their quality was many times higher than Xikong's. The peak elders who were closest to him bore the sharpest sword intent. Their hair, flesh, and blood were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The other party hasn't even made a move yet, but the Wang clan's Xifeng elder is already on the verge of losing. The cultivators of the Wang clan's ancestral city were terrified to see this. Most of them had already flown out of the place, planning to escape. The rest of the people also wanted to escape, but when they were about to make a move, they saw a white figure suddenly appear in the sky. Break! The figure punched out, and the 9 giant swords in the air instantly shattered into pieces. Li Xiao, who had a sinister smile on his face, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression instantly became dispirited. Wang Tong and the others, who were almost melted by the sword intent, raised their heads in bewilderment. It's Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian is back. The Wang clan's disciples cheered when they saw Ning Qi's face. How is that possible? My Dharma idol! Li Xiao's eyes were filled with fear. When he realized that his Dharma idol had been destroyed, he was shocked and enraged. He looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in his eyes. Aren't the most powerful cultivators in the Green Dragon mainland at the perfected Dharma idol stage? How can there be such a terrifying existence? Is he really Xuanjin's descendant? Elder Li Xiao. Gu Zhan and Huang Sheng went up to support Li Xiao. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian is back. Wang Zhong's lips curled into a bright smile. Wang Tong and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Since Ning Qi was back, the Wang clan wouldn't have any problems today. After all, Ning Qi was able to kill Proud Dragon Saint. Li Xiao's cultivation wasn't much stronger than Proud Dragon Saint. Elder Li Xiao, your Dharma idol! Gu Zhen and Huang Sheng suddenly realized that the 9 giant swords in the sky had disappeared. Their shocked eyes were instantly filled with fear. Could it be that Elder Li Xiao's Dharma idol was destroyed? Otherwise, why would he vomit blood and look so dispirited? Ning Qi slowly landed on the ground and glanced at the dozen corpses by Wang Zhong's feet. Are they the elders of the Wang clan? Yes, Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian. Wang Zhong cupped his fists. Who did it? Ning Qi smiled. Elder Li Xiao of the 90 Heaven Sword Sect. Wang Zhong sneered and looked at Li Xiao. When his gaze met Li Xiao's bewildered gaze, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now you know fear? Li Xiao of the 90 Heaven Sword Sect? Ning Qi smiled. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of scorching eyes staring at him. Ning Qi turned around and saw a guy with a swollen face looking at him with his tongue stuck out. So familiar. Who is it? A trace of doubt flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He shook his head and walked directly in front of Li Xiao. He looked at him with a faint smile. Li Xiao. Ning. Ning Bei Xian. Li Xiao instinctively wanted to step back, but he realized that he was being held by Huang Sheng and Gu Zhen. Now that he had lost his Dharma idol, his cultivation had regressed to a level lower than the two of them. Yes, it's me. Ning Qi smiled. Li Xiao immediately fell silent. Gu Zhen and Huang Sheng didn't say anything either. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Weren't these 3 guys from the 90 Heaven Sword Sect arrogant a moment ago? They don't even dare to speak after seeing the ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian? What a joke! I will spread the news and let everyone know that the elders and disciples of the 90 Heaven Sword sect are as timid as mice. The cultivators in the ancestral city of the Wang clan sneered in their minds. Why aren't you talking? Why have the three of you come to the Wang family's ancestral city? Chapter 1370. Chapter 1370. 9 Flames Palm Ning, Ning Bei Xian, Wang Lan, Li Xiao said hesitantly. Oh, you're here for Wang Lan and Sikong? They did die in my hands. Are you here to collect their bodies? Ning Qi smiled. After Gu Zhen and Huang Sheng heard these extremely ridiculing words, they couldn't help but be enraged in their hearts. However, they didn't dare to make a move. Even an existence like Li Xiao was crippled in the blink of an eye. Just what level had this person's cultivation reached? Could it be half-step creation? Thinking of this, the fear in their eyes became even more intense. Collect their bodies? Yes, I'm here to collect their bodies. May I know where their bodies are? Li Xiao's eyes lit up. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. Ning Qi looked at him with a half-smile. Their bodies are gone. Since there are no bodies, I'll take my leave first. Li Xiao seemed a little disappointed as he nodded and cupped his hands towards Ning Qi. After he finished speaking, he gave Gu Zhen and the other two a look. The two of them understood tacitly. Although it was a little embarrassing, their best choice right now was to take Li Xiao and escape from this place first. Did I say you could leave? Ning Qi's voice came from behind. The three froze. Li Xiao forced a smile and turned around. Is there anything else, Patriarch Bei Xian? Since you're here to collect their bodies, how do you explain them? Ning Qi gestured at the headless corpses. This is actually a misunderstanding. Those people are only early-stage transcendence, cultivators. Patriarch Bei Xian, you see, Li Xiao chuckled dryly. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt as if his heart were bleeding. He was the mighty 7th elder of the 9 Heavens Sword sect, and yet he was acting so ingratiating in front of a junior. As long as he returned to the 9 Heavens Sword sect, he would definitely flatten this place to avenge the humiliation he had suffered today. Misunderstanding? Do you think you can kill the transcendence cultivators of the Wang family and leave safely just because of a misunderstanding? Ning Qi's eyes turned cold. Wang Zhong and the other elders walked behind Ning Qi and stared at Li Xiao and the other two with hatred. The disciples of the Wang family in the air revealed happy and excited smiles. They secretly prayed that Ning Qi could kill the three of them. Only then would they be able to vent their anger. You, what do you want? My Dharma power has already been destroyed by you. This price is worth the lives of thousands of early-stage Dharma characteristic cultivators, right? A trace of anger flashed in Li Xiao's eyes. He was already in such a state, but the other party was still so overbearing. But he didn't realize how arrogant he was before. If Ning Qi hadn't arrived in time today, at least 1,000 people from the Wang family would have died. I killed Wang Lan and Sikong. Since I've already become enemies with your 9 Heaven Sword sect, don't even think about leaving today. Ning Qi smiled. What? He actually wants to kill us too? Is he crazy? Li Xiao and the other two were not the only ones who were looking at Ning Qi in shock. Even the cultivators in the ancestral city of the Wang family couldn't believe it. Did the ancestral patriarch Bei Xian really dare to attack the Jiotian sword sect? Wasn't he afraid that the other party's patriarch would tear through the void and come over? Bei Xian, I think we need to give this matter further thought. Wang Tong couldn't help but send a voice transmission. He was worried that Ning Qi would accidentally kill the three of them. If that happened, the Wang family would truly become enemies with the 9 Heaven Sword sect. It would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Wang family. Not only him. The other elders also had the same thought. They all gave Ning Qi a discreet look. Everyone, do you think that nothing will happen after the three of them leave? Ning Qi's voice echoed in everyone's mind. Everyone was startled, and the look in their eyes gradually changed. They had been too closely involved to see the situation clearly, and hadn't thought of this crucial point. Even if Ning Chi didn't kill the three of them today, the enmity between the Wang clan and the 90 Heaven Sword sect had already been established. If the three of them were allowed to leave, then in less than a month, an army of cultivators would arrive at the city gates. Rumor had it that the 9 Heaven Sword sect was in charge of more than a dozen places similar to the arcane true celestial realm. The number of cultivators they could mobilize was unimaginable. Ning Bei Xian, don't you dare act recklessly. I'm the 7th elder of the 9 Heaven Sword sect. My status is unspeakable. If you kill me today, no one in the Wang family will be able to escape the revenge of the 9 Heaven Sword sect. Li Xiao roared at Ning Chi in a low voice. How about this? As long as the three of you can take a palm strike for me, I'll let you go. Ning Chi smiled. Oh, the three of them looked at each other in surprise. Perhaps they had sensed a glimmer of hope in Ning Chi's words. Huang Sheng hesitated for a moment and asked doubtfully, Are you serious? Of course. Ning Chi nodded with a faint smile. All right, the three of us will take a palm strike from you. I hope you'll keep your word. Gu Zhen said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light suddenly appeared on Gu Zhen and Huang Sheng's bodies, enveloping the three of them. Supreme defensive artifact? Formless shield? Wang Zhong and the others looked at the small shield that appeared in front of the three of them. Their eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. This phaseless shield was jointly created by a few famous crafting sects in the central mainland. It was only sold in the central mainland and almost never circulated to the Azure Dragon mainland, unless someone smuggled it. However, if one smuggled some medicinal pills, no one would take it seriously. If one smuggled a top-grade magic tool like the non-phase shield, one would definitely be hunted down by those sections. Even a half-step creation existence would have to think twice before doing so. In the central mainland, being able to obtain a phaseless shield was equivalent to having a second life. Ordinary cultivators simply could not afford it. Only cultivators who were favored by the sects would be given a phaseless shield. From the fact that these three people only had one phaseless shield, one could see how precious it was. The reason why everyone could recognize the formless shield was because it was so famous. The three of them have the formless shield. I'm afraid that ancestral patriarch Bei Xian won't be able to defeat them in one strike. Are we really going to let them go? Wang Zhong's eyes were solemn. Make your move. Li Xiao and the other two had a calm look in their eyes as they looked at Ning Chi confidently. If Ning Chi had reacted earlier and taken out his formless shield, his Dharma idol might not have been destroyed by his opponent. Oh, a supreme artifact. Ning Chi smiled, and a wisp of celestial chi appeared in his palm. Everyone held their breath and stared at Ning Chi. Palm of 9 flames. With a slap of his palm, 9 different kinds of immortal flames condensed into a gigantic palm print, directly bombarding the formless shield. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes. When they could clearly see the situation in front of them, they were all dumbfounded on the spot. The place where Li Xiao and the other two were standing had disappeared. Instead, there was a giant palm-shaped pit with several kinds of flames burning on it. Even from afar, they could feel the destructive aura coming from the flames. They're dead. Even the formless shield was smashed into pieces? Hiss! Chapter 1371. Chapter 1371. Killing Array. The power of this palm technique is several times stronger than the 18 dragon subduing palms against humans. It was Ning Chi's first time using the 9-flame Daluo palm in battle. The cultivation technique of the Immortal Clan didn't disappoint him. In terms of power, it was far stronger than the 18 dragon subduing palms. The 9 types of immortal fire were many times stronger than the flames created by the law of fire. Before reaching the mid-stage transcendence realm, Ning Chi's strength was only slightly stronger than a great saint, probably about the same level as Xuanjin. After reaching the mid-stage Transcendence realm, Ning Qi's strength should be stronger than Xuanjin's. But when he merged the 33 cultivation techniques into the imprisonment dragon elephant art, using it as the main principle and the 33 cultivation techniques as the secondary principles, Ning Qi's strength increased by several times. Ning Qi's battle prowess had increased several times over. If not for the heavenly Tao laws of this world, he was confident that he could fight a half-step to creation realm expert. The cultivators in the Wang family's ancestral city looked at Ning Qi in silence. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. How strong is ancestral patriarch Bei Xian? He can even kill a perfected transcendence realm cultivator so easily? I'm afraid ancestral patriarch Xuanjin is no match for ancestral patriarch Bei Xian. The eyes of the Wang family's disciples were filled with shock and horror. In just a few years, ancestral patriarch Bei Xian, who couldn't even be compared to Wang Lan, had become someone who could kill perfected transcendence realm cultivators with a wave of his hand. Bei Xian, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Wang Tong frowned and asked, It's simple. Just ignore it. It will take at least a decade for the 90 Heaven Sword sect to receive the news of their deaths. Ning Qi smiled, but a decade later, the elders nearby started to feel scared again. After all, the 90 Heaven Sword sect had a creator. The Wang family was no match for them. Who knows what will happen in a decade? Ning Qi glanced at them with a faint smile. Finally, his gaze fell on the cultivators nearby. Everyone, do not spread the news that these 3 people died here. If I find out, I will hunt them down to the ends of the earth, no matter where they go. Yes, yes. Even if there were a few spies from the other immortal realms, they had already made up their minds not to mention this matter. It wasn't easy to be a cultivator. They had cultivated for hundreds, or even thousands of years. If they lost their lives because of a single sentence, then it really wasn't worth it. Just like Li Xiao, who had already been reduced to ashes. To be able to cultivate to the Dharma, characteristic, great perfection realm and have the chance to come into contact with the existence of the Creator in the future, he had died here because of 2 mere inner sect disciples. The thousands of years of cultivators before him had all been for naught. Where could he go to reason with them? This matter is over. I will take my leave first. Ning Qi cupped his hands towards Wang Tong, Wang Zhong, and the others with a smile. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, are you leaving the Azure Dragon Continent? Wang Zhong was slightly taken aback. Could it be that he wanted to find Lai Kong to take revenge for Wang Xuanao? Wang Hai stood at the back. His gaze landed on Ning Qi, and a trace of excitement flashed through his eyes. It had only been 100 years, and Ning Qi had grown to such a level. Perhaps in the future, he would really have the chance to avenge his queen's son. Yes. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. Ancestral Patriarch, take care. Wang Zhong sighed in his heart and cupped his hands towards Ning Qi. Yes, take care. Ning Qi smiled, and his body moved, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Ah! Grade A Battle Fortress. Inside, Ning Qi and Jia Shaili stood side by side, and in front of the two was a star map. Looking away from the star map, Ning Qi asked Jia Shaili, "Is there really no way to pinpoint the location?" Jia Shaili shook her head indifferently. "Then, is there any way to upgrade the battle fortress to SS grade?" Ning Qi asked. "If we can return to Atlantis, the Ghost Dragon Company with Grade S qualification can upgrade us to Grade S. But to upgrade it to SS grade, we need a group with Grade SS qualification." Jia Shaili said indifferently. "How many years will it take to return to Atlantis?" Ning Qi asked. "Unknown, unable to calculate, but one thing is for sure. The Grade A battle fortress can't support such a long distance interregion travel." Jia Shaili said indifferently. Ning Qi remembered that Jia Shaili also said before, even if they go to this star map, which is similar to the Milky Way, The grade A battle fortress can't support it. Is there any way to upgrade the battle fortress with the current conditions, at least to this place? Ning Qi pointed at the star map. After calculation, if we can use the devil's method to add the energy pattern on the battle fortress, there is a 30% chance of success. Jia Shaili said. Energy pattern? Oh, law pattern, right? This method is doable. You are the AI terminal, so you can lead the way. I only need to turn the battle fortress into a magic item, or even a spirit item, then use the immortal essence in my body as your power source. That will be a continuous source of power. Ning Qi rubbed his chin. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was doable. Coincidentally, his 9-hell tempering technique has reached the first level, so he can use it on the battle fortress. What will happen if I succeed with the other 70% chance? Before that, Ning Qi must ask Jia Shaili. If I fail, then the demon's energy pattern will erase me, and the battle fortress will lose its AI terminal and become a normal ship. Jia Shaili said calmly, make a backup of the star map. Even if there is only a 30% chance, I still want to try. Ning Qi nodded. Soon, Jia Shaili made a backup of the star map and handed a black box to Ning Qi. It was about the size of a palm. Inside it was the map that Jia Shaili had calculated for the past 100 years. If Jia Shaili was erased by accident, Ning Qi would at least have the map, and he could think of other ways in the future. Before I start, I need some preparation. Since I'm going to use the 9-hell tempering technique, I might as well increase the defense of the battle fortress to the limit. After making up his mind, Ning Qi left the battle fortress and flew towards the entrance to the central continent. 3 months later, in the most remote desert of the Azure Dragon continent, there were many strange beasts. These strange beasts didn't have intelligence, but they were very strong. Many of them were so strong that even Transcendence realm cultivators had to turn and run when they saw them. Ning Qi had killed many of them along the way. Unfortunately, they didn't have sin points, so Ning Qi couldn't obtain Dragon Slayer crystals. Instead, they helped Ning Qi condense a lot of 10,000 ancient Immortal Emperor avatar. After another half a month, Ning Qi finally found the entrance to the central continent. Chapter 1372. Chapter 1372. Chapter 1372. Sengoku Dais, the threshold to enter the central mainland, is quite high. If you want to use this teleportation array, you can forget about it if you're not at the early stage of the Transcendence realm. Ning Qi landed in the center of the teleportation array. After practicing the 9-hell tempering technique, he was more sensitive to this aspect. He could see the depth of the teleportation array with just a few glances. There were a total of 9 directions, and each direction required a certain amount of azure dragon crystals. Then, one had to use the cultivation of Law Phase Realm and above to activate the teleportation array to achieve the effect of teleportation. Although it was much weaker than the spatial channel, it had the advantage of being able to locate both sides. In Ning Qi's eyes, the teleportation matrix was very crude. In the first level of 9 Hells tempering art, there was an introduction about teleportation matrices. Only mortals could use teleportation matrices of the highest quality. There were not many people in the land of immortals who knew how to create such teleportation matrices. Even if Ning Qi cultivated the 9 Hells tempering art to the 9th level, he would not be able to create one. To put it simply, the lower the usage conditions, the further the teleportation distance. This was the standard to judge the quality of a teleportation array. The distance was also inevitably related to the conditions of using it. If it was an extremely long distance, such as the Azure Dragon continent being teleported to the Celestial Land, the conditions needed might not even be met by the strongest Dao Yin Celestial Emperor, right? Only true immortals could use it. But this kind of teleportation array was its quality low. It was not low. The reason why the requirements were so high was because the distance was far enough. The teleportation array that Ning Qi could refine now should be of a higher quality than the one in front of him. The azure dragon crystal required would be reduced by 10 to 20%, and the condition to use the teleportation array would also be reduced from law phase realm to late-stage eternal life realm. It was just that Ningqi had never refined it before, so he would probably fail several times before succeeding once. As for the materials needed to refine the teleportation formation, because of the different requirements, there were all kinds of materials, but each one was very rare, and after being used once, it could not be used a second time. After Ningqi finished his observation, he filled the 9 spots with azure dragon crystals. Just as he was about to activate the teleportation formation, a few shouts came from the distance. "Brother, wait for us." In the blink of an eye, 5 figures appeared outside the teleportation formation. There were 2 women and 3 men, and each of them had a faint late-stage transcendence realm aura. When they saw that Ningqi's aura was at most at the mid-stage transcendence realm, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then they directly landed in the teleportation formation. "We have urgent matters to attend to in the central continent. Why don't you go with us?" One of the men looked at Ningqi with a faint smile. His late-stage transcendence realm aura was completely revealed. Ningqi glanced at the 5 of them and said with a smile, "I also have an urgent matter." "Little brother, your cultivation is only at the middle stage of the transcendence realm. Don't waste the azure dragon crystal. Even if you teleport to the hidden immortal platform, they won't allow you to enter the central continent." The other male cultivator smiled and said, "Not necessarily." Ningqi smiled faintly and said, "Aren't you in a hurry?" "Forget it. Don't waste time here. The teleportation formation can only teleport 5 people at a time. Wu Jia, you stay here and wait for the next wave." A woman with a cold expression said indifferently. The man who spoke first glanced at Ningqi with some dissatisfaction. He seemed to be hesitating whether or not to throw Ningqi out. But when he saw the faint smile on Ningqi's face, he didn't know why, but he didn't have that thought. "Fine, I'll wait for the next wave. You guys go ahead first." Wu Jia pouted unhappily and walked out of the teleportation formation. With a flash of light from the transmission array, Ningqi's group of 5 disappeared. Wu Jia cursed in his heart. After using the transmission array once, he had to wait for about 20 hours before it could be used again. He could only wait here. This is the hidden immortal platform that they were talking about. Ningqi walked out of the teleportation array and looked around. He found that this place was very big, like a bustling city square filled with people. "Little brother, don't think that this is the central continent. This is just a transit station. If you want to reach the central continent, you need to go to a teleportation formation. However, the cultivators guarding the teleportation formation won't allow you to stand on it unless you're at the late stage of the transcendence realm." Among the 4 people who came with Ningqi, a male cultivator gave Ningqi some advice. However, there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. It was as if he wanted Ningqi to think that the azure dragon crystal he just spent was all wasted and make Ningqi regret it. Ningqi smiled and extended his hand to the 4 people. "The azure dragon crystal should be shared among the 5 of us." The 4 people looked at Ningqi strangely. Usually, which mid-stage transcendence realm cultivator would dare to ask for azure dragon crystals from them? They could not wait to use handfuls of azure dragon crystals to curry favor with them. Therefore, the 4 of them naturally thought that Ningqi wouldn't care about this azure dragon crystal. They only reacted when Ningqi extended his hand to ask for it. They looked at each other. It was the female cultivator who asked Wu Jie to stay and wait for the second group to enter. She gave Ningqi their share of the azure dragon crystal. Then the 4 of them glanced at Ningqi coldly and turned to leave. Ningqi put away the azure dragon crystal, smiled, and followed behind the 4 people. "This is a good dark artifact. Everyone come and take a look. I risked my life to get this dark artifact." I'm only selling it for 50,000 Azure Dragon Crystals or a qualification challenge token. Boss, this is not a dark artifact. I think it's a Dharma artifact used by demons for cultivation. You're using it to cheat money from the hidden immortal platform. Do you want to die? Nonsense, this is a dark artifact. If you don't have the Azure Dragon Crystal or the qualification challenge token, get lost. Don't disturb my business. Everyone, don't be fooled. This guy is selling a fake dark artifact. 1/9 Nether Demon Sect's Outer Sect Disciple Token. Is there anyone willing to offer? The starting price is 100,000 Azure Dragon Crystals. As long as you have it, you'll have the chance to join the 9th Nether Demon Sect and receive personal guidance from the 9th Nether Demon Lord. He's a 9 Calamity creator. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 200,000, 500,000, 1,000,000 and 500,000. I'll take it. Deal. It was bustling along the way. Ning Qi saw that the transaction value had already reached millions of Azure Dragon Crystals. Qualification challenge token? 9 Calamity creator? Ning Qi couldn't guess what the former was used for. It must be an admission ticket to some competition. As for the latter, Ning Qi guessed that it should be a creator level. Hey, why are you following us? The 4 people in front of him suddenly stopped and looked at Ning Qi with unfriendly eyes. Since when have I been following you? Ning Qi smiled. You've been following us since we came out of the teleportation formation. You still don't want to admit it? Chapter 1373. Oh, it's you. The road is on the ground, and my legs are on my body. I can walk wherever I want. What does that have to do with you? Don't block my way. If you don't want to go, then please move aside. Ning Qi smiled faintly and walked straight forward. The immortal qi on his body vibrated without a trace and immediately bounced the 4 people to the side. The 4 of them revealed a trace of bewilderment and looked at each other. A mere intermediate stage, Transcendence, Realm Cultivator could actually use his aura to push them back? This kid is a little strange. There's such an existence in the Azure Dragon Continent. Even in the Black Tortoise Continent, I have never seen a mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator that could contend with us. Have you all forgotten that the Azure Dragon has produced a monster recently? Feng Jiu's son, Ning Beixian, killed proud Dragon Great Sage with a wave of his hand. 100 years ago, he wasn't even in the Transcendence realm. Such a monster would be a top existence in the Central Continent. Hiss, do you think this kid is? That's impossible. I remember that Ning Beixian only broke through to the Transcendence realm a few years ago. How could he break through to the mid-stage law phase realm? It's definitely not this person. That makes sense. Forget it. Let's not get distracted. This time the sect sent us an urgent message, asking us to go to the Central Continent to participate in the Void Realm trial. As long as we are selected, we will have the opportunity to enter the Void Realm to look for opportunities. Time is running out. Let's not miss this. Let's go register first. When Wu Jie arrives, we'll enter the Central Continent. While we're at it, let's see if we can buy a few magic tools here. It'll be helpful for us to participate in the Void Realm trials. After walking around for half a day, Ning Qi had a general understanding of the hidden immortal platform. Because the weapon refiners of the Central Mainland could not create a teleportation array that could directly transport people from other continents to the Central Mainland, this place was chosen as a transit point. However, many cultivators who used the teleportation array to reach the hidden immortal platform were not qualified to enter the Central Mainland. Over time, this place developed into a market that far surpassed any of the continents. It was filled with Transcendence realm cultivators. Early-stage Transcendence realm cultivators could be seen everywhere. Middle-stage Transcendence realm cultivators were not rare either. Even late-stage Transcendence realm cultivators were a dime a dozen. This was because there were not only cultivators from the 4 sacred continents, but also cultivators from other continents. As long as they had a teleportation array, they would be sent to the hidden immortal platform. Only cultivators at the perfected transcendence realm would have a 100% chance of entering the central continent. As for the late-stage transcendence realm cultivators, they had to be famous. Those who were not famous would be rejected. Because the 4 sacred continent was the closest to the central continent, there would be a few cultivators qualified every year. However, the other continents were not so lucky. Some continents did not even have a single heavens chosen that was strong enough to enter the central continent for hundreds of years. The cultivators of the hidden immortal platform were basically made up of them. After Ning Qi figured it out, he casually pulled a cultivator over. "What's up?" The cultivator looked at Ning Qi with vigilance. Anyone who was suddenly stopped while shopping would have the same expression as him. "Brother, how do I get to the teleportation array to the central continent?" The hidden immortal platform was not just big. It was a continent in itself. If one did not ask for directions, they would not be able to find it in at least 7 to 8 days. Is this your first time at the hidden immortal platform? Which continent's cultivator are you from? The cultivator immediately became interested. When he saw that Ning Qi's aura was similar to his, a mid-stage transcendence realm cultivator, a trace of schadenfreude flashed in his eyes. "I am a cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent. This is indeed my first time at the hidden immortal platform." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Azure Dragon continent. Hearing these 4 words, the cultivator's expression changed slightly. It seemed like he did not want to say a word to Ning Qi and turn to leave. Seeing this, Ning Qi thought to himself, could it be that the cultivators from the Azure Dragon continent killed his entire family? However, it did not take long for Ning Qi to understand why these cultivators did not like the cultivators from the Azure Dragon continent. Not buying? If not, scram. "You, how can you do business like this? Can I not buy it and take a look?" "Don't look. Scram. I am a cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent. If you don't want to die, continue arguing with me here." A dispute broke out in front of a small stall. When the stall owner announced that he was a cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent, the buyer immediately left resentfully. Who asked the Azure Dragon continent to be so much stronger than the continent they were from? Apart from the 4 sacred continents, it was difficult to find a cultivator at the perfected transcendence realm in the rest of the continents. So the Azure Dragon continent signboard can be used like this here. That guy clearly suffered at the hands of the cultivators from the Azure Dragon continent. Ning Qi smiled and walked directly to the stall. "I am also a cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent. Which direction do I go to the teleportation array to the central continent?" "So what if you are a cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent? Why should I tell you if you don't want to buy anything? Don't try to get close to me. Your father doesn't fall for this trick." Ning ning ning. When the stall owner heard Ning Qi's voice, he began to mock him impatiently. However, when he looked up and saw Ning Qi's face, he hesitated for a moment. Then a tremor ran through his body, and he began to repeat the same word over and over again. The terror on his face was so intense that all the cultivators in the area looked over. This guy was a cultivator at the perfected transcendence realm. It was said that he was ranked 53rd on the Azure Dragon list in the Azure Dragon continent. He had always been arrogant here. How could he be so scared by a cultivator at the perfected transcendence realm? At this time, the 4 cultivators from the Black Tortoise continent happened to walk over. When they saw this scene, they looked at each other and stood there, planning to watch the show. They could also find out Ning Qi's background. "Oh, it's you." The smile on Ning Qi's face deepened. This person attacked him in the barren desolation region, but he couldn't find him. So he escaped to the hidden immortal platform. The strand of celestial spiritual qi that was placed on him was somehow erased. Otherwise, Ning Qi would have recognized this person just now. Patriarch Bei Xian, I know my mistake. Please give me a chance. That time, I only attacked 3 times. Li Qianxin was terrified. He knelt in front of Ning Qi in front of everyone. Patriarch Bei Xian? Most people were dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened, and they didn't know where Ning Qi came from. However, the 4 cultivators from the Black Tortoise continent were shocked. They had just arrived from the Azure Dragon continent. Naturally, they had a deep understanding of the 2 words, Bei Xian. Is he really Ning Bei Xian? The 4 of them looked at each other, dumbfounded. Suddenly, they felt goosebumps on their necks. They didn't expect that the guy who went through the teleportation array with them was the god of death, an existence that could even kill a great sage. Chapter 1374. Get out of here. If you didn't only attack 3 times, you'd be dead by now. Get up, Ning Qi said calmly. Hearing this, Li Qianxin's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. He quickly climbed up from the ground. It seemed that he could really survive this killing god this time. Can you answer what I asked you just now? Ning Qi said calmly. Yes. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, you're going to the central mainland? I can lead the way for you. Li Qianxin said quickly. Lead the way? All right, let's go. Ning Qi nodded. Li Qianxin quickly cleaned up the stall on the ground and eagerly led the way for Ning Qi. The 4 people from the Black Tortoise continent subconsciously hid behind them. Only when Ning Qi and Li Qianxin's group disappeared from their sight did they let out a long sigh of relief. Do you think Ning Bei Xian is going to the central mainland for the Void Realm selection competition? If that's the case, we'll have 1 less spot. How are we going to be his match? It doesn't matter if there's 1 less. The Void Realm is originally only open to cultivators who are half a step away from the Manifestation Realm. This time, Dao Yan Celestial Emperor personally said that he wants to pick 200 cultivators who are below the Manifestation Realm to enter the Void Realm. If they can come out alive or find their own fortune, they will be accepted as Dao Yan Celestial Emperor's personal disciple and be trained. This is a rare opportunity. We have to go no matter what. Senior Sister Hua is right. I have a suggestion. Do you think Ning Bei Xian will agree if we go to him and ask him to join us? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. After exchanging glances, the female cultivator called Senior Martial Sister Hua gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, I'll try. I heard that Ning Bei Xian doesn't kill the innocent. Even if it doesn't work, I can at least leave an impression in his eyes. Maybe it will be useful during the selection. That's right. We'll do as Senior Sister Hua says. How big is the hidden immortal platform? Ning Qi found that after flying for 5 or 6 days, they still hadn't reached their destination. However, the nearby scenery constantly changed. However, as long as they were within 5,000 kilometers, there would definitely be a market. It was just that the market wasn't as big as the teleportation formation. Patriarch Bei Xian, I'm not sure how big this hidden immortal stage is, but I heard that this place used to be a corner of the central mainland. In ancient times, it was shattered into pieces because of a great war. More than 100 years ago, Dao Yan Celestial Emperor used a supreme divine power to merge countless continents together. Only this hidden immortal stage, for some reason, Dao Yan Celestial Emperor kept it in its original form and did not merge with the central mainland. Li Qianxin hurriedly said, We're around 1,500,000 kilometers away from Ocean of Cloud City. 2 million miles? Ning Qi frowned slightly and directly stepped forward to grab Li Qianxin. Li Qianxin thought that Ning Qi was going to attack him and was so frightened that he almost resisted. 90,000 li in an instant. Li Qianxin looked at the rapidly changing scenery in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. When he saw a familiar mountain range, he discovered that he was only a little over 500,000 kilometers away from Cloud Sea City. What a terrifying speed! Li Qianxin couldn't help but sneak a glance at Ning Qi. He suppressed the fear in his heart. He finally knew why Ning Qi could kill thousands of Transcendence realm cultivators. As for the news of proud Dragon Sage's death, Li Qianxin didn't know about it yet. Otherwise, his attitude toward Ning Qi wouldn't be the same as it was now. When they arrived at Cloud Sea City, Ning Qi had almost recovered the celestial qi he had used to cast 90,000 li in an instant. Cloud Sea City didn't have a city gate. It was made up of buildings that reached the clouds. There were more cultivators here than at the teleportation formation. Li Qianxin, why are there so many cultivators here? Are they all from the different continents? Ning Qi was puzzled. At a glance, Ning Qi saw more than 300 to 400 cultivators at the perfected Transcendence realm, not to mention those at the late-stage Transcendence realm. Reporting to Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, 80 to 90% of the cultivators here are from the central mainland. They're here to trade for elixirs and cultivation resources. Since many cultivators can't enter the central mainland, they have to come here to trade for the herbs and materials that can only be found in the central mainland. Of course, the prices are very low, but there's nothing they can do. If they don't trade, they won't be able to find them anywhere else. Li Qianxin gritted his teeth when he said that. It was obvious that he had been scammed by the cultivators from the central mainland in the past. I see. Ning Qi's eyes flickered with realization. Where there were people, there would be conflicts and benefits. Obviously, the cultivators from the central mainland weren't stupid. However, the cultivators who came here to trade for cultivation resources were basically the kind that didn't have a good reputation in the central mainland. With Li Qianxin leading the way, Ning Qi soon arrived at the busiest center of the city. There was a giant teleportation array that was a few hundred feet long. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, this is the place. This teleportation portal can be activated once every 2 hours, and it works both ways. It means that cultivators from the central mainland can teleport to this place, and cultivators from this place can teleport to the central mainland at the same time. There won't be any conflicts, and it can teleport about 100 people at a time. Li Qianxin pointed at the teleportation array. You've been to the central mainland? Ning Qi asked calmly. Suddenly, the teleportation array flashed, and over 100 figures appeared. There was a hint of arrogance in the eyes of this group of people. They should be the native cultivators of the central continent. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, you must be joking. Only the top 20 on the Azure Dragon roll are qualified to enter the central mainland. I don't have the right to do so with my cultivation. Li Qianxin said fawningly, Of course, it's different for you, Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian. Oh, only cultivators above the half-perfection realm are qualified. Ning Qi narrowed his eyes. He remembered that Wang Lan's cultivation hadn't reached this level yet. It seemed that she could come and go freely because of her identity as an inner sect disciple of the 9 Heaven Sword sect. Thinking of this, Ning Qi ignored Li Qianxin and walked toward the teleportation array. Li Qianxin's eyes flickered, and an idea came to his mind. He quickly ran to catch up with Ning Qi. Mid-stage Transcendence State Cultivator? Get lost. Just as he arrived in front of the teleportation array, a few guards nearby held a magic tool in their hands and scanned Ning Qi. The magic tool immediately emitted a faint red light. Then, they scolded Ning Qi coldly, their eyes full of disdain. Mid-stage Transcendence State cultivators can't go to the central mainland? Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 1375. Chapter 1375. Chapter 1375. Chapter 1375. Into mid-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator wants to go to the central mainland? Ha ha ha. Sure. Hand over 100,000 Azure Dragon crystals and get a qualification battle token. Go over there and fight in the qualification battle. If you win, you'll be qualified to go." The cultivator guarding the teleportation formation laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery. The nearby cultivators looked at Ning Chi gloatingly. Most of them were from the central mainland, so they had a sense of superiority in front of cultivators from other continents. "Shut up. Do you know?" Li Kuan-shin hesitated and made a decision. Just as he was about to scold them, Ning Chi stopped him with a wave of his hand. "Take me to get the qualification battle token." Ning Chi said calmly. "Yes." Li Kuan-shin nodded hurriedly. "Shut up? How dare you? Which continent are you cultivators from? How dare you shout at us?" The cultivator guarding the teleportation formation heard Li Kuan-shin's words, and his expression changed. Anger surged in his eyes as he blocked Ning Chi and Li Kuan-shin's path. Li Kuan-shin wanted to report Ning Chi's identity. The other party definitely wouldn't dare to stop them. However, when he was stopped by Ning Chi, he suddenly remembered that Ning Chi seemed to have a grudge with Lai Kong. In that case, Ning Chi probably didn't plan to reveal his identity on this trip to the central mainland. He was in a dilemma, so he could only look at Ning Chi. "You're just cultivators guarding the teleportation formation. In terms of cultivation, you don't even have the right to speak in front of me. Don't think that you're superior just because you're from the central mainland. If you're unhappy, come and fight." Ning Chi looked at them with a faint smile. His words immediately resonated with the cultivators nearby. However, there were obviously more cultivators from the central mainland here. Hearing Ning Chi's words, they sneered and surrounded them. There was no lack of late-stage transcendence realm cultivators among them. As for perfected transcendence realm cultivators, they naturally didn't have the leisure to get involved in this matter. Seeing this, the guards of the teleportation formation were instantly filled with confidence. They sneered at Ning Chi and said, "What did you just say?" "We didn't hear you clearly." "Say it again." "You're just guarding." Ning Chi repeated it with a faint smile. Finally, he looked at these guys mockingly and said, "What? Am I wrong? You want to suppress me? Good, you really have guts. Do you really think that there are only a few of us guarding this place? Originally, I didn't plan to bicker with you, but since you are so arrogant, follow me to see Elder Shimin. Let's see if you are still so arrogant at that time." As soon as they finished speaking, cultivators from the nearby central continent stepped forward to block Ning Chi and Li Kuan-shin's path of retreat. They looked at the two of them with faint smiles on their faces. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian Li Kuan-shin looked at Ning Chi with a bitter smile. If he had known this would happen, he would not have said those words just now. He had heard of Elder Shimin. He was in existence at the great perfection of the Dharma plane and had an upper-grade Dharma plane. Even the Xuanjin Great Sage was no match for him. He also had the support of the Jiutian Sword sect. It was said that he was the direct descendant of the patriarch of the Jiutian Sword sect's creator. Everyone, their caste ridiculing looks at the two of them. They thought to themselves that they must teach these two country bumpkins a lesson. Otherwise, if just anyone dared to insult the cultivators of the central continent, wouldn't that be bad? How did he offend the guards here again? The 4 cultivators from the Black Tortoise continent arrived just in time. After seeing this scene, they exchanged glances and decided to follow them to see what was going on. Not far away from the teleportation array, there was a place that only cultivators with the qualification token could enter. Once they passed the trial, they would gain the right to enter the central continent. Normally, one would have to fight against 10 cultivators of similar cultivation. If they won, they would gain the right to enter the central continent. If they lost, they would lose 100,000 Azure Dragon crystals. When Ning Chi and Elder Shimin were surrounded by a group of cultivators, one of them was sent flying while vomiting blood. Even his Dharma plane was shattered. Without hundreds or thousands of years of cultivation, it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak state. A middle-aged cultivator sitting at the highest point looked at Ning Chi and the others. He frowned slightly, and his gaze landed on the guards. "Greetings, Elder Shimin." The guards hurried forward and bowed. Shimin-ju frowned. "What's the matter?" "Elder Shimin, this kid spoke arrogantly and insulted the cultivators of the central continent." "Elder Shimin, please judge him." "Insulted the cultivators of the central continent." Shimin-ju looked at Ning-chi and Elder Shimin indifferently. "Did you really insult the cultivators of the central continent? What insult?" Ning-chi smiled faintly and told the guards what had happened. Anger surged in the eyes of the guards, but they believed that Shimin-ju would definitely stand up for them. As expected, Shimin-ju said indifferently, "It's not really an insult, but the central continent doesn't welcome cultivators like you. You don't have to take the qualification token anymore. You can leave." "Why?" Ning-chi said indifferently. "Why? Because I'm in charge of this place. Only those I let in can enter. If I don't let in, even if you're at the perfected Dharma plane, you can't enter." Shimin-ju looked at Ning-chi indifferently and said coldly, "Once upon a time, I had an old friend like you. Now the grass on his grave is 5 feet tall. Suddenly, wind and thunder destroy the grave. But there is no coffin. A drunkard lies in his widow's bed. His son is ragged and unable to eat. I advise you not to be like my old friend." Ning-chi looked at Shimin-ju and suddenly remembered a limerick he had seen on Earth. He recited it. Everyone was stunned. They understood the second part, but they couldn't understand the first part. "What does it mean?" Shimin-ju's expression changed slightly. "It means that I once had a friend who was as arrogant as you. In the end, not even his bones could be found." Ning-chi sighed. Silence. There was a sudden silence in the hall. The group of cultivators who brought Ning-chi over stared at this scene with their mouths agape. He actually dared to mock Shimin-ju in front of him? The cultivators guarding the teleportation formation instantly regretted it. They wanted to kill Ning-chi on the spot. Shimin-ju might take his anger out on them if this matter was over. Li Kuan-shin smiled bitterly in his heart. "If I knew this would happen, I would have let him kill me back then. If I'm suppressed today, I'm afraid I'll be humiliated." Ning Bei-shian is indeed. "He's even bolder than his father." The 4 cultivators from the Black Tortoise continent looked at each other. If nothing went wrong, Ning Bei-shian would definitely be suppressed today. Shimin-ju wasn't someone like proud Dragon Sage. Even Xuanjin, Sage, wasn't a match for him. "Come on. If you beat me today, I'll let you enter the central continent. If not, hee." Chapter 1376. To turn and walk away in the arena. The cultivators who originally wanted to fight with Shimin-ju's subordinates to gain the right to enter the central continent tactfully stepped aside. Only Ning-chi and Shimin-ju stood inside. As for the others, they were all outside the arena's protective restriction spell. This restriction spell could withstand 100 attacks from a perfected Dharma characteristic realm cultivator without breaking. This brat is too arrogant. Elder Shimin-ju won't give him any face. When the time comes, we'll use all the techniques we've learned in the sect on him. The cultivators guarding the teleportation array stared at Ning-chi viciously as they sent voice transmissions to each other. However, the truth was that they were only sending voice transmissions to cover up the fear in their hearts. No matter what, bringing Ning-chi to Shimin-ju and humiliating him was a mistake. Can he defeat Elder Shimin? Li Kuan-shin looked at Ning-chi with a bitter expression. If Ning-chi lost, his ending would not be any better than Ning-chi's. Nowadays, the cultivators in the remote areas are getting more and more arrogant. Let's take our central continent, for example. Some time ago, that Jian Shilai killed an inner disciple of the Putua sect with a single sword strike. Later, he even killed an elder of the Putua sect who came to capture him. Until now, there has been no conclusion. So what? As long as he's not half a step into the creation realm, he's far from being a prodigy. In these remote places, they can act as they please. The sect leader of the Putois sect is only half a step into the creation realm. In our central mainland, it's only a third-rate sect. If Jian Shilai had provoked a second-rate sect, he would have been long dead. However, this guy is only a transcendence realm cultivator, yet he dares to be so arrogant and bold. Could it be that he has some trump card? Hee, you and I have cultivated for thousands of years. What kind of existence have we not seen? No matter how many trump cards a mere mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator had, he could defeat a late-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator. But could he defeat a perfected Dharma characteristic realm cultivator? Elder Shiminju has condensed a high-grade, profound level, heavenly sword Dharma idol. Its sword intent is vast and mighty and can stretch for millions of miles. Ning Qi's ears twitched slightly. He had heard the conversation between these fellows through voice transmission. Aunt Jian is being hunted? Putois sect. Seeing that Ning Qi was distracted, an imperceptible trace of anger flashed in Shiminju's eyes. He said indifferently, "Make your move. Let me see what trump cards you are hiding. Do you really want me to attack first?" Ning Qi grinned. This kid seems to be very confident. Could it be that he really thinks he is a match for Elder Shiminju? A newborn calf is truly not afraid of a tiger. Ha! I'm looking forward to seeing him beg for mercy. When the nearby cultivators saw Ning Qi's expression, their eyes immediately revealed a hint of schadenfreude. They all looked at Ning Qi with pity and anticipation. Yes, Shiminju nodded indifferently. If he were to make the first move against a mid-stage transcendence realm cultivator, he would definitely be mocked if word got out. Let's see what this kid has up his sleeves. If he were to win, he had to win beautifully so that no one could find a reason to criticize him. Eternal Void Spirit Blade. Ning Qi waved his hand and slashed at Shiminju. In an instant, the immortal qi in his body surged, and a spirit qi vortex appeared on his arm. In the next moment, a crescent-shaped blade shadow with violent immortal qi slashed at Shiminju. As soon as the crescent-shaped blade shadow appeared, the void around it seemed to collapse. Several black cracks appeared, which was a sign that the void was about to be torn apart. Tearing the void was a very important division of levels. Only experts who are half a step to the creation realm and above could have such a remarkable ability. Therefore, when Shiminju saw this scene, he did not have time to be shocked. He immediately took out his sky, sword Dharma power, and faced the eternal void spirit blade with a majestic and sharp sword intent. Profound grade sky, sword Dharma power. That sword intent, even from far away, I can feel the pain in my face. If Elder Shimin attacks me, I'm afraid it'll be useless, even if I run 1,000 miles away. Didn't Elder Shimin say to let this kid attack first? Why can't he control himself now? Some of the nearby cultivators looked at the sky sword Dharma power that suddenly appeared with an eternal aura in their eyes. Some were very surprised. They did not understand why Shimin Zhu suddenly could not control himself and attacked. Boom! The eternal void spirit blade slashed at the sky sword Dharma power. Ning Qi turned and walked out of the arena. Stop right there. The competition isn't over yet. Are you trying to escape? The cultivators guarding the teleportation array stepped forward to stop Ning Qi. Their eyes were filled with anger. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up into a faint mocking smile. Is that so? The competition is not over yet? Of course. What's going on? Just as those fellows were about to speak, they were shocked to find that not far away, Shiminju's heavenly sword Dharma power had suddenly broken into 2 pieces. Then it turned into specks of starlight and returned to the world. Shiminju stood where he was, looking dispirited. He looked at Ning Qi in disbelief, and deep fear remained in the depths of his eyes. Tian Tian's heavenly sword avatar shattered? Shiminju is at the perfected transcendence realm. but a mid-stage transcendence realm cultivator destroyed the sky. Sword Dharma power? What kind of technique did he use just now? Wait, the aura of the void shattering, yes. Did you guys notice that his move just now almost tore through the void? Those black lines tore through the void? Everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. The cultivators guarding the teleportation array were so scared that they shivered and looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. You are a half-step to the creation realm? Half a step to the creation realm. Patriarch Beixian is half a step to the creation realm. Li Kuan-Shin looked at Ning Qi with a dumbfounded expression. His heart was in turmoil. It can't be. Ning Beixian is half a step to the creation realm. The 4 cultivators from the Black Tortoise continent looked at each other in bewilderment. However, after the initial shock, they guessed that Ning Qi was definitely not half a step to the creation realm. Otherwise, Shiminju would have died long ago. Just one move was enough to almost tear through the void. It was enough to show how terrifying this move was. No wonder Shiminju's superior grade Dharma power couldn't block it. Only the Dharma power of the Earth class and above had the ability to resist a move that could tear through the void. Ning Qi walked straight out of the teleportation array. The cultivators who were originally blocking him quickly moved aside, and the remaining cultivators also made way for him. Seeing this, Li Kuan-Shin suppressed the shock in his heart and hurried to catch up. This person, who is he? Chapter 1377. Central Continent, Elder Shimin, the few cultivators guarding the teleportation formation, walked in front of Shiminju with fear in their eyes. Shiminju coldly glanced at them. Right now, he didn't have time to deal with these guys. He had to quickly go into seclusion and see if he could condense his Dharma again. When the cultivators saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief. After Shiminju left, they hurriedly rushed towards the teleportation array. There were still cultivators guarding the other side. He had to quickly remind them not to provoke that malefic star that even Shiminju could not resist. With such a cultivation level, even if he wasn't a cultivator from the central continent, his status wasn't something that a group of early-stage Dharma phase realm small fries like them could afford to offend. Senior Sister Hua, should we still? Let's give it a try. Senior Sister Hua gritted her teeth and chased after Ning Qi. What's up? Ning Qi calmly looked at the female cultivator in front of him. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, please forgive me if I have offended you. Hua Lang bowed. Oh, Ning Qi nodded and was about to continue walking when he saw Hua Lang move sideways and stop him again. He could not help but frown slightly. When the 3 people behind saw this, they were immediately on tenterhooks. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, you're going to the central mainland to participate in the Void Zone selection competition, right? Hua Lang smiled at Ning Qi. The Void Realm selection competition? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly and he said indifferently, Yes, what do you want? A trace of disappointment flashed in Hua Lang's eyes. If Ning Qi didn't know about this, she could use her information to find a backer for the 5 of them. Here's the thing, Ancestral Patriarch Beixian. The competition will select 200 cultivators who are half a step away from the creation state. But there aren't many cultivators from other continents because most of them aren't even qualified to enter the central continent. As cultivators from the 4 sacred continents, we should work together. All right, I'm not interested. Ning Qi interrupted Hua Lang and walked towards the teleportation array. Hua Lang stood there in a daze. Just when her 3 companions thought that Hua Lang was going to give up, she continued to chase after Ning Qi. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, if we can enter the Void Zone, it means that the 4 Saints continent has a chance to rise again. For the past hundreds of thousands of years, the 4 Saints continent didn't even have a cultivator half a step away from the Creator Realm, because the Void Zone was controlled by the sects of the central mainland. Ning Qi paused slightly and looked at Hua Lang seriously. He said, You keep talking about the Four Saints continent. What kind of cultivators are they? Hua Lang quickly said, We are from the Black Tortoise continent. Oh, Black Tortoise continent? Then I am a cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent. What does that have to do with you? Besides, I'm going to participate in the preliminaries, and I can easily get a spot. Why should I help you? How can you help me? Ning Qi patted Hua Lang's shoulder. Instead of placing your hopes on me, why don't you give it your all? You are also in the late Dharma plane, so you might have a chance. With that, Ning Qi brushed past Hua Lang and paused for a moment. If you follow me again, you might die in my hands first. Hua Lang's body stiffened. After Ning Qi brought Li Kuan-shin into the teleportation array, her 3 companions ran over. Senior Sister Hua, forget it. This guy is nothing. I heard that he has a grudge with Senior Lai Kong, the son of Supremacy Lai Yang. If he goes to the central mainland, he might not even be able to participate in the preliminaries before being killed by Senior Lai Kong. That's right. What kind of person is Senior Lai Kong? He's a half-step creation realm expert, a true genius of the central mainland. Among the judges of this selection competition, Lai Yang Venerable is among them. If we really go with this guy, we might be implicated. The 3 of them comforted one after another. Hua Lang was silent for a moment and nodded. You guys are right. When Wu Jie arrives, we will go to the central mainland ourselves. We might have a chance. On the teleportation array, Li Kuan-shin looked at Ning Qi fawningly, but he was worried that Ning Qi would kick him off the teleportation array. He only breathed a sigh of relief when the teleportation array slowly opened. Not only did I not die in the hands of this killer, but I also benefited from him and went to the central mainland with him. As expected, fortune and misfortune come together, Li Kuan-shin thought happily in his heart. The next moment, a dazzling white light appeared in front of everyone. This white light could not be blocked even if one closed their eyes. It lasted for a full 10 minutes before disappearing. Li Kuan-shin staggered a little. When he slowly opened his eyes, a wave of spirit qi that was 10 times stronger than before surged into his body. Feeling the rich spirit qi between heaven and earth, all the cells in Li Kuan-shin's body were cheering. Central mainland. I'm in the central mainland. Ha ha ha. He could not help but laugh at the sky. Country bumpkin, get down here. Don't block the teleportation array. A sudden shout came from below and woke Li Kuan-shin up. He quickly looked at Ning Qi and realized that Ning Qi had already left the teleportation array and was looking at him with a half-smile. It was the cultivators guarding the array that had scolded Li Kuan-shin. They often saw people like Li Kuan-shin who thought that they could reach the top in the central mainland. Li Kuan-shin walked down the teleportation array and jogged to Ning Qi. He smiled and said, Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, where are we going next? We'll go our separate ways. You can go wherever you want. Ning Qi smiled. Huh. Li Kuan-shin's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, please let me follow you. My cultivation may be low, but I'm sure I can do the chores well. For example, I've never been to the central mainland before, but I've put in a lot of effort. I can lead the way. Oh, Ning Qi was a little surprised. He looked Li Kuan-shin up and down, then looked at the surrounding scenery and said, Then tell me, where are we now? Li Kuan-shin felt that his chance had come. He quickly whispered, Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, you may not know this, but the central mainland is much bigger than the 4 sacred continents and the other continents combined. For example, the arcane true celestial realm is like a grain of sand in the ocean. Even a Dharma characteristic cultivator can't travel around the central mainland without using a teleportation array. So big? Chapter 1378. Chapter 1378, seeing Ning Qi's surprise, Li Kuan-shin said in a low voice, Patriarch Bei Xian, take the hidden immortal platform for example. There are thousands of places that are similar to it. I'm afraid Not even the cultivators of the central mainland know how many there are. After pausing for a while, Li Kuan-shin scanned his surroundings and transmitted his voice again. The place we are standing on is called Dan City. It is a remote place under the jurisdiction of the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty, one of the 300 celestial dynasties. It is separated by 10,000 sacred mountains and 10,000 deity seas from the center of the central mainland to the developing immortal realm. If we do not rely on the teleportation portal, we will need to spend thousands of years to reach the developing immortal realm. 300 celestial dynasties? Ning Qi was slightly startled. He had been in the Azure Dragon continent for so long but had never heard of such a thing. Xian Zhen hadn't said anything. Fei Yuding hadn't said anything. Jian Shilai hadn't said anything. Even Wang Lan and Xikong, as well as Li Xiao, who was preparing to avenge them, had never said anything. Patriarch Bei Xian, you should know that there are 300 celestial dynasties in the central mainland. The land of the Four Saints is backed by the Deer Celestial Dynasty. Li Kuan-shin had been paying attention to Ning Qi's expression. He said in disbelief when he saw Ning Qi's expression change. But no one has told me about it. Ning Qi nodded. He realized that Li Kuan-shin seemed to know a lot. He glanced at him and pointed to a tea house in the distance. Tell me more about it. Ning Qi said lightly, Yes, Patriarch Bei Xian. Li Kuan-shin heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with joy. At least he could prove that he was useful. He would have a chance to stay by Ning Qi's side. Din Tea House. Cultivators went in and out. Ning Qi saw many Qi refinement realm, Dodan realm, and eternal life realm cultivators. They mixed in with the transcendence realm cultivators and didn't seem to be inferior. A few of them even sat together with the transcendence realm cultivators and laughed wittily and wittily. However, most of them were still separated. What tea would you like, sir? The waiter saw Ning Qi and Li Kuan-shin looking around, and a trace of disdain flashed in the depths of his eyes. Which remote place did these country bumpkin cultivators come from? Whatever. Ning Qi took out a few azure dragon crystals and threw them on the table. Seeing this, the corner of the waiter's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. So it's an esteemed guest from the Azure Dragon continent. However, this shop doesn't accept Azure Dragon crystals. Please pay with Deer Gate celestial coins. A few chuckles came from nearby. After someone glanced at Ning Qi and Li Yundong, they turned around and chatted with their friends at the table. However, from time to time, words like country bumpkins and making a fool of themselves could be heard. Li Kuan-shin felt something was wrong. He had actually forgotten to tell Ning Qi the most crucial point. Just as Li Kuan-shin was about to take out the Lumen Immortal coins that he had exchanged with great difficulty, Ning Qi took out a bottle of Tier 2 cultivation enhancing pills. Can I pay for the second stage Dharma enhancing pill? Ning Qi calmly looked at the waiter. Level 2 spell increasing pill? The waiter glanced at Ning Qi suspiciously and opened the pill on the spot to verify. After discovering that it was indeed a Tier 2 spell increasing pill, he nodded and left while muttering in his heart. The nearby cultivators saw that there was no good show to watch and turned their gazes away in disappointment. Not long after, the waiter brought a pot of tea and poured a cup for Ning Qi and Li Kuan-shin. Then he stood on the spot and stared at Ning Qi blankly. What's the matter? Ning Qi gave him a sidelong glance. Sir, the reward has not been given. The waiter said in a stiff tone. There's no reward. You can leave. Ning Qi impatiently waved his hand. The waiter was stunned. He turned around and left while cursing softly. Country bumpkin! Ning Qi indifferently looked at him for a while before looking at Li Kuan-shin and smiled. Let's continue the topic just now. Tell me, what's going on with these 300 celestial dynasties? Li Kuan-shin took a sip of tea and felt refreshed. This ordinary cup of tea had the effect of a spirit pill and was filled with spirit qi. After drinking the tea, Li Kuan-Shin finally felt that he had truly arrived at the central mainland. After hearing Ning Qi's question, he quickly answered, "Ancestral Patriarch Bei-Xian, these 300 celestial dynasties have existed for tens of thousands of years. For example, the dear celestial dynasty that we are currently in has existed since the fourth ancient era. The fourth ancient era. One ancient era was 13 eras, and one era was 84,029,000 years." According to Li Kuan-Shin, the dear celestial dynasty had existed for at least 1 billion years. Every celestial dynasty has a true immortal. This true immortal is the title given to the strongest existence among the creators. It is said that the true immortal of the Deer Gate celestial dynasty is a 3-tribulation creator. 3-tribulation creator? Ning Qi narrowed his eyes and sent a voice transmission to Li Kuan-Shin. How many tribulation creator is Lord Scorching Sun? Li Kuan-Shin was startled, and he answered instinctively, Lord Scorching Sun is a 1 tribulation creator. How many tribulation creator is the ancestral patriarch of the 9 Heaven Sword sect? He should also be a 1 tribulation creator. Li Kuan-Shin's answer was a little uncertain. He quickly explained, Ancestral Patriarch Bei-Xian, I got this information from the cultivators of the central mainland. I can't guarantee whether it is true or not. That's right. Back then, when a disciple of the Wang family killed a disciple of the 9 Netherworld demon sect, Xian Zhen had brought an entire branch of disciples over to apologize. However, he did not do that in the matter of Lai Kong, and even didn't forget to capture Wang Shaoqing, the traitor who leaked the information. The strength of the Blazing Sun Sovereign is indeed far from the 9 Netherworld Demon Sovereign. This was good news for Ning Qi. How much do you know about the Deer Celestial Dynasty? Is the 9 Heaven Sword sect here? Ning Qi asked. Li Kuan-Shin's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness. When he was at the hidden immortal plateau, he had gathered information from the cultivators of the Deer Celestial Dynasty, so he knew a lot about the Deer Celestial Dynasty. Ancestral Patriarch Bei-Xian, there are countless sects in the Deer Celestial Dynasty, but the real first-rate sects can be counted with one hand. The 5 sects are the Piao Miao sect, Dan Xia sect, Xianin Tower, Phoenix Dance Garden, and Beast Heart Pavilion. Each sect has a 2nd tribulation creator. As for the 9 Heaven Sword sect, it can only be considered as a 2nd-rate sect. There are hundreds of such sects in the Deer Celestial Dynasty, and I don't know how to count the 3rd-rate sections. The 9 Heaven Sword sect is only a 2nd-rate sect? What about Lord Scorching Sun? Ning Qi said lightly. Lord Scorching Sun is an elder of the Piao Miao sect. Li Kuan-Shin said, So, there are hundreds of creators in the Deer Celestial Dynasty. Ning Qi frowned. Yes, there are only a few hundred creators in the Deer Celestial Dynasty. They are really nothing compared to the major celestial dynasties. Chapter 1379. The most powerful force to provoke. If this place is really as vast as Li Kuan-Shin said, a few hundred creators in a celestial dynasty is indeed not a lot. After pondering for a moment, Ning Qi took a sip of tea and asked Li Kuan-Shin, How much do you know about the selection competition in the Void Realm that the female cultivator mentioned? Li Kuan-Shin was also a little confused about this. He said in a low voice, I have heard about the Void Realm. Only those who are half a step into the creation realm are qualified to enter and search for their own opportunities. Many perfected immortals have broken through to become first tribulation creator in the Void Realm, but I have never heard about the selection competition. 200 cultivators who are half a step into the creation realm. 200. Li Kuan-Shin mumbled to himself. His body suddenly shook, and he looked at Ning Qi excitedly. Patriarch North Mystic, if I'm not wrong, the selection competition that the female cultivator mentioned is a chance for us cultivators in the later stage of the Dharma plane to enter the Void Realm. As if afraid that Ning Qi did not understand, Li Kuan-Shin continued, I heard from the cultivators here that in order to enter the Void Realm, not only must one be half a step into the creation realm, but one must also be recommended by the perfected immortals of the various celestial dynasties. Only then can one be qualified to enter the void realm from the evolution immortal realm. Now, the condition has changed from half a step into the creation realm to the later stage of the Dharma plane, and 200 of them will be selected at once. This is a great opportunity, Patriarch North Mystic. Li Kuan-Shin stared at Ning Qi with burning eyes. Great opportunity! Ning Qi's lips curled into a mocking smile. There was no love without a reason in this world. If the condition had suddenly changed from half a step into the creation realm to the later stage of the Dharma plane, something must have happened in the void realm or the person behind this change. Something must have happened to change the rules. Patriarch North Mystic, your cultivation is so high that even those at the peak of the Dharma plane are no match for you. With your talent, you may have a chance to be selected to enter the void realm. If you can find your own opportunities, it is only a matter of time before you break through to the creator realm. Seeing that Ning Qi's reaction was different from what he had expected, Li Kuan-Shin quickly struck while the iron was hot. He also wanted to participate in the selection competition, but he knew that if he was alone, he would not even be able to walk out of the dear celestial dynasty, let alone participate in the competition, because the large teleportation formation was controlled by the dear celestial dynasty. If he relied on himself, he would not be able to reach the evolution immortal realm without a few thousand years. We can talk about this later. Did not know that sage celestial mysterious. Li Kuan-Shin's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment, but his reaction was extremely fast. He knew that Ning Qi might very well become his backer in the Deer Gate immortal dynasty. Hence, he mustn't neglect Ning Qi. He shook his head in confusion and said, "The great Saint Xianjin is very elusive. I didn't know he was here." Ning Qi nodded. He would not be able to find out from Li Kuan-Shin where mysterious had taken Wang Lin and the others to seek medical treatment. Then let me ask you again. Do you know that Jian Shilai is being hunted by the Puto sect? Ning Qi asked casually. I have heard of it. Li Kuan-Shin nodded, then looked left and right. Seeing that no one was paying attention to the two of them, he secretly transmitted his voice. I heard that the Putois sect's young master likes men. Jian Shilai is a man, but he is so beautiful. It is very likely that he provoked the Putois sect. Coldness flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Just then, a young man in a black robe walked in. Under the guidance of the waiter, he came before Ning Qi and Li. Is it them? The young man glanced at Ning Qi and Li Kuan-Shin and said to the waiter. The waiter nodded. Captain Chen, it is them. I have already asked around. These two have just come from the hidden immortal platform, but they have rank 2 Dharma increasing elixirs. Someone must be smuggling them. I see. The young man nodded and looked at Ning Qi and Li indifferently. Both of you. I am Chen Yuanhao, the captain of the Da and City Alchemist Alliance's anti-smuggling team. Please hand over your Qian Kuan rings and other belongings for me to search. If you are involved in the smuggling of elixirs, you will naturally be punished by the Alchemist Alliance. If you are not involved in the smuggling, please cooperate with me to catch the person who is involved in the smuggling of elixirs. The cultivators nearby all turned to look at Ning Qi with a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. The Alchemist Union was extremely strict on the smuggling of medicinal pills, whether it was the Dan City or the hidden immortal stage. There were specialized personnel lurking around. If anyone was found smuggling medicinal pills that were listed as prohibited by the Alchemist Union, the consequences would be extremely miserable. These two newcomers had just taken out the rank 2 Dharma increasing elixirs that only the Alchemist Alliance of the Central Mainland could refine. This was completely looking for trouble. Who would find out if they were to consume elixirs in secret? Alchemist Alliance? Anti-smuggling team? Ning Qi had heard of this name from old ghost Xianyu. He did not expect that he would be involved with the Alchemist Alliance as soon as he arrived in the Central Mainland. Ning Qi glanced at the waiter and finally looked at Qin Yuanhao. He smiled faintly and said, "My Qian Kuan ring contains my personal belongings. You are not qualified to check it. I can only tell you that the rank 2 Dharma increasing elixirs were not smuggled." As Ning Qi spoke, Li Kuan-shin had already taken out all his Qian Kuan rings and placed them on the table. There were a total of 3 rings. He looked at Chen Yuanhao fawningly and secretly winked at Ning Qi. "Patriarch Bei Xian, there are 33 perfected immortals in the central mainland. They are all elders of the Alchemist Alliance. Do not offend them, or you will be killed." How dare he? This guy is so arrogant in front of the anti-smuggling team of the Alchemist Alliance. It will not be a pity if he dies. Didn't he find out about the most powerful force in the central mainland before he came? The cultivators nearby shook their heads gloatingly. Qin Yuanhao looked at Ning Qi coldly and frowned slightly. "I heard that you are from the Green Dragon mainland. I don't care how high your status is in the Green Dragon mainland. Now that you are in Da City, you have to behave. Someone reported you for smuggling elixirs. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't hand over your Qian Kuan rings, you will be convicted. What if this person made a false report? Does that mean that he is guilty?" Ning Qi smiled faintly and pointed at the waiter. The waiter's lips curled into a cold smile. "I have the proof that you have the rank 2 Dharma increasing elixir. No matter how you argue, you will not be able to change the fact. Leader Qin, if I am lying, you can do whatever you want to me. Did you hear that?" Qin Yuanhao looked at Ning Qi coldly. "Oh, one more question. Is it considered as smuggling if I make the rank 2 Dharma increasing elixir in the Green Dragon mainland?" Chapter 1380. Rank 3 Dharma enhancement pill. What? He made a rank 2 Dharma enhancement pill himself? Everyone was shocked. Disbelief flashed in the waiter's eyes and fear rose in his heart. Chen Yuanhao was slightly stunned and looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. "Are you saying that you refined the level 2 Dharma enhancing pill yourself?" Ning Qi nodded with a smile. After Li Kuan-shin recovered from his shock, he quietly put away the universe ring on the table. "Patriarch Bei Xian has such alchemy skills? He's a monster. Your alchemy skills came from the 9 major elixir veins." Qin Yuanhao found it hard to believe. But if he really knew how to make the rank 2 Dharma enhancement pill, there was only one explanation. His alchemy skills came from the 9 major elixir veins. Even so, those alchemy skills that were scattered across the continents were incomplete due to the passage of time. Not many of them knew how to make the rank 2 Dharma enhancement pill. "My alchemy skills came from my ancestors. As for which elixir vein I came from, I don't know." Ning Qi smiled. "Captain Chen, this guy must be lying. How could anyone in the Green Dragon mainland know how to make the rank 2 Dharma enhancement pill?" The waiter interrupted. "How can you prove that you know how to make the rank 2 Dharma enhancement pill?" Qin Yuanhao frowned. "After I prove it, I want this guy's life." Ning Qi pointed at the waiter and smiled at Qin Yuanhao. The waiter felt a chill down his spine. His eyes were filled with fear, and his teeth started to chatter. Could this guy really know how to make the rank 2 Dharma enhancement pill? No, that's impossible. He must be bluffing. Even if you know how to make the rank 2 Dharma enhancement pill, he is just doing his part as a citizen of Dun City. You can punish him a little, but you don't have to kill him. Qin Yuanhao frowned. He really? Isn't it because he saw us coming from the Green Dragon mainland to bully foreign cultivators? That's why he reported us to you? Ning Qi said calmly. The waiter's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly said to Qin Yuanhao, "Captain Qin, I am a native of Din City and I only work for the public, and I have no selfish intentions." "Yes." Qin Yuanhao nodded his head. Then he looked at Ning Chi impatiently and said, "If you cannot prove that you refine the rank 2 cultivation increasing pill and do not take out your Qian Kun ring, then I will suppress you. Why don't you try?" Ning Chi smiled. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Chun Yuanhao narrowed his eyes slightly. His cultivation was similar to Ning Chi Xiang's, only at the mid-stage Dharma plane. What he feared was Li Kuan-shin. When the two sides were in a stalemate, 3 figures suddenly walked in. When one of them saw Qin Yuanhao, he laughed and said, "Yuanhao, what are you doing here? Are they your friends?" "White City Pill Sect, Mayu Pill Sect, Ling Fei Pill Sect." When Chen Yuanhao saw these 3 people, he hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. In Dan City's Alchemist Alliance, there was a total of 1 Pill Emperor and 10 Pill Ancestors. These 11 people were the core of Dan City's Alchemist Alliance. As for their inspection team, they were merely the blade of the Alchemist Alliance. When the surrounding cultivators saw these 3 people, their eyes changed slightly. The gloating expression on their faces disappeared and was replaced with fear and seriousness. 3 Pill Ancestors. Someone reported that these 2 people were smuggling rank 2 cultivation increasing pill. However, this person said that he refined the pill himself. Qin Yuanhao told them about the incident. The 3 of them exchanged glances. There was someone in Azure Dragon mainland who could refine rank 2 cultivation increasing pill? "Sir, since you know how to refine rank 2 cultivation increasing pill, then refine one in front of everyone to prove that you are not smuggling the pill. Then this matter will be settled." Bai Cheng looked at Ning Chi and said indifferently, "I have already told this person that I can prove that I know how to refine rank 2 cultivation increasing pill. However, I want this person's life. Do you think that a pill master can be insulted at will?" Ning Chi said indifferently. When the waiter heard Ning Chi's words, he was extremely regretful. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have made such an unnecessary move. He didn't expect to get himself into trouble. Chun Yuanhao would speak up for him, but Bai Cheng and the other 2 pill masters would definitely stand on the pill master side. If this person could really refine rank 2 cultivation increasing pill, his life would most likely end here today. Indeed, a pill master can't be insulted. Bai Cheng and the other 2 exchanged glances and nodded their heads in agreement. Chun Yuanhao's expression changed slightly as he glanced at the waiter pitifully. He was now 70 to 80% sure that Ning Chi wasn't lying. The waiter's body trembled as his teeth chattered uncontrollably. "In that case, as long as you can refine rank 2 cultivation increasing pill, I'll leave this person to you." Ling Fei said with a faint smile. "Straightforward." Ning Chi burst out laughing. In the next moment, a pile of spiritual herbs appeared on Ning Chi's palm. In the blink of an eye, they were melted into pill juice. "It's over!" The waiter stared at Ning Chi with his mouth agape. From this, he could tell that Ning Chi could indeed refine pills. The cultivators nearby stared at Ning Chi with curiosity in their eyes. Did a country bumpkin from the Qinglong mainland really know how to refine rank 2 cultivation increasing pill? Bai Cheng and the others were shocked at first, but their attention was soon attracted by Ning Chi's technique. Their expressions turned more solemn, and they even wore astonished expressions in the end. In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, the pill juice was showing signs of forming into a pill. Ning Chi let out a smile as he inserted a stream of immortal qi into the pill juice. In the next instant, the pill juice solidified, and a round pill appeared in Ning Chi's hand. "No smell. Is this a rank 2 cultivation increasing pill? Haha, this guy is really a liar." The cultivators nearby wore disdainful looks. "Phew!" The waiter let out a long sigh and said to Bai Cheng and the others, "Honorable alchemy ancestors, I was right. This guy is indeed smuggling rank 2 cultivation increasing pills." Bai Cheng and the others ignored him as they stared at Ning Chi's palm. Ning Chi's other hand swept over the elixir gently. The next moment, an extremely strong fragrance exploded from Ning Chi's hand and filled the entire tea house. Even the cultivators passing by outside couldn't help but stop and look around for the source of the fragrance. The waiter turned his stiff neck like a wooden chicken and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. This smell. It's even stronger than a rank 2 cultivation increasing pill. The tea house was in an uproar. Sir, this cultivation increasing pill of yours, could it be a rank 3 cultivation increasing pill? Bai Cheng sucked in a breath of cold air. Ma Yu and Ling Fei exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with astonishment. What did they just see? A pill alchemist who could refine a rank 3 cultivation increasing pill had appeared in Din City? Most importantly, this pill alchemist was from a remote place like the Qinglong mainland? That's right, this pill is indeed rank 3. Chapter 1381. Chapter 1381. Chapter 1381. Alchemists Union. Hearing Ning Chi personally admit that this magic increasing pill had already reached tier 3 quality, everyone's faces instantly changed greatly, especially Bai Cheng and the other two. And City was just a small city in the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty. If it wasn't for the fact that the hidden immortal platform was the most suitable location for the teleportation array, the population of Dan City would have decreased by 90%. This kind of small city, don't talk about them. Even if it was the Alchemist Alliance's supervisor here, that old alchemy sovereign, he would also not be able to refine a 3rd-tier Dharma increasing pill. Chen Yuanhao's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. If Ning Chi could only refine a tier 2 Dharma increasing pill, even if he had attacked just now, it would not have been a big deal. After all, Ning Chi was born in the Azure Dragon Continent. The Alchemist Alliance would not let him, the captain of the Inspection Team 3, suffer a loss in the hands of an outsider. But Ning Chi knew how to refine the 3rd stage nature increasing pill. This was completely different. If he were to make a move earlier, he would probably form an irreconcilable enmity with Ning Chi, and even the alchemy sovereign wouldn't be able to help him. The waiter trembled as he looked at the level 3 Dharma enhancement pill in Ning Chi's hand. His mind was already filled with countless possibilities of what would happen to him. You're handing this person over to me? Ning Chi tossed the Dharma strengthening pill to Bai Cheng and looked at the waiter. Bai Cheng took the elixir and examined it carefully. He nodded at Mayu and Ling Fei, then said to Ning Chi, "It is indeed a 3rd stage Dharma enhancing elixir. We are true to our words. We will leave this man to you." Ning Chi smiled, but before he could make a move, the waiter had already knelt in front of Ning Chi with a thud and begged for mercy, while weeping bitterly. Senior, this lowly one had eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me, Senior, for the sake of this lowly one's absolute selflessness. Please let this lowly one go. The shopkeeper of the tea house stood in the distance and watched coldly. To be able to open a tea house here, how could he not know what to do? From the very beginning, he didn't choose to get involved in this mess. If Ning Chi was really smuggling pills, the Alchemist Alliance would naturally deal with it. If he wasn't, then this waiter would have to pay the price for his arrogance. I can save this month's salary. The shopkeeper's lips curled into a faint smile as he murmured to himself. If you're really doing this for the public, I don't intend to make things difficult for you. Ning Chi smiled. The waiter's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Just as he was about to continue quibbling, he saw Ning Chi's palm slamming towards his head. It was extremely fast. Puff! Xiao Er's vision went black and he couldn't see anything. However, he could hear his last words in this world. Unfortunately, you have selfish motives, so you deserve to die. Little fool, whose head was smashed into his chest, slowly fell to the side, no longer breathing. When Chen Yuanhao saw this, he secretly sighed in his heart. However, his expression was very indifferent. Ning Chi had already displayed his alchemy ability. There was no reason for him to offend Ning Chi for a mere Do Dan realm waiter. How should I address you? My name is Bai Chung, and these two are my good friends, Moyu and Ling Fei. They are both pill ancestors of the Alchemist Alliance here. Bai Chung didn't even look at the waiter's corpse. He cupped his hands and smiled at Ning Qi. Greetings, my name is Ning Beixian. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Bai Chung held the rank 3 Dharma increasing pill and smiled. Brother Beixian, it's your first time here. Why don't you follow us to the Alchemist Alliance as a guest? After a pause, Bai Chung smiled again. The tea there is much better than here. Only alchemists can drink it. Li Qianxin's eyes lit up. It was obvious that the other party had the intention to recruit Ning Qi. If they could join the Alchemist Alliance, the two of them would have a backer in the entire central mainland. 9 great elixir veins and 33 perfected immortals. This was the power of the Alchemist Alliance. It was a terrifying force that even Dao Yan's Celestial Emperor had to show some respect to. Then, sorry to bother you. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Seeing that Ning Qi had agreed to go to the Alchemist Alliance, the 3 of them were delighted. Dan City, in a slightly dilapidated courtyard. Ning Qi's expression was a little strange. Although this was not the headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance, it was really strange for it to be so shabby. When Bai Chung saw this, he brought Ning Qi into the courtyard as he smiled and explained, Brother Beixian, don't underestimate this courtyard. Even the Dan City Lord wouldn't dare to enter without permission. Hence, we are too lazy to set up any restrictive spells. Brother Bai, how many people are there in the Alchemist Alliance? Ning Qi smiled as he asked casually. A pill sovereign, 10 pill ancestors, and some alchemy attendants. The total number of people shouldn't exceed 50. It's not so easy to enter the Alchemist Alliance. Even alchemy attendants have to have the qualifications to become a pill ancestor before they can join the Alchemist Alliance. In the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty, there are no more than 300 alchemy attendants. The number of alchemy attendants here can be considered the most. Other than them, there are also countless unaffiliated alchemy attendants. Bai Chung smiled. Li Qianxin curiously looked around. Mayu and Ling Fei both thought that he was Ning Qi's apprentice. Thinking of Ning Qi's methods, it was only normal for him to have an apprentice with a higher cultivation than him. Old ghost, there's an esteemed guest. Bai Chung and the others led Ning Qi and Li Qianxin to an alchemy room and called out to them. A short while later, an old man who looked like he was about to be buried slowly opened the door. A foul stench that made Li Qianxin feel uncomfortable instantly gushed out of the room. Bai Chung and the others covered their noses as they looked at the old man in dissatisfaction. Old ghost, are you researching the longevity pill again? I already told you, this is a supreme inheritance pill from the 9 great pill veins. If you managed to research it, we wouldn't be staying here anymore. We should be staying in the headquarters. Scram, this daddy can only live for another 30 years at most. If I don't research the longevity pill, do you want me to research the unfalling golden spear pill? The old man called Old Ghost glared at the 3 of them in dissatisfaction. His eyes were slightly turbid, and although his cultivation base was at the late phase of law phase, the aura he exuded was as though his lifespan was about to end. His gaze landed on Ning Qi as he grinned. Esteemed guest? Is he also a registered alchemist of our Alchemist Alliance? At that moment, Ling Fei's lips moved slightly. Old Ghost's body shook as he looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. You can refine a 3rd stage Dharma amplification pill? Yes. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Then what a rare guest. Please come in. Old Ghost said enthusiastically. The stench inside was still the same. Bai Chung rolled his eyes and said, Old Ghost, let's go to the guest hall and chat. Your alchemy room should be cleaned up by your subordinates. At least get rid of this stench. As soon as he finished speaking, an alchemy apprentice ran in. However, his face was filled with determination, as though he was courting death. In the guest hall, Bai Cheng and the others knew more about this place than Li Kuan-chin. After some idle chatting, Ning Qi finally had a better understanding of the alchemist alliance. Little brother Bai Xian, do you have the recipe for the longevity pill in your alchemy inheritance? Chapter 1382. Chapter 1382. Chapter 1382. Exchange when Bai Cheng and the other two heard Elder Gui's words. Their expressions changed slightly. Directly asking an alchemist if he had the pill formula for the longevity pill in front of him was indeed against the rules. However, when Old Ghost was young, he had offended a half-step to creation-level existence and was beaten up badly. If it wasn't for the Alchemist Alliance who pitted him and an alchemy saint who used a few sets of resurrection pills to save him, he would have been dead by now. It was also because of this that Transcendence realm cultivators could easily live for hundreds of thousands of years, but Elder Ghost was only 8,000 years old now. He hadn't even lived for 10,000 years, and his lifespan was almost exhausted. In order to survive, he had been experimenting with the longevity pill in this place for the past 100 years. He wanted to refine the longevity pill from the clues he occasionally obtained in the past to extend his lifespan. Now that he knew that Ning Qi could refine a third-stage Dharma-enhancing pill, Senior Ghost naturally placed his hopes on Ning Qi. After all, apart from the direct descendants of the 9 great elixir veins, ordinary alchemy venerables and alchemy saints could not refine a third-stage Dharma-enhancing pill. Otherwise, Bai Cheng and the other two in the tea-house would not have suddenly changed their expressions. Elder Ghost, how could I possibly have a pill formula like the longevity pill? Consuming one will increase one's lifespan by 10,000 years. It's truly a heaven-defying fortune. Ning Qi smiled. A trace of disappointment flashed through Senior Ghost's eyes. However, I see that Senior Ghost's lifespan is about to run out. I wonder if Senior Ghost is satisfied with the longevity pill recipe? The longevity pill could not be considered a law pill. Even a heaven-grade longevity pill could only increase one's lifespan by 100 years. However, the immortal herbs and elixirs required were extremely expensive. If one were to directly exchange them in the dragon-slaying mall, they would need a large sum of dragon-slaying crystals. However, to those who needed it, no matter how expensive it was, they would not care. What? Longevity pill? I've never heard of such a pill before. It's related to longevity. Could it be the same as the longevity pill? No. Impossible. In the central continent, only the longevity pill can increase one's lifespan. The ghost head was shocked at first, but then he thought about it and felt that something was wrong. He looked at Ning Qi with distrust. Is the longevity pill the only thing that can increase one's lifespan in the central continent? Ning Qi didn't really care about the look in Senior Ghost's eyes. Instead, he sensed a hint of a business opportunity from his words. This meant that cultivators like Senior Ghost needed his longevity pills. If he directly gave the pill formula to the Alchemist Alliance, would he be able to invite a true immortal to capture Lai Kong in front of him and give him a beating? Old Ghost has miscalculated. Bai Cheng and the other two looked at each other. Spectral Elder finally reacted. He carefully looked at Ning Qi. Little brother, you just said that you have the recipe for the longevity pill. I wonder. Old Ghost, you misheard. I have the longevity pill, but I don't have the pill formula for it. Ning Qi interrupted with a smile. Elder Ghost's expression changed slightly, and he regretted it in his heart. If the young man wasn't lying, then it was very likely that he possessed a pill recipe similar to the longevity pill. If he hadn't blurted out that the longevity pill was the only pill that could increase one's lifespan in the central mainland, why would the young man suddenly change his words? However, he didn't care about that at the moment. What he cared about was the effects of the longevity pill that the young man mentioned. As everyone knew, even if it was the longevity pill, a person could only consume 10 of them. After that, there would be no effect. If the young man's pill could only increase one's lifespan by 5 or 10 years, then it wouldn't be of much use to Senior Ghost. Oh, my ears aren't working well. Little brother, how are the effects of the longevity pill in your hands? Spectral Elder asked carefully, afraid that Ning Chi would say that it could only increase one's lifespan by 5 or 10 years. One pill can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. Ning Chi smiled faintly. However, a person can only consume 10 pills at most, which is a set of longevity pills. After consuming it, it can increase one's lifespan by about 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Spectral Elder was so excited that he was trembling. This pill might be worthless to Bai Cheng and the others, but to him, it was worth 1,000 gold. With 1,000 years of lifespan, he was confident that even if he couldn't deduce the longevity pill, he would at least have enough time to find other ways to extend his lifespan. The North mystic ancestral patriarch is so good at killing people, but his alchemy skills are not any weaker than his killing skills. A third-order life-enhancing pill, and a longevity pill that can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. Li Kuan-Chin, who had been playing the role of Ning Chi's follower, was left speechless. At the same time, he felt that following Ning Chi was the wisest decision he had ever made. Little brother, how many longevity pills do you have? I'm going to buy 10 of them. Spectral Elder asked expectantly. 10 is not a lot. I can afford it, but I'm not going to sell it to you. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Li Kuan-Chin's expression changed. Isn't the change of topic a little too fast? Bai Cheng and the others looked at Ning Chi in surprise. Spectral Elder was startled. Then a hint of a smile flickered in his eyes. Little brother, feel free to speak your mind. It's my first time here, but because of my identity as a cultivator from the Green Dragon mainland, even a waiter dares to mock me. Before Ning Chi could finish a sentence, Spectral Elder interrupted. That's simple. I'm the commander of the Alchemist Alliance, and I have the right to accept you as a member of the Alchemist Alliance. By then, even the elders of the second-tier sects will have to show you some respect, let alone a waiter. Spectral Elder, with my strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to join the Alchemist Alliance, right? Ning Chi looked at Spectral Elder and said with a half-smile, What exactly does he want? This time, even Bai Cheng and the other two were confused. 10 longevity pills in exchange for the position of the commander of the Alchemist Alliance. Ning Chi said calmly. Gasp! Li Kuan-Chin took a deep breath and stared at Ning Chi in shock. Bai Cheng and the others looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. This guy who just came from the Green Dragon mainland wants to be the commander of the Alchemist Alliance of Den City? Little brother, it's not impossible to give this position to you, but as a commander, you must at least have the strength of a venerable pill. I wonder if little brother's alchemy skills have reached this level? Old Ghost was quiet for a moment before he slowly opened his mouth and said, Ning Chi's alchemy skills had not reached the venerable pill realm, not even the great pill realm. He was still a pill emperor, but this was the system's judgment. In reality, it was not difficult for him to obtain the title of Venerable Pill. If I haven't reached this level, how could I ask Spectral Elder to give me the position? Ning Chi said with a smile, Is he really a Venerable Pill? He can refine a rank 3 magic increasing pill. Maybe it's possible. Bai Cheng and the others' expressions changed slightly. Chapter 1383. Victory is inevitable. Following the shout, a middle-aged man walked in with 2 young men in tow. His gaze immediately fell on Ning Chi. He examined Ning Chi with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Seeing this, anger flashed in Senior Ghost's eyes. He said to Ning Chi indifferently, Little brother, these 3 are also alchemy grandmasters of the Alchemists' Union. Senior Ghost, there is no need to introduce me. This young man is a swindler. He is not qualified to know my name. Senior Ghost, have you gone senile? Or is it because you only have 30 years left in your lifespan? You actually believe that there is a longevity pill in this world? Ridiculous. The middle-aged man sneered. The 2 young men beside him also looked at Ning Chi coldly. The aura of the intermediate stage of the Transcendence realm was fluctuating. Wang Ting, how dare you talk to senior ghosts like this? Bai Cheng and the other two young men were furious. They stood up from their chairs and looked at each other coldly. Wang Ting shouted, "Who do you think you are? When I was in the Alchemists' Union, you weren't even born yet. What right do you have to shout at me?" A trace of the aura of the Transcendence realm at the half-step Great Perfection realm exuded from Wang Ting's body. Bai Cheng and the other two young men looked fearful. "All right, what are you arguing about?" Senior Ghost frowned slightly and looked at Wang Ting indifferently. "I heard that the three of you are refining a batch of elixirs for the Great Elder of the Nine Heaven Sword sect. What are you doing here instead of refining elixirs?" "Senior Ghost, if I didn't come, your position as the commander would have been stolen by this young man. I, Wang Ting, have been in Da and City for thousands of years. Apart from you, who else can be compared to me? Even if you die in the future, I, Wang Ting, will be the one to take the position." Wang Ting looked at the ghost head coldly. There was no respect in his tone. His cultivation was higher than the ghost head's, but his alchemy skills were slightly weaker. The ghost head was a venerable Dan while he was a Grandmaster Dan. Normally, he would not be this angry. After a few decades, when the ghost head's life was over, he would naturally become the leader of this place. But when he found out that Senior Ghost wanted to use his position to trade for some longevity pill, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. "Wang Ting, you are really rebellious. The Ghost Elder is still alive and well. Are you planning to hope that he will die?" Bai Cheng sneered. Ma Yu and Ling Fei's eyes were filled with anger as they glared at Wang Ting. "How many years can I live? However, I, Wang Ting, can afford to wait 30 to 50 years. Wang Ting glanced at Old Ghost mockingly, and his eyes finally fell on Ning Qi. "Brat, I heard that you came from the Azure Dragon continent? Able to refine a third stage, spell-increasing pill? Do you think you can take away the position that belongs to me, just like that? You're too naive. I'll give you a chance. Get out of here, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. You're not a licensed alchemist now. If I kill you today, no one will stand up for you. Wang Ting, do you really think I'm dead? If I wasn't injured by someone when I was young, I would have broken through to the half-step to creation realm. What qualifications do you have to act rashly in front of me?" The Ghost Elder stood up fiercely. His hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Just a moment ago, he was like an old chicken that was about to die. Now he was like a tiger that was ready to hunt. He glared at Wang Ting. A trace of fear flashed through Wang Ting's eyes. He forced a smile and said, "Old Ghost, there's no need to be so angry. I'm just afraid that you've been deceived. Moreover, the position of the Alchemist Union's supervisor in Da and City must be approved by the higher-ups. Do you think that if the higher-ups knew that you're planning to use this position to exchange for some longevity pill, they would directly ask you to step down and let me take over? If this little brother can really refine longevity pill, then do you think that the higher-ups will let you take the position of supervisor or him? Wang Ting, don't think that just because your master is a disciple of the Blue Sea Pill Saint, you can be so arrogant in front of me. Although I can't live for too long, I can still drive you away from Da and City with just a word. Go to some remote place. What? Do you want to think about it? In some places, as long as you're a Dan ancestor, you can be the supervisor," the Ghost Elder said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Wang Ting's expression changed as he stared coldly at the Ghost Elder. The Ghost Elder sneered and no longer paid attention to Wang Ting. He looked at Ning Qi and said, "Little brother, if you want this old man's position, no problem. The strongest alchemist union of the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty is in the Xian Du. When the time comes, this old man will personally bring you there. As long as you can pass the test of the revered Pilenya, this position will belong to you. Then I'll have to trouble the Ghost Elder." Ning Qi smiled and clasped his hands together. He glanced at Wang Ting indifferently. Such an existence, he could easily destroy it. I don't believe that a lowly alchemist from the Azure Dragon continent can be stronger than me, Wang Ting. Ghost Elder, if you want to bring him to the Xiandu, then I will also go. Let's wait and see. If you let me take the position of supervisor, I will start with Bai Cheng and the other two. Don't you love them the most? Ha ha ha. Wang Ting coldly glanced at Ning Qi, then laughed arrogantly at the Ghost Elder and walked out. The two young Dan ancestor beside him glanced at the crowd and left with Wang Ting. After Wang Ting left, the Ghost Elder's expression instantly became dispirited. He returned to his seat and smiled bitterly at Ning Qi. Little brother, I've let you see a joke. This Wang Ting's background is not simple. He has always looked down on this old man. If it wasn't for the fact that I can only live for 30 to 40 years, he would have jumped out long ago. But this time, we've offended this person. If you can't pass the test of the revered Pil Langya and successfully take over my position, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty anymore. Bai Cheng and the other two glanced at each other. The Ghost Elder was right. If someone like Wang Ting was in power, they really wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. Ghost Elder, do you think a longevity pill that can increase one's lifespan by 100 years can pass the test? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Of course it can, but Wang Ting isn't easy to deal with. If little brother still has any trump cards, just use them. If you don't kill a snake, you will definitely be bitten. Let's suppress Wang Ting and throw him into a remote and desolate place. The Ghost Elder smiled. He paused for a while and continued, before going to the Xiandu, little brother, can you let this old man see the longevity pill? No problem. Ning Qi smiled faintly. If he could become the supervisor of the Alchemist Union in Din City, his identity would be very different. If he met Lai Kong, the latter would not dare to attack him like before. Chapter 1384. 1,000 Years Extension. Brother Wang, do you think the longevity pill is real or fake? The two young alchemists looked at each other after following Wang Ting back to their courtyard. One of them hesitated for a moment before speaking. Bullsh *T longevity pill. I think that old fart is muddle-headed. He doesn't want to die, so he grabbed onto a straw and thought it was a boat that could bring him to shore. Although the two of you aren't as experienced as me, you've spent at least 1,000 years to reach the early stage of Lo Fei's realm, right? Have you heard of a longevity pill other than the longevity pill? Wang Ting's eyes were filled with anger. The world is big and there are all sorts of strange things. You can't be so sure about everything, right? The two said after a moment of silence. So what if he knows how to concoct longevity pills? The old fart wants to pass the position to him? He's dreaming. A cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent without any experience wants to take the position of a governor? He's courting death. Pack up, we'll go to the capital today to find Alchemy Venerable Langya. Wang Ting sneered. I've almost finished studying the recipe I got 10 years ago. It's a rank 7 inheritance pill called Small Supreme Rejuvenation Pill that has been lost for many years. One pill can increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years. By then, Alchemy Venerable Langya will definitely choose me. As long as I can become the governor of Dan City, I will increase your quota and use the immortal herbs in the alliance to concoct the Small Supreme Rejuvenation Pill. The day I break through to the Great Perfection Realm is just around the corner, and you too will have a chance to break through to the intermediate stage of Lo Fei's realm. The two of them heard this, and their eyes lit up. The future that Wang Ting described seemed bright and didn't require much effort from them. Elder Ghost, Wang Ting, and the others have already left for the capital. Bai Cheng stood in front of Elder Ghost with an ugly expression. If he speaks ill of you in front of Alchemy Venerable Langya, I'm afraid that Alchemy Venerable Langya will be prejudiced. Mu frowned. Don't worry. No matter how useless I am still an Alchemy Venerable and the person in charge of this place. Lang, you will still give me some face and won't blame me for Wang Ting's nonsense. For the sake of my own life, I will recommend a talented alchemist to the Alliance. What's wrong with that? Gui Lao said with a smile. After pausing for a moment, he looked at Ling Fei and said, "That little brother said that he wanted to make some preparations. I asked you to follow him for the next few days. Do you know what he is doing? He's very fast. I lose him every time." Ling Fei said with some embarrassment. "Elder Ghost, do you think he's really lying? In fact, he doesn't even know how to refine longevity pills." Bai Cheng hesitated for a moment before speaking. "What can you lie to me about? Without seeing the longevity pill, this old man can't possibly recommend him for the position. However, if he really does become the governor in the future, all of you must remember to be on good terms with him. I always feel that this kid isn't simple." Senior Ghost smiled. Suddenly, everyone turned around in unison and saw that Ning Qi had appeared behind them. Bai Cheng and the others were shocked because they hadn't even noticed when Ning Qi had appeared. "I've made everyone wait for a long time." Ning Qi smiled. He had used up all of his dragon-slaying crystals. In order to buy the recipe for the longevity pill, he had purposely walked around Dawen City and specifically targeted those with sin value over 30. Fortunately, the longevity pill wasn't an expensive recipe in the system. A heaven-class longevity pill only cost 1,000 dragon-slaying crystals. "Little brother, are you ready?" Senior Ghost stood up excitedly as if he couldn't wait. "Yes." Ning Qi smiled faintly and glanced at everyone. The 9 Kings Supreme cauldron appeared out of nowhere. Li Kuan-Chin, who was behind Ning Qi, saw it and retreated to the side. "This cauldron has a very profound aura of the Danlaw. It seems that little brother is really an experienced alchemist." Senior Ghost and the other 3 looked at the 9 Kings Supreme cauldron in amazement. Apart from Senior Ghost and his cauldron that contained the Danlaw, only Wang Ting had a cauldron. However, the quality of their cauldrons was obviously not as high as the one in front of them. These few days, Ning Qi had collected some immortal herbs needed to concoct the heaven-class longevity pill. It was enough for him to open the cauldron 10 times. If he was lucky, he could concoct more than 10 pills in one cauldron. As soon as the spiritual herbs entered the cauldron, the immortal qi in Ning Qi's body surged and turned into a majestic Danlaw. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual herbs in the cauldron turned into liquid. Could this law be the Danlaw? The ghost head gasped. After the shock, Bai Cheng and the other 2 looked at Ning Qi with jealousy. In the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty, there was only one person who had the Danlaw, Venerable Lenya of the Celestial Capital. Because of this, he was valued by the true immortal of the Alchemist Union and was assigned to manage all the alchemists in the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty. Good, very good. With this, that little bastard Wang Ting will not be able to compete with him for the position of commander. If I die in a few decades, he will be in charge of this place. This place will flourish for a long time. Senior Ghost's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Just when everyone thought that the concoction of the longevity pill would take at least 1 or 2 months, only 3 days later, a dragon and a tiger soared up into the sky. Dragon and tiger elephant. Senior Ghost waved his hand and suppressed the strange phenomenon. Then he looked at Ning Qi with anticipation. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes and waved his arm. 13 round pills flew out from the 9 Kings Supreme Cauldron and floated in the air. These are the longevity pills. Senior Ghost could not help but walk to the front of the pills and carefully examine them. Ning Qi kept 3 pills and the remaining 10 pills. He smiled and said, "Senior Ghost, you can swallow one now and see its effect." Senior Ghost did not hesitate to grab one and threw it into his mouth. Bai Cheng and the other 2 looked at this scene nervously. In less than 3 breaths of time, they could clearly feel the changes in Senior Ghost's body. The qi of life seemed to be denser than before. 100 years. It really increased my lifespan by 100 years. Senior Ghost could not help but laugh out loud. His actions were not slow. He consumed the remaining 9 longevity pills one after another. This time, the changes could be seen with the naked eye. First, the age spots on his face gradually faded. Most of the wrinkles on his face disappeared. His skin shone brightly. Overall, he looked like an old man who was over 100 years old had turned into a 70-year-old man. Congratulations, Senior Ghost. Bai Chung and the other 2 clasped their hands and smiled happily. Senior Ghost slowly opened his eyes and looked at Ning Chi excitedly. Little brother, you have extended my lifespan by 1,000 years. I will never be able to repay this kindness. The position of commander is yours for sure. Chapter 1385. Information, little brother. You possess the law of alchemy, and you can refine the longevity pill, as well as the rank 3 cultivation increasing pill. You have a much higher chance of winning than that little bastard Wang Ting in front of alchemy venerate Langya this time. Plus, I voluntarily abdicated, and I have 1,000 years of lifespan. Alchemy venerate Lang, you will still give me face. The Ghost Lord patted Ning Chi's shoulder with a smile. Thank you, Ghost Lord. Ning Chi cupped his fists and thanked him. A mere 10 longevity pills in exchange for the position of the chief of the Alchemist Alliance of Da and City was not an ordinary bargain. At the very least, in terms of status, it was not much different from the position of a sect master of a second-rate sect, or even higher. If ancestral patriarch Bei Xian becomes the leader of this place, I will be able to ascend to the heavens. Li Kuan-shin looked at Ning Chi excitedly and thought to himself, let's not waste any more time. Let's depart now. Bai Chung, the 3 of you go and inform those 4 guys to keep an eye on this place. The Ghost Lord ordered Bai Chung. Yes, Ghost Lord. Bai Chung nodded and left. Ghost Lord, is there a place that specializes in selling information? Ning Chi asked. The Ghost Lord was taken aback and said, Little friend Bei Xian, what information do you want to know? If you want to talk about who is the most well-informed, it would naturally be our Alchemist Alliance. Is that so? Ning Chi looked around with a strange look in his eyes. How could a place with only a few insignificant people be the most well-informed? Ha ha ha. Did you forget that the Alchemist Alliance has an anti-smuggling team? The Ghost Lord laughed and gave Mayu a look. Mayu punched into the sky, and suddenly, a storm started to gather above Den City. Moyu's law of Dharma formed the shape of a cauldron in the sky. In less than 10 breaths' time, a group of people arrived in front of the Ghost Lord and cupped their fists. Chun Yuanhao was among them. These 18 people are the leaders of the anti-smuggling team of the Alchemist Alliance. Each leader has tens of thousands of spies under them. Little friend Bei Xian, you can ask them if you want to know anything. The Ghost Lord smiled and said, Does that mean that the Ghost Lord has hundreds of thousands of spies under his command? Li Kuan-shin was shocked. It was no wonder that so many cultivators would be so suspicious when they smuggled pills. They were always afraid of being discovered. Wait, if ancestral patriarch Bei Xian became the commander of this place, wouldn't these spies be under his command? This is a force that cannot be underestimated. When he thought of this, Li Kuan-shin was even more anxious than Ning Chi. He couldn't wait for Ning Chi to take the position of commander immediately. Everyone, have any of you seen this person before? Ning Chi waved his hand and condensed the appearance of Xian Zhen ancestor. The 18 anti-smuggling squad captains looked at each other, then at Old Ghost. After getting Old Ghost's approval, Chen Yuanhao stood up and said to Ning Chi, This person is the Azure Dragon Continent's mysterious true, Celestial Realm's mysterious true great sage. He is at the peak of the Transcendence Realm. A few years ago, he brought his son, Wang Lin, and daughter-in-law, Fei Yuding, from the hidden Immortal Plateau to the Celestial Capital. From the looks of it, Wang Lin is seriously injured. Going to the capital of immortals? Are you sure? Ning Chi was slightly stunned. Could it be that Xian Zhen's backer was in the immortal capital? If he didn't change his path halfway, he should be in the celestial capital right now. Chen Yuanhao thought for a bit and nodded with certainty. Then he curiously looked at Ning Qi. Old Ghost was willing to call all 18 anti-smuggling squad captains here for him. It looked like it wouldn't be long before this child would be in Den City. What about this person? Ning Qi waved his hand and condensed the appearance of Jian Shilai. Jian Shilai? The cultivators of the Pu Tuo sect are chasing him. They have already announced that they will start a war with anyone who dares to protect him. One of the anti-smuggling squad captains said, Old Ghost, I wonder who has a higher status between the Pu Tuo sect and us? Ning Qi withdrew the celestial spiritual energy and looked at Old Ghost. The Pu Tuo sect is just a third-rate sect, and their sect master is a half-step to the creation realm. He once went to the void realm, but he couldn't break through. That's all he's got in his life. How can he compare to us? Old Ghost curled his lips in disdain. He paused for a bit and looked at Ning Qi. Little friend Beixian, you are also from the Azure Dragon Continent. Do you know Xianzhen or Jian Shilai? Xianzhen is the #1 great sage of the Azure Dragon Continent and is quite famous in our Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty. When the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor established the Celestial Dynasty, he was fortunate enough to attend the ceremony. As for Jian Shilai, rumor has it that he is also from the Central Continent. At such a young age, he is already half a step away from the peak of the late stage. That little bastard Wang Ting is only at the peak of the late stage despite constantly taking pills. It was unwise for the Pu Tuo sect to provoke Jian Shilai. I'm at least 30% confident that Jian Shilai will become a creator in the future. Old Ghost has such a high opinion of Auntie Jian. Ning Qi was curious. After thinking about it, he decided not to hide his identity. He calmly looked at Old Ghost and said, Old Ghost, I'm also a member of the Wang family, the grandson of ancestor Wang Lin. I came to the central area to see how his injuries are. Since that brother said they're going to the celestial capital, they're going the same way as us. As for Jian Shilai, she and I have some history. You are a member of the Wang family? Wait, I remember now. Your father is Feng Ju Xian. Isn't that right? Haha, back then, even the cultivators of Da and City knew your father's name. I thought he would definitely become a first tribulation master of creation or even a second tribulation master of creation. But I didn't expect Xianzhen to be so afraid of Burning Sun Sage that he was forced to kill his granddaughter and grandson-in-law. Has your father become a creator? Old Ghost suddenly understood. The way Qin Yuanhao and the others looked at Ning Qi suddenly changed. Masters of creation were the true experts of this world. Even the weakest first tribulation master of creation could easily massacre the entire Den city. The spies under their command would be a joke against the masters of creation. Ning Qi smiled and didn't say much. Old Ghost thought he was afraid of Venerable Scorching Sun and his son. So he patted Ning Qi's shoulder and said, Little friend Beixian, if you become the commander, Venerable Scorching Sun will only be able to address you as an equal. There is no need to be afraid. A mere creator wouldn't dare to act against a commander of the Alchemist Union. Ning Qi grinned. He was attacking Wei to save Zhao. He didn't expect his identity as an alchemist to give him a trump card to deal with Lai Kong in the Central Continent. Did you hear that? Jian, Shilai has some history with little friend Beixian. Quickly go find out where he is and report to me immediately. Old Ghost looked at Chen Yuanhao and the others. Yes. Chen Yuanhao and the others respectfully saluted before flying away. At this time, Bai Cheng also returned and said to Senior Ghost, Senior Ghost, it's done. Those four have already guaranteed that they will guard this place while we're gone. Good. Let's go to the celestial capital now. Chapter 1386. Chapter 1386. Immortal capital Ningqi brought Li Kuan-Shin, Bai Cheng, and the other two to follow Elder Ghost through one teleportation formation after another. After 3 months, They finally arrived at the closest city to the immortal capital, young Phoenix City. 533 teleportation arrays. This Deergate Immortal Dynasty is truly terrifyingly huge. If it wasn't for the fact that the alchemist could enjoy a 10% discount, this teleportation array would cost a few 100,000 Deergate Immortal coins. Ningqi already had some understanding of the value of the Deergate Immortal coin. It was 10 to 20 times higher than the Azure Dragon Crystal, because this place was different from the Azure Dragon continent. Some things were especially expensive, but some things were cheaper than the Azure Dragon continent. For example, elixirs. Because of the Alchemist Alliance, the price of the same elixir here was slightly cheaper than the Azure Dragon continent. Back in the Great Desert region, a low-grade magic tool with slightly higher quality could be sold for more than 200 Great Desert coins, which was equivalent to more than 70 green dragon crystals. But here, it could be bought for only 10 Deergate celestial coins. For example, the waiter in the tea house had a monthly salary of 3 Deergate celestial coins. In 3 to 4 months, he could earn a low-grade magic tool. However, the Alchemist Alliance was extremely wealthy. An ordinary alchemy apprentice's monthly salary was 50 Deergate celestial coins. Adding on some additional income, it should not be a problem for them to earn 200 Deergate celestial coins. As for a licensed alchemist like Bai Cheng, their income was 10 times or even 10 times higher. Sigh. This trip to Immortal Capital has cost me a few months' worth of Deergate celestial coins. Moyu shook his head and sighed. That's why I told you to stay in Din City. Why did you come along? Ling Fei covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Bei Xian came to Immortal Capital for the assessment. If he passes, he will be our superior. How can I not come? Mayu giggled. When Bai Cheng heard this, he smiled at Ningqi and said, Brother Bei Xian, if you really become the commander of Dan City, remember to give us more immortal herbs and elixirs every month. Don't be as stingy as Elder Gui, who kept all the immortal herbs and elixirs over 30,000 years old to research the longevity pill. Kid, I'm still here. You're asking for a beating. Senior Gui could not help but scold. Bai Cheng rolled his eyes. Ningqi smiled. He was not the governor yet, so he could not promise Bai Cheng anything. Sigh, I didn't think that I would end up in such a huge debt. Li Kuan-Chin followed behind Ningqi as they flew towards the direction of the immortal capital. His heart was filled with bitterness. The Deergate immortal coins that he used to use the teleportation array were paid by Old Ghost. It was a total of more than 5,000 Deergate immortal coins. If it wasn't for the Alchemist Alliance's name that gave him a discount, it would have been more than 50,000. Although the value of 5,000 Deergate celestial coins was about 50,000 to 100,000 green dragon crystals, the key point was that the green dragon crystals were worthless here. We're almost at Immortal Capital. We can walk on the ground. The spectral elder suddenly said. When everyone heard this, they all landed on the ground. Apart from them, there were many other cultivators nearby who also headed in the same direction as them. My friend Bei Xian, this is your first time in the Celestial Capital. There are a few rules that I have to tell you. You are not allowed to fight in the Celestial Capital. Otherwise, no matter who is in the right, they will be executed in public. Other than that, it's best not to get into trouble with the officials of the Celestial Dynasty. The Alchemist Alliance is here, so we have to give them some face. It's fine if it's a small dispute, but if it's a big one, remember to take a step back so that the Deergate Perfected Immortal won't be able to back down. The Celestial Capital is divided into 3 regions: the outer region, the middle region, and the inner region. The inner region is where the perfected immortal cultivators cultivate. Even we are not qualified to enter. The middle region is where the Dharma Plane cultivators live. The Alchemist Alliance in the Celestial Capital is located in the most prosperous place in the middle region. As for the outer region, it's a place for ordinary cultivators and commoners. Ningqi and Li Kuan-Chin listened to the spectral elder's explanation carefully and memorized the important points in his words. Soon, they saw a huge city that was hundreds of feet above the ground in front of them. There was a long staircase in front of them. Cultivators walked in and out of the huge city. There were guards standing on both sides of the staircase. They were responsible for verifying the identity, jade, tokens of those who entered and left the city. Oh, so it's the commander of Dun City. Please come in. The guards smiled when they saw the token that the spectral elder showed them. They stopped checking on Bai Cheng and the others and let them into the celestial capital easily. Ning Qi turned his head to look and saw that the cultivators behind them had been subjected to a very strict search. They are afraid that people will bring things from other places to sell in the celestial capital. The price control is very strict here. If we weren't the Alchemist Alliance's official alchemist, we would be the same as them. The spectral elder smiled at Ning Qi, and a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. Seems like this identity is really useful, Ning Qi thought to himself. They followed the spectral elder into the outer region of the celestial capital. Then they came to a teleportation array to enter the inner region. Ning Qi found it hard to imagine how big the celestial capital was. This is indeed the celestial capital of the Deer Gate celestial dynasty. At first glance, there are actually Dharma plane cultivators everywhere. Li Kuan-Shin looked at the scene in front of him with his mouth agape. Even though he already felt that there were many Law Phase realm cultivators at the hidden immortal platform, and when he arrived at Din City, he felt that 2 or 3 out of 10 people were Law Phase realm cultivators. But when he saw that all of them were Law Phase realm cultivators, the shock in his heart was indescribable. Fortunately, there weren't too many Dharma plane cultivators in the late stage. Half-step and perfected realm cultivators were also rare. Among the hundreds of people, he only saw 1 or 2. If he didn't consider his identity as a cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent, he wouldn't be considered as the weakest here. However, compared to his identity in the Azure Dragon continent, the difference was huge. After all, in the Azure Dragon continent, he was an expert on the Azure Dragon ranking. There were only 100 cultivators in the 7 immortal realms who were on the Azure Dragon ranking. Following the spectral elder to the most bustling place, Ning Qi saw an incomparably tall building with a plaque hanging on it that read, Alchemist Alliance. Compared to the dilapidated courtyard in Dun City, the Alchemist Alliance here was really luxurious. The lower level was like a big shopping mall filled with all kinds of pills. Many cultivators walked in and out, picking the pills they needed at the various counters. There was a young cultivator who seemed to be helping to lead the way. After seeing the spectral elder, his expression changed slightly, and he turned to leave. Dun City's commander requests to see Alchemy Venerable Lenya. Please inform him. The spectral elder brought everyone to the entrance of the first floor. There were 2 cultivators standing there in boredom. Chapter 1387. What you say doesn't count, Pill Ancestor Songhai. We only want to see Pill Master Lenya. Please help us send a message. Those 2 idiots downstairs, come up and drive them away. Next time we're on the 2nd floor, you 2 scram and go clean the stables. Grandpa, let's go. This is Fei Yuding's voice. Ning Qi was slightly startled. He raised his head to look at the 2nd floor and saw great sage Xianzhen carrying Wang Lin and Fei Yuding down the stairs. Because Ning Qi was standing at the back, they didn't seem to see him. At this moment, a gloomy middle-aged cultivator came down the stairs and coldly stared at the backs of great sage Xianzhen and company. Mere law phase cultivators want to see my master? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Great sage Xianzhen's figure paused for a moment, but in the end he didn't turn around. Pill Ancestor Songhai? Ning Qi looked at the middle-aged cultivator, and there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He was a bit moved. Ancestor Xianzhen was a scheming person, yet he had come here to suffer such humiliation for Wang Lin. They had been here for several years, so this wasn't the first time this had happened, right? Wang Lin's aura seemed to have become even weaker. Ning Qi's figure moved and appeared before great sage Xianzhen. Ancestor, grandma. Why are you here? Great sage Xianzhen's eyes were filled with shock. Good grandson? Fei Yuding was also shocked. Ancestor wants to ask Pill Master Lenya to save Grandpa? Ning Qi asked. We'll talk after we leave this place. Great sage Xianzhen frowned slightly. No need. If I want to see Pill Master Lenya, it's on the way. I'm here to see him, Ning Qi faintly said. Good grandson, you came to see Pill Master Lenya? Fei Yuding looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Before Ning Qi could speak, a voice came from the side. Come to see my master? What big words. Who do you think you are? Seeing that Ning Qi and Xianjin knew each other, Pill ancestor Songhai should be Xianjin's direct descendants. A hint of anger appeared in his eyes. The nearby cultivators were attracted by the commotion and cast their gazes over. Oh, that guy is the Azure Dragon Continent's great sage, Xianzhen. These past few years, he has often come to seek an audience with venerated alchemy Langya, but was always stopped by alchemy Grandmaster Vasi. His son seems to have been injured by a half-step creation realm existence. Ordinary alchemy venerables can't do anything about it, but alchemy venerate Lanya is different. He's also a half-step creation realm existence. With his help, he can definitely heal his son's injuries. TSK, the great sage of the Azure Dragon Continent is an existence of great perfection of the Dharma laws. He is the master of a region. If we really want to argue, we, the native cultivators of the Central Region, are much lower in status than him. Yet, we never wanted to be bullied here. So what? Who asked him to provoke a half-step creation realm existence? Xianzhen was expressionless as he listened to the whispers of the crowd. He grabbed Ning Qi's arm and said to Grandmaster Inner Sea, Grandmaster Inner Sea, I apologize for my rudeness. I will take my leave first. Go. The great sage of profound truth gave Ning Qi a meaningful look. All right, I won't see you out. If I see you again, I don't care what kind of great sage you are, I'll crush you all. Grandmaster Songhai said coldly. Songhai, your temper has been rising recently. Senior Ghost smiled slightly as he led the people of White City to Ning Qi's side and looked at Songhai indifferently. Senior Ghost? When did you arrive? I was distracted by these people just now and didn't see you. I hope Senior Ghost won't be offended. Grandmaster Songhai was slightly startled when he saw Senior Ghost. He thought to himself, why did this dying old ghost suddenly come to the immortal capital? Hee, can't you see that this old man is fine? This old man is about to die, so I don't have much of a temper. However, this little brother was brought here by this old man to see alchemy venerate Lanya. If there are no accidents, he will be the leader of the Alchemist Union of Da and City in the future. Senior Ghost smiled faintly as he pointed at Ning Qi and said to Songhai, What? Grandmaster Songhai looked at Ning Qi in shock. Fei Yuding and the great sage of profound truth were stunned. Be good. Don't make a sound. Let's see what's going on. Great sage of profound truth glared at Fei Yuding before suppressing the shock in his heart and slowly looking at Senior Ghost and Ning Qi. He had already determined the identity of Senior Ghost as they had met a few times before. Since that was the case, could what he said be true? How did Ning Qi get involved with him, and how did he become a candidate for the position of Great Sage? Senior Ghost's words are wrong. What virtue or ability does he have to assume the position of Great Sage? Suddenly, a few figures appeared from the side. Wang Ting walked to the front with a sneer on his face. In addition to the other two pale ancestors of Da and City's Alchemist Union, there was also a young cultivator. When Ning Qi had just entered this place, he had noticed that this person's expression was not right. It turned out that he was Wang Ting's spy. Wang Ting? You're here too? Grandmaster Tsang Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Wang Ting's alchemy skills were comparable to his own. In Dan City's Alchemist Union, he was only slightly weaker than Senior Ghost, but in the current situation, it seemed that the two sides had not come together. Songhai, if I didn't come here, I'm afraid Senior Ghost would have given the position of Great Sage to an outsider. Wang Ting said with a hint of mockery. Outsider? Songhai glanced at Ning Qi, then at Great Sage Xianzhen. His heart skipped a beat. Finally, his gaze fell on Senior Ghost, and he said with a faint smile, Senior Ghost, you said that this boy will take over the position of Da and City's alchemist in the future. I wonder who his master is, and which branch of alchemy he inherited? If what Wang Ting said is true, and this boy is just an outsider, then he is not qualified to be the alchemist. Songhai, can you care about these things? Do you have the right to care? Go and inform alchemy, Venerable Langya. As for whether this boy is qualified to be the alchemist, that is up to your master. You don't have the right to decide. Senior Ghost gently raised a finger and poked Songhai's chest a few times. Although he didn't use much force, Songhai's expression changed drastically. His eyes revealed a trace of irrepressible anger. Songhai listened to Senior Ghost. Go and inform him. At that time, I will compete with this boy in alchemy. I will let him know how big the gap is between us and a country bumpkin cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent. Wang Ting sneered. Songhai glanced at both sides coldly, then he turned around and left. Wang Ting looked at Senior Ghost with a faint smile. Senior Ghost, thank you for saving me a few decades. I wanted to wait for you to die before taking over the position. I didn't expect it to happen so early. Didn't you notice that I can still live for a few more years? Senior Ghost said lightly. Wang Ting and the two alchemy great masters were slightly stunned. When they noticed that Senior Ghost's vitality was much stronger than before, their faces gradually turned pale. They subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Could this guy really refine the so-called longevity pill? Humph, it's just longevity pill. How can it be compared to my minor rejuvenation pill? Chapter 1388. Grand Rejuvenation Pill. Shortly after, Grandmaster Songhai walked down with a cold expression and said, aside from the Alchemist Alliance's alchemists, no one else can go up. Hearing this, Great Sage Xianzhen and Fei Yuding's expressions changed slightly, and they both looked at Ning Qi. Did Grandmaster Langya say this, or did you say this? Ning Qi calmly looked at Grandmaster Songhai. What's the difference? Grandmaster Songhai's expression changed slightly. There was a flash of anger in his eyes as he looked at Ning Qi. If it's Grandmaster Langya, then I'm just a nobody, so I won't go up. But if it's you, then who do you think you are? Ning Qi faintly smiled. You. Grandmaster Songhai's heart was filled with anger. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Senior Ghost looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. He could only suppress the anger in his heart as he coldly looked at Ning Qi and went upstairs. You've offended Songhai. Will you still have a good life in the future? Wang Ting looked at Ning Qi with a mocking gaze. He laughed and went upstairs with the two people beside him. Let's go up as well. Senior Ghost smiled. Ancestor, Grandma, please. Ning Qi turned around and said, Okay. Great Sage Xianzhen nodded at Senior Ghost and went upstairs with Wang Lin on his back. Ning Qi and Li Kuanxin followed behind him. They went up 8 floors until they reached the 9th floor. Everyone's eyes suddenly opened up. This 9th floor was like an independent garden with fake mountains and flowing water. Ha ha ha, old ghost. You're willing to come see me today? A hearty laugh echoed. Ning Qi looked at the stone pavilion in the distance and saw an old man in his 50s or 60s smiling at Senior Ghost. Grandmaster Langya, it's because I haven't come in many years that I was almost stopped by your disciple, Songhai. Senior Ghost smiled. Songhai was standing next to the stone pavilion. When he heard Senior Ghost's words, There was a flash of anger in his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he silently looked at Senior Ghost. One is at the late stage of law phase and one is at the half-step creation realm. Yet the two of them talk so casually. It seems the Alchemist Alliance doesn't care too much about cultivation. What they care about is alchemy level. Ning Qi thought to himself. Songhai doesn't know any better. You old ghost, don't be so calculative. Come, bring that person over. I heard from Songhai that you want an outsider to be the Alchemist Union's manager in Din City. If you think you're going to die soon, why don't you give this position to Wang Ting? I also watched this child grow up. His attainments in alchemy are not weak. Venerable Langya smiled. Wang Ting stood beside him, sensibly, with a complacent smile on his lips. He vaguely glanced at Ning Qi and others. When everyone arrived at the stone pavilion, Senior Ghost glanced at Wang Ting with a faint smile. Then he said to Alchemy Venerate Langya, "You might not know this, but Wang Ting's temperament is lacking. Even if I die, if there is no suitable candidate, I will ask the higher-ups to send an Alchemy Venerate to take my place. No matter how much I fall, it will not be him." Wang Ting clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. His hatred for the spectral elder was at its peak. "Oh!" Alchemy Venerate Langya looked at Ning Qi with a smile that wasn't a smile. After looking at Ning Qi for a few breaths, he smiled and said, "This is the Azure Dragon cultivator you want to recommend for the position of manager?" "That's right. Little friend Beishuan's alchemy skills are extraordinary. Wang Ting can't catch up to you." Senior Ghost smiled. Wang Ting really wanted to refute, but with Alchemy Venerate Langya here, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and wait for an opportunity. He had already vowed in his heart that no matter what the result was, he would find a chance to kill Senior Ghost. "Old Ghost, is this child's background clean?" Alchemy Venerate Langya smiled. "Alchemy Venerate Langya, this child is a disciple of my Wang family. His background is clean," Great Sage Xian Zhen suddenly said. Alchemy Venerate Langya's gaze fell on him. When his gaze swept past Wang Lin, he was startled for a moment before smiling. "So, it is Azure Dragon Continent's Great Sage Xian Zhen. Before Alchemy Venerate Langya, I don't dare to call myself a saint." Great Sage Xian Zhan whispered. "So this child is a disciple of your Wang family. Then his background is clean. Old Ghost, although I have some friendship with you, and we are both alchemy venerates, business is business. Let this child compete with Wang Ting in alchemy. Whoever wins will have your position. Of course, if you want to continue sitting there, that is also fine." Alchemy Venerate Langya smiled. "Alchemy Venerate Langya, this old man has the same intention. Isn't the Alchemist Alliance based on who is better at alchemy? Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has a lot of friends? Such a person will fall big time sooner or later." Senior Ghost faintly smiled. Bai Chung and the other two wore smiles on their faces. Wang Ting couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and said in a strange tone, "Senior Ghost, I don't understand your indirect scolding, but I agree with what you said. Whoever is better at alchemy will have the upper hand. What kind of ability is it to refine a few pills that can prolong life?" Pausing for a while, Wang Ting looked at Alchemy Venerate Langya. "Alchemy Venerate Langya, I am going to refine the small Grand Supreme rejuvenating pill today." Alchemy Venerate Langya was initially attracted by the words longevity, but when he heard that Wang Ting was going to refine the small Grand Supreme rejuvenating pill, he was slightly startled. Bai Chung and the other two gasped. Who didn't know that the person who could refine the small Grand Supreme rejuvenating pill could be considered as Alchemy Venerate? Wang Ting's alchemy had already reached such a level? This guy, Senior Ghost's eyes flashed with fear. He had a bad premonition. He didn't think that Wang Ting would be able to obtain the recipe of the small Grand Supreme rejuvenating pill. The small Grand Supreme Rejuvenating Pill is a rank 7 Dan. Being able to refine, it proves that you are a Alchemy Venerate. Alchemy Venerate Langya smiled and nodded. He then looked at Ning Chi. Little brother, what kind of Dan do you want to refine? If it is lower than rank 7, then there is no need to compete. The position of Da and city's governor will not be given to a Dan ancestor. Hee. Wang Ting looked at Ning Chi with a sinister smile. Seeing Senior Ghost and the others' pale faces, he became even more complacent. He had prepared this trump card for a long time. He didn't think that he would be able to use it today. Even if the opponent's alchemy skills were extraordinary, if he didn't have the recipe of a rank 7 Dan, then he would definitely lose today. How could it be that easy to become an Alchemy Venerate? A mere Tier 7 inheritance medicinal pill formula was enough to drive people to death. Ning Chi glanced at Wang Ting with a faint smile. He then smiled at Alchemy Venerate Langya. Since he wants to refine the small Grand Supreme Rejuvenating Pill, then I will refine the Grand Supreme Rejuvenating Pill. Grand Supreme Rejuvenating Pill. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. Did he know what he was talking about? Those were the top few pill formulas among Tier 7 inheritance medicinal pills. Even Alchemy Venerate Lang, you wouldn't dare to say that he could refine it. Chapter 1389. A period of 2 months. Great revitalizing pill? Pill Venerable Langya was startled and subconsciously sat up straight, looking straight at Ning Chi, as if to confirm whether what he said was true or false. Great revitalizing pill. Ning Chi nodded with a smile. The way the two leading Dan masters of Da and City looked at Ning Chi had changed. Standing at the edge of the stone pavilion, Pill Master Songhai, who originally planned to watch Ning Chi make a fool of himself and teach him a lesson after he lost, also wore a dignified expression. Wang Ting glanced at Senior Gue and Bai Cheng and saw that they also had a hint of surprise on their faces. He was certain that before this, they absolutely did not know that this boy was planning to refine the great revitalizing pill. Which pill vein did his alchemy Tao inheritance come from? Not only can he refine longevity pills, but he can also refine the great revitalizing pill? Wang Ting gritted his teeth as he looked at Ning Chi. My good grandson's ability is so amazing that he can even refine the great revitalizing pill? This pill recipe is worth the entire mysterious true immortal realm, right? Fei Yuding looked at Ning Chi dumbfoundedly, and then a hint of relief appeared in her eyes. So, the two of you can compete. After 3 breaths of silence, Pill Venerable Langya nodded lightly. As for the time, 2 months from now, Ning Chi said, Pill Venerable Langya, I came here in a hurry this time, so I still need a few herbs to refine the great revitalizing pill. You're trying to delay. Wang Ting's eyes showed a hint of joy. A competition is a competition. If you delay like this, you've already lost. Wang Ting, this time I'm giving up my position, so there's a competition between you two. If I don't want to give up my position, you'll have to wait another 1,000 years. Senior Gue glanced at him mockingly, then turned to Pill Venerable Langya and smiled. 2 months from now, I'll give up my position and they'll compete. Whoever wins will go to Great and City and become a governor. No problem. Pill Venerable Langya smiled and nodded. This old ghost really deserves to die. Wang Ting's face was very ugly as he gloomily glanced at Senior Gue, then bid farewell to Pill Venerable Langya and left with the other 2 pill ancestors. Venerable Langya, I am Azure Dragon Continent's Wang Xuanjin. Great Sage Profound Truth suddenly stepped forward. Yes, I know you. This is your son, Wang Lin. Who injured him? Pill Venerable Langya smiled. For the time being, I do not know who injured him. This time around, I have come to ask Alchemy Exalted Langya to help treat my son's injuries. Great Sage Arcane Truth said. Fei Yuding revealed a hint of nervousness. If Pill Master Langya didn't agree, then, aside from the sect masters of the 5 great sects, Only the dear sect true immortal could cure Wang Lin's injuries. However, the former was a second calamity master of creation, and the latter was a third calamity master of creation. They didn't even have the qualifications to meet, let alone ask for help. I'll take a look first. Pill Master Langya didn't agree, but he also didn't directly refuse. There was a flash of joy in great sage, mysterious truth's eyes as he placed Wang Lin before Pill Master Langya. Wang Lin's face was purple and even uglier than before. Pill Master Langya pressed his hand on Wang Lin's chest. Ning Qi felt a mysterious force flash inside Pill Master Langya's body. Is this the power of creation? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a strange light. Logically speaking, the level of this power should not be higher than the immortal Qi. However, under the rules of the heavenly Tao of this world, he felt that his immortal Qi should not be a match for this power. It should be slightly weaker. No wonder it was said that a half-step creation cultivator was invincible. If even his celestial spiritual energy was half a step weaker, then what chance did ordinary laws have? After a long time, Fei Yuding looked at Pill Venerable Langya nervously, only to see him raise his head slightly and shake it towards great sage Xianzhen. The person who injured him has a higher cultivation than me. There is a trace of good fortune in his body that has been destroying his vitality. Even if a first tribulation creator realm master were to take action, he may not be able to save him. Great sage, mysterious truths, eyes dimmed. However, Pill Master Langya looked at Ning Qi with a smile that wasn't a smile. If I act, I have a 70% to 80% chance of success. However, it will take about 3 years, and the price is a bit big. I will need to go into closed-door cultivation for at least 30 years to recover this. Great sage, mysterious truth revealed a difficult expression. If he still had the rank 9 heavenly dragon pill, he would rather go against the ancestral teachings and take it out to exchange for Wang Lin's life. However, the rank 9 heavenly dragon pill had already been given to Ning Qi and Wang Shui. The Wang family couldn't take out anything else that could catch Pill Master Langya's eye. Did they really have to watch Wang Lin die? The pill recipe for the Grand Supreme Return Pill. Ning Qi's voice slowly echoed. Everyone looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked at Pill Master Langya and smiled. Pill Master Langya, I'll use the pill recipe for the Grand Supreme Return Pill to exchange for your help. That's right. Great sage Xianzhen and Fei Yuting looked at each other in surprise. They had never thought that Ning Qi would have the pill recipe for the supreme, great restoring pill. The other party was a venerated pill. So for him, this pill recipe was definitely a better reward than anything else. Hiss! Old Ghost and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The rank 7 pill recipe was given away, just like that, exchanging it for the life of a late-stage law phase cultivator. If it was them, they wouldn't be able to do such a thing. After all, an inheritance pill recipe was the foundation of an alchemist. Is this true? Pill Master Langya's eyes flashed with joy as he looked at Ning Qi. Of course it's true. I can give you the pill recipe after my battle with Wang Ting. At that time, you will know if it's true or false. Ning Qi faintly smiled. Since little friend Beixian is so straightforward, then I'll be straightforward as well. Perhaps Pill Master Langya felt that he would soon get the pill recipe for the Grand Supreme Return Pill, so he was very happy. He directly reached out and patted Wang Lin. The next moment, his expression suddenly became a bit dispirited, and the purple color on Wang Lin's face dissipated a lot. His complexion became a bit rosier, and it was very obvious. Seeing this, Fei Yuding's eyes revealed a hint of joy. Pill Master Langya had proven that he indeed had the ability to save Wang Lin. At least he could ensure that his injuries wouldn't worsen. How about this? You all will stay here for the next 2 months. It's not convenient to run around with an injured person. Pill Master Langya smiled. Thank you, Pill Master Langya. Ning Chi clasped his hands and smiled. Great Sage, Mysterious Truth, and Fei Yuding also clasped their hands and thanked him. Song Hai, take them away. Pill Master, Lang Yu said. Yes, Master. Song Hai reluctantly snorted at Great Sage, Mysterious Truth. Everyone, please. Brother Wang, if this child can really refine the Grand Supreme Return Pill, what should we do? The two beside Wang Ting whispered after they left the Alchemist Union building. Let's not talk about whether or not he is lying. Even if it's true, didn't you hear that he is still missing a few spirit herbs? Watch him for the next 2 months. Once it's done, there will be plenty of benefits for you. Chapter 1390. Chapter 1390. Chapter 1390. Don, to make a sound, how is it? Are those two fellows still following you? In the room, Ning Chi looked at Li Kuan-shin indifferently. Li Kuan-shin took out an interspatial ring and took out a few spiritual herbs from it. These spiritual herbs were very ordinary. Although they were somewhat expensive, they were not rare. Could they be one of the spiritual herbs needed to refine the Supreme Recover Pill? Li Kuan-shin handed the spirit grass to Ning Chi and said in a low voice, Only one person is following me. Ning Chi waved his hand, and these ordinary spiritual herbs were put into his storage space. Of course, they weren't the spiritual materials needed to refine the ultimate great revitalizing pill, because even Ning Chi himself didn't know which spiritual materials were needed. The recipe of the ultimate great revitalizing pill was still in the system store. Oh, it seems like the other person is going to keep a close eye on me. Hee hee, did you find out what I asked you to find out? Ning Chi chuckled. Yes. Speaking of this, Li Kuan-shin was even more confused. It had been more than half a month since the deadline. Why was Patriarch Bei Xian still in the mood to find out the whereabouts of the bandits near the deity Metropolis? Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, there are 3 groups of bandits in the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty, and their leaders are all First Tribulation creators. Ordinary second-rate sects don't dare to mess with them, not even first-rate sections. Their leaders are probably the elders of the major sections. Even the true immortals of the Deer Gate Celestial Sect can't do anything to them. But the other groups of bandits are not that mysterious. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian asked me to find out the whereabouts of the bandits near the Celestial Metropolis, and I have some clues. I heard that the Chaojiang bandits are often active in the Shou Prefecture City, and they can reach there with 3 teleportation arrays. Other than that, these are other clues about the bandits' whereabouts. I don't know if they are real or not. Li Kuan-shin said and handed Ning Chi a jade slip. Ning Chi scanned it with his divine thought and immediately knew the information inside like the back of his hand. He said to Li Kuan-shin, faintly, very well, You just stay here and don't follow me. Yes. Li Kuan-shin nodded in response. Although he was curious about Ning Chi's next plan, he did not dare to ask. After Li Kuan-shin left, Ning Chi directly crushed the jade slip. Wang Ting had sent people to keep an eye on him, but Ning Chi did not care. He had asked Li Kuan-shin to gather this information in order to prepare for the dragon-slaying crystals. The pill formula of the Great Supreme Revitalizing Pill required 5,000 dragon-slaying crystals to exchange, and he did not have enough dragon-slaying crystals left. As for the Alchemist Union's anti-smuggling team, Old Ghost didn't have any manpower to use in a mortal realm. If he went to venerated Alchemist Langya for help, his strange actions would easily arouse the suspicion of others. Thus, Li Kuan-shin had been collecting spiritual herbs for the past few days while he was at it. In the immortal capital, as long as one had enough Deer Sect immortal coins, there was no news that could not be bought. Ning Chi borrowed this money from Old Ghost. Old Ghost gained 1,000 years of lifespan and was extremely grateful to Ning Chi. He didn't care about mere Deer Gate immortal coins. Ning Chi casually asked, and Old Ghost gave him 200,000 Deer Gate immortal coins, thinking that Ning Chi wanted to use it to buy immortal herbs for the Supreme Grand Returning Pill. You said you lost him? Wang Ting looked at the two people in front of him angrily. The two looked at each other and shook their heads. They said to Wang Ting, "We didn't expect him to enter the teleportation array. When we chased after him, he was already gone." There was a time interval between teleportation arrays. Thus, when the two saw Ning Qi teleporting away, they couldn't even see his shadow when they chased after him. If that's the case, do you know what kind of spiritual herbs he bought these few days? Wang Ting said coldly. Yes, I know. He didn't buy them himself. He asked his subordinates to buy the spiritual herbs. They are bamboo bloodgrass, frost element fruit, morning glory flower. Wait! Although the price of these spiritual herbs is high, they have different effects. They are far from the spiritual herbs needed for the minor returning pill. I'm afraid this kid is trying to cover it up. Wang Ting waved his hand and interrupted. We tried our best. Brother Wang, if you win this time, we will be rich together. If you lose this time, you will be transferred to a remote area. With Brother Wang's relationship, there will be a day where you can make a comeback. You don't have to be so nervous. Moreover, he might not even be able to find the spiritual herbs in 2 months. This amount of time is not even enough for me to meditate once. What you said makes sense. Indeed, I want to see how he can make a comeback in 2 months. Wang Ting was silent for a moment. Then he nodded and sneered. It's really tragic. The entire Moonflower Town was ransacked by the Chao River Bandits. Even Moonlight Town's perfected transcendence realm expert, Niu Jiang, only had his head left hanging on the central pillar of Moonlight Town. We are not far from Moonflower Town. I think we should leave as soon as possible. At most, we will give up everything and go to Immortal Capital. Don't worry. After the Chao River Bandits make a move, they will rest for 2 to 3 years. Otherwise, do you really think the 5 major sects will let them be so arrogant? They are all jackals of the same lair. It has been hard on us ordinary cultivators. Lower your voice. In a dilapidated tea stall, there were only 3 to 5 Do Dan realm cultivators drinking tea. Ning Qi sat at a table at the edge of the stall. Although he was drinking the tea in his hand, his eyes would occasionally inadvertently land on a few cultivators with ordinary appearances and auras. The aura of these 3 cultivators was only at the Do Dan realm. However, Ning Qi was able to clearly see their true cultivation and origins from their attribute panel. Chao River Bandits, 3rd head, Wu Jixing level, late transcendence, realm sin points. 358,358 sin points. This meant that he had killed hundreds of thousands or even millions of innocent people. How many people did he have to kill to get such a red name? As for the 2 people beside Wu Jisheng, their cultivation was slightly weaker. They were at the middle phase realm, so their sin points were only slightly lower. Killing these 3 people would earn nearly 1,000 dragon-slaying crystals. 3rd head, we have already investigated this place. The strongest one is out visiting a friend. We will make a move tomorrow and loot this place clean. Haha, those fools were planning to escape in a few days. They never thought that tomorrow will be their death day. Shut up. Wu Jisheng cautiously transmitted his voice to them. Then he looked around and was slightly stunned. Where did the young master that he noticed occasionally looking at the 3 of them disappear? In the next moment, Wu Jisheng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Don't make a sound. If they know that you are the Chao River Bandits' 3rd head, do you think the cultivators here will let you go? A calm voice was heard from behind Wu Jisheng. From the corner of his eyes, he realized that the 2 subordinates were sitting next to him were no longer breathing. Their eyes were squinted, and they were already dead. Chapter 1391. Chapter 1391. Annihilating the Chao River Bandits. Who are you? Wu Jisheng said with some difficulty. The other cultivators at the tea stall did not seem to notice that something was wrong. They continued to discuss among themselves, and they would occasionally mention the Chao River Bandits. However, They did not know that the third boss of the Chow River Bandits was currently sitting nearby in fear. You don't need to know who I am. I will ask and you will answer. If you hesitate, I will kill you and your 1,000 years of cultivation will go to waste. Ning Qi said indifferently. Please. Wu Jisheng's eyes flashed with fear. He was a late-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator and the Chow River Bandits' third leader. He naturally did not want to die here for no reason. Other than the three of you, how many cultivators did the Chow River Bandits send here? Only the three of us. Wu Jisheng did not hesitate at all. Could this person be a cultivator here? Damn it. Why didn't the report say that there was such a terrifying cultivator here? The other party's methods were even more mysterious than the first leader's. He was confident that even the first leader, who was at the perfected Transcendence realm, would not be able to kill his two subordinates silently, let alone make him tremble in fear. How many people are there in the Chow River Bandits? 305. Where are they now? Wu Jisheng hesitated for half a breath and was horrified to find a terrifying force surging into his body. The power of law in his body dispersed as soon as it came into contact with it. He could not resist at all. I'll talk. The first leader is currently staying in the Purple Phoenix Forest 500 li away from here with his subordinates. Wu Jisheng shouted in fear. The nearby cultivators heard the commotion and looked over strangely. When they saw the twisted expression on Wu Jisheng's face, they did not know what was going on. Ning Qi looked down at Wu Jisheng and smiled. I've said it before, no hesitation. No. Wu Jisheng was unwilling to give up. He stood up abruptly, but Ning Qi had already turned around and left. Wu Jisheng stood there in a daze. In the next moment, like the two dead cultivators beside him, he slowly dissipated from the top of his head like a gust of wind. Not long after, there was only a handful of white powder left. There were actually experts exchanging blows with us just now. I don't know what level those three are at, but they died so easily. Purple Phoenix Forest, first leader. Someone is coming this way. What's his cultivation? Looks like he's at the middle stage of the Law Phase realm. When he enters the Purple Phoenix Forest, we will deal with him directly. Do not leak the news. This time, we destroyed the Moonlight Town, and there are already sects that have their eyes on us. If we do it again, we will disband and rest for 10 years. Yes. A few black shadows watched indifferently as Ning Qi walked towards Purple Phoenix Forest. Not long after, Ning Qi entered Purple Phoenix Forest. Kill. Several auras at the middle stage of the Law Phase realm pressed down on Ning Qi like Mount Tai. Ning Qi smiled slightly and casually threw out a few palm strikes. The masters of those auras didn't even have the chance to scream before they died. It seems that Wu Jisheng didn't lie. Ning Qi chuckled. Wu Jisheng? He betrayed us, the Chow River Pirates? A cold voice came out. A middle-aged cultivator with a gloomy face walked out from the depths of the Purple Phoenix Forest. Rustling sounds came from all directions. In a short while, hundreds of cultivators surrounded Ning Qi. Among these hundreds of people, there were more than 30 Law Phase cultivators, and the rest were Eternal Life Realm cultivators. You are the leader of the Chow River Pirates? It seems that you Chow River Pirates have killed a lot of people and set things on fire over the years. A mere Eternal Life Realm cultivator has more than 100 sin points? Ning Qi glanced at the middle-aged cultivator, then looked at the disciples of the Chow River Pirates around him. The worst one had more than 110 sin points. What sin points? Stop playing tricks. Wait until I get rid of you. Then I'll find Wu Jisheng to settle the account. The middle-aged cultivator with a gloomy face sneered and waved his hand at Ning Qi. The dozens of Law Phase cultivators around him rushed towards Ning Qi like wolves and tigers. As for the Eternal Life Realm cultivators, they were just there to hold the line. In a battle of this level, they were useless. 9 flames grand luo palm. Ning Qi casually shot out his palm. Immortal spirit, Qi, gushed out from his body. The dozens of law phase cultivators who came head-on originally planned to kill Ning Qi in a low-key manner. But at this moment, they suddenly felt a crisis. They only had time to summon their law phase. Their true bodies, along with their law phases, were turned into ashes by Ning Qi. The eternal life realm cultivators nearby were swept by the aftermath and screamed in horror. Their flesh and blood quickly melted, and in a short while, all of them turned into white powder. What kind of cultivation technique is this? The leader of the Chao River Pirates was a cultivator at the great perfection of the law phase realm. In other continents, he would be a great sage. He was very knowledgeable, but at this moment, he was shocked by Ning Qi's methods. He was sure that Ning Qi's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the law phase realm. He was definitely not a half-step into the creation realm. This was because he could not feel the familiar power of creation. After the dozens of law phase cultivators died, an unfathomable energy poured from their bodies into Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi's 10,000 ancient, immortal Emperor Dharma power had already advanced to the mid-grade heaven level. But to advance to the upper-grade heaven level, he was afraid that the energy needed would be about 1,000 times more than what he had now. At the same time, Ning Qi's Dragon Slayer crystals increased rapidly. It was enough to exchange for the Taishang Grand Restore Pills pill recipe. 9 flames great luo palm. Ning Qi chuckled and walked towards him. Do you know which expert our Chao River Pirates are relying on? Today, you have killed so many of our Chao River Pirates. Be prepared to be hunted down until you die. The leader of the Chao River Pirates growled. In the next moment, his figure gradually faded, and he had already appeared thousands of miles away. This kind of speed was almost the peak of the great perfection of the law phase realm. Trying to escape? Ning Qi sneered. 90,000 miles in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi's figure had already caught up with the leader of the Chao River Pirates, who was thinking about how to retaliate against Ning Qi. He looked dumbfounded at Ning Qi, who had blocked his way, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Did I say you could leave? The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled into a faint mocking smile. He waved his hand and struck out with his palm. The leader of the Chao River Pirates withstood 3 to 5 moves from Ning Qi before he was directly burned to ashes by the immortal flames. Now that the great perfection of the law phase is in front of me, they can't even withstand a single blow. Perhaps Little Six's judgment was wrong. My strength should be about the same as a half-step creation realm cultivator. Chapter 1392. Chapter 1392. Immortal Herb Auction Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty Immortal Capital. There was still about a month before the deadline of 2 months. Ning Qi finally returned to the immortal capital. No one knew what Ning Qi had been doing during this period of time. Wang Ting received the news from his spy immediately. You said he went to the Immortal Herb Pavilion? There's an auction there today that specializes in selling immortal herbs over 50,000 years old. Let's go and have a look. After a pause, Wang Ting said lightly, this time no matter what spirit herb he wants, we'll snatch it. How many Deer Gate immortal coins do you two have? I have 130,000. 150,000. Oh, plus my 200,000. For 100,000 Deer Gate immortal coins should be enough. Wang Ting grinned. Immortal Herb Pavilion. Fei Yuding was with Pil Venerable Lenya, while Great Sage Xianzhen was accompanying Ning Qi and Old Ghost. Today's immortal herb auction was about to begin. At this moment, Ning Qi and the others were in a box with a special restrictive array. There were hundreds of similar boxes here, and each box had its own escape route. Therefore, the guests who participated in the auction wouldn't have a chance to meet each other. Ladies and gentlemen, today's immortal herb auction begins now. The first immortal herb is a 50,000 years old 1,000 gold lotus. This kind of 1,000 gold lotus is very rare, and it won't appear even once in several years. Please seize this opportunity. The starting price is 10,000 Deer Gate Immortal Coins, and each increment must be no less than 500 Deer Gate Immortal Coins. The host of the Immortal Herb Auction slowly took out a jade box, opened it to show everyone, and immediately closed it. 20,000. A voice that was obviously disguised came from room 13. 30,000. 50,000. The starting price of the 1,000 gold lotus was only 10,000, but after a few calls, it had already soared to 50,000. No one was willing to raise it by 500 or 500. The host showed a faint smile and said, 50,000 going once, 50,000 going twice, 100,000. Ning Chi said expressionlessly in room 9. Although his voice was slightly disguised, anyone who was familiar with him would still be able to recognize that it was him. Could it be that the 1,000 gold lotus is needed to refine the Great Restoring Pill? Old Ghost's eyes slightly moved. Bai Chung and the other two looked at each other, and a hint of joy flashed in their hearts. At least they now knew that the Supreme Grand Recovery Pill required a celestial medicine. Most of the alchemists who reverse-engineered the pill recipe relied on all kinds of ambiguous information, and after thousands or even tens of thousands of attempts, they only had a slight success rate in deriving the pill recipe. If it wasn't for their relationship with Elder Ghost, they might not have been able to sit in this private room today. Naturally, they wouldn't have been able to know what immortal herbs and spirit medicines Ning Chi needed. In private room number 23, Wang Ting and the other two looked at each other. This voice, it should be him. I've already asked around, and there's only a single set of immortal herbs being auctioned today. If there's another 50,000-year-old, 1,000-year-old gold lotus, we'll have to wait at least 3 to 5 years. Name your price then. Wang Ting sneered. 100,500. The 1,000 gold lotus is worth 60,000 Deer Gate celestial coins at most. Why are there 2 people bidding above 100,000 today? He's probably in a hurry to take it back to refine pills. Looks like I can only wait for a few more years. With 100,000 Deer Gate celestial coins, I can buy a 60,000-year-old, 1,000-year-old golden lotus. Many of the cultivators in the private rooms who were interested in the 1,000 gold lotuses sighed with regret and prepared to wait for the next immortal grass or spirit medicine. 100,500. Are there any higher bids? A hint of joy flashed in the host's eyes as he looked towards room 9. 200,000, Ning Chi said lightly. 200,000? This guy can't be acting right. Have you ever seen such a stupid person? The 1,000 gold lotus, which was worth at most 60,000 yuan, was shouted for 200,000 yuan? He must really need the 1,000 gold lotus. That's why he dares to offer such a high price. In private room number 23, a trace of coldness flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. 200,000 deer sect, celestial coins for a 50,000-year-old 1,000 gold lotus. No one would do such a stupid thing. He was absolutely sure that the person who made the bid was Ning Chi. Brother Wang, the price of this 1,000 golden lotus root has reached 200,000. Should we just forget about it? The other 2 cultivators hesitated for a moment before saying. Their deer sect celestial coins were saved up with great difficulty in Da'an City, and they were prepared to use them to buy pill formulas or immortal grass or spirit medicine that they needed. If they bought this 1,000 gold lotus root, it would be a huge loss for them. They did not have any pill formulas on hand, and they needed the 1,000 gold lotus root. If you don't kill the snake, you will be harmed by it. He wants to concoct the Supreme Grand Restore Pill, and I will not let him get what he wants. Wang Ting sneered. 250,000. Hiss. 250,000. That's several times the price. Could it be that the people in room 9 and room 23 are the geniuses of the 5 sects? It should be. other than them, which cultivator would not treat deer sect celestial coins as money. The deer sect celestial dynasty is vast, and the 5 sects alone account for 3/10 of it. The deer sect celestial coins they earn every year are in the hundreds of millions. It's too easy for them to take out a few 100,000. In room 9, I still have 300,000 deer sect celestial coins here. Grand Sage Xuanjin's voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi looked at Grand Sage Xuanjin in surprise. A cultivator from the Green Dragon continent must have put in a lot of effort to save 300,000 deer sect celestial coins. My young friend Beixian, if you don't have enough deer sect celestial coins, I still have some left. Ghost Lord smiled. The 3 of us have some as well. Bai Cheng and the other 2 smiled. Only Li Kuan-Shin lowered his head and said nothing. Everyone here was richer than him, and he still owed Ghost Lord a lot of deer sect celestial coins. Ning Qi smiled and said calmly, "For 100,000 deer sect celestial coins. Friend in room 23, please give me some face. I need this 1,000 golden lotus to save my life." On the other side of booth number 23, Wang Ting was slightly startled. He didn't expect Ning Qi to take out 400,000 Deergate celestial coins. With a thought, he cursed in his mind. Damn old man, it must be him. Otherwise, how could a country bumpkin cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent take out such a sum of money? The 3 of them looked at each other, and Wang Ting smirked. I must get this 1,000 golden lotus. 480,000 deer sect celestial coins. Wang Ting's voice was hoarse after he purposely hid it, making it hard to hear. The cultivators in the auction straightened their backs after seeing the high price of 480,000 gold lotuses. Their faces were filled with doubt. Could it be that the 1,000 golden lotus had other uses? The host was laughing so hard that he thought the 1,000 golden lotus would sell for 60 to 70,000 deer sect celestial coins at most. He did not expect the 1,000 golden lotus to reach a high price of 480,000 deer sect celestial coins. Chapter 1393. Set a trap him? He doesn't want to compete anymore? Wang Ting was slightly startled. At the same time, he felt relieved in his heart, but a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. There seemed to be something wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. For the rest of the auction, Wang Ting did not hear a single sound coming from booth 9. When the auction ended, Wang Ting paid the Lumen Immortal coins and took the 50,000-year-old 1,000 gold lotus. Brother Wang, we don't have a single deer sect immortal coin on us. If we lose this competition, we'll probably need to cultivate for more than 10 years to recover. The 2 cultivators following Wang Ting had ugly expressions on their faces. When I take the position of commander, you will be able to save more than 100,000 deer gate celestial coins in a year. Why are you still haggling over such a small profit? Wang Ting frowned in dissatisfaction. After leaving the auction house, the 3 of them suddenly saw Ning Qi, Elder Ghost, and the others on the first floor of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. They seemed to be examining the ordinary immortal herbs and spirit medicines on the counter. The immortal herbs and spirit medicines that could be sold on the first floor were basically no more than 2,000 years old. Ha ha ha! You can't buy a 50,000-year-old 1,000 gold lotus, so you can only look at these trashy immortal herbs? Wang Ting walked to Ning Qi and the others with a sneer on his face. Anger flashed in the eyes of the Celestial Herb Pavilion staff. What do you mean by trash immortal herbs? But when they saw Wang Ting's face, they shut their mouths. The Immortal Herb Pavilion sold immortal herbs and spirit medicines. Many times they had to rely on the Alchemist Alliance. As for Wang Ting, he was one of the most famous alchemists in the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty. Naturally, he could only choose to ignore the disparaging words spoken by Wang Ting. Were you the one who bought the 1,000 gold lotus? Ning Qi looked at Wang Ting indifferently. Of course it's me. Otherwise, Who do you think would have the leisure to fight with you? Haha, for 180,000 dear gate immortal coins in exchange for the position of commander. It's worth it. Wang Ting mocked. When the cultivators nearby heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. The shop assistant, who was about to scold them, felt lucky. Who would have thought that Wang Ting would be promoted to a supervisor soon? Without the 1,000 gold lotus, I'm afraid you won't be able to concoct the Grand Supreme revitalizing pill, right? Wang Ting laughed. Who told you that I need a 50,000-year-old 1,000 gold lotus to refine the Supreme Grand Restoring Pill? Ning Qi frowned slightly and said indifferently, Wang Ting was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His face darkened. What do you mean? Ning Qi ignored him and smiled at the shop assistant. Pack up these 2,000-year-old, 1,000-year-old golden lotus roots for me. How much are they? Young master, there are a total of 32,000-year-old Kiliad gold lotuses here. One stock costs 1,000 dear gate immortal coins. That's a total of 30,000. However, since young master has a large quantity, I can give you a discount. Just 29,000 dear gate immortal coins will do. The shop assistant laughed and glanced at Wang Ting mockingly. From the conversation between the two of them, one could tell that Wang Ting had been cheated. He had swindled 480,000 dear sect immortal coins. This was not a small sum of money. Even Wang Ting would suffer greatly from this, right? After packing up the Kiliad gold lotuses, Ning Qi glanced at Wang Ting mockingly and walked out with the crowd. Wang Ting was so angry that he was shaking. He knew that he had been tricked by Ning Qi. The two great Peace City alchemy ancestors had unsightly expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but silently curse Wang Ting. They regretted coming to the Immortals' capital with him, an offending spectral elder. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't turn back, they would have long since given up on Wang Ting. Little bastard, you've learned from your mistakes. Don't be so reckless next time, the spectral elder said in a serious tone as he walked past Wang Ting. If it was not for the words little bastard, everyone would have thought that the spectral elder was lecturing his juniors. Hee, Bai Cheng and the other two Dan ancestors chuckled. Their eyes flashed with a hint of gloating. Old ghost, just you wait. Wang Ting recovered from his anger and shouted at the back of the spectral elder and the others. Guard the door. Ning Qi told Li Kuan-Shin this and entered the room. The next moment, his figure disappeared faintly. When he reappeared, he was already in the top-level cultivation training ground. Not only did he obtain a large amount of Dragon Slayer crystals from the Chao River pirates, he also obtained all the treasures that the pirates had plundered from the Moonflower town. There were many immortal herbs and spiritual medicines. Apart from the Kiliad gold lotuses, all the herbs and spiritual medicines needed for the Taishan Grand Restore Pill were gathered. The Nine Kings Supreme Cauldron appeared in front of Ning Qi. Immortal herbs and spiritual medicines flew into it and turned into pill liquid. Even with the Nine Kings Supreme Cauldron and the endless immortal qi that could be converted into the law of alchemy, Ning Qi's first 10 attempts were still failures. However, he gradually mastered the technique of making the Taishan Grand Restore Pill. He made 5 more attempts, and all were successful. Every cauldron could produce around 3 to 5 Taishan Grand Revitalizing Pills. A total of 18 pills. One pill can increase my cultivation by 10,000 years. I wonder if it will be useful for my primordial immortal Emperor Dharma form? Ning Qi casually threw one into his mouth and swallowed it. In the next moment, a surge of law power surged out of his stomach. The law power was very dense, but it was immediately assimilated by the immortal qi in Ning Qi's body. Only 1% of it turned into immortal qi. It is indeed useful, but the conversion rate is only 1%, which is equivalent to increasing one's cultivation by 100 years. This degree of condensation is about the same as when I killed an early-stage transcendence realm cultivator Ning Qi smiled. He was not very disappointed. After all, the immortal qi in his body was much higher than the power in this world. It was satisfactory to have such an effect. Last time in the Azure Dragon continent, he had the chance to kill thousands of Transcendence realm cultivators in one fell swoop. He could not be so arrogant in the central mainland. Otherwise, if a master of creation came to suppress him, Ning Qi would probably be dead. This Taishang Grand Restore pill could be the key for Ning Qi to break through to the late-stage Transcendence realm. 15 attempts took Ning Qi about a year's time, but it took Ning Qi a year and a half to digest this Taishang Grand Restore pill. Ning Qi consumed the rest of the Taishang Grand Restore pill, and the primordial immortal Emperor Dharma form became more refined. In the remaining time, Ning Qi meditated to cultivate the imprisonment dragon elephant technique. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Celestial capital, top floor of the Alchemist Union. Ning Qi and Wang Ting were facing each other. Between them stood venerated Alchemist Lenya. Apart from him, Ning Qi also saw 7 or 8 unfamiliar faces. Among them, 3 or 4 smiled and greeted Senior Ghost. They were also talking and laughing with venerated Alchemist Lenya. The remaining few seemed to be familiar with Wang Ting. Occasionally, they would look at Ning Qi coldly. Chapter 1394. Chapter 1394. Alchemy Competition. Old Gui, after not seeing you for a few dozen years, your vitality has improved a lot. I heard that this boy can refine pills that can prolong one's life. Did he just buy you over? You want to pass your position to him? Fire Wind City's general manager was an old man who looked harmless, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Ning Qi was sure that he was on Wang Ting's side. Drunkard, who do you think you are? Ghost old man sneered. Yo, your temper is quite big. Looking at you now, you can probably live for another 1,000 years, right? Then, after another 1,000 years, I'll go to your grave and toast you a cup of wine. The old man called drunkard by Ghost old man grinned. Everyone looked at the two of them, and a trace of helplessness flashed across their eyes. They were not on good terms with each other, and Drunkard and Wang Ting had a good personal relationship, so naturally they would stand on Wang Ting's side. I wonder which side Pill Venerable Lenya is on. He seems to be impartial. Thinking so, many people glanced over at Pill Venerable Lenya. All right, let's continue bickering. Ghost old man doesn't want to sit on the position of general manager. According to the rules, he does have the qualifications to recommend a successor, but little friend Beixian has only just arrived. So if he doesn't show his strength, everyone will not be convinced. So today, little friend Beixian and Wang Ting will have an alchemy competition. Whoever wins will take over the position of Great and City's general manager. Pill Venerable Lenya slowly said. Pill, Grand Master Tsang Hai, stood respectfully behind him, and when he heard Ning Qi's name, he coldly glanced over at Ning Qi. Do you two have any objections? Pill Venerable Leng, you looked at Ning Qi and Wang Ting. Reporting to Pill Venerable Lenya, this one has no objections. We can start the alchemy competition. Wang Ting glanced over at Ning Qi with hatred. I have no objections either. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Good grandson, you must win this time. If you win the position of Great and City's general manager, that fierce Sun Father and Son won't dare act against you. Fei Yuding said to Ning Qi. Please rest assured. Ning Qi looked at her comfortingly and nodded. A hint of imperceptible nervousness flashed across Great Sage Xianzhan's eyes. He looked at Ning Qi with a complicated gaze. When he first met Ning Qi, he was just an eternal realm cultivator. In just 100 years, his great-grandson's strength had far surpassed his. Now, as long as he won this alchemy duel, he would become the Alchemist Union's commander in Dan City. This position was countless times more valuable than his position as the lord of Xianzhan's celestial territory. It's a pity that he doesn't have the surname, Xuanjin Great Sage sighed inwardly. Both of you, please come on stage. Grandmaster Song Hai walked out from behind venerated alchemy Lanya. With a light wave of his hand, 2 pillars of water slowly rose from where he pointed. At a speed visible to the naked eye, they condensed into ice, emitting a faint chill. That's right. Since you want to be the commander, your control over the fire must also far surpass that of an ordinary person. Whoever can melt these 2 ice pillars first will lose. Venerated Pillangya smiled faintly. Kid, there's no such test in the Azure Dragon continent, right? Wang Ting smiled proudly and sent a mocking message to Ning Qi. Then he moved slightly and appeared on top of one of the ice pillars. He took out an alchemy cauldron. The ice pillar was 3 zhang long and 3 zhang wide. It was spacious enough for alchemy. Hey, this alchemy cauldron is extraordinary. The alchemy rules on it are very dense. There are more than 8,000 of them. Looks like Wang Ting hid his strength on purpose. I didn't see him take out this alchemy cauldron before. Even the 2 alchemy grandmasters who had been following Wang Ting were surprised. Then they looked at Ning Qi with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Bai Qing and the other 2 looked at Wang Ting with a faint smile. They had seen the 9 Kings Supreme cauldron before. The alchemy rules on it were no weaker than Wang Ting's alchemy cauldron. Most importantly, Ning Qi had the alchemy rules. Apart from venerated Pillangya, who else could compete with him? Old ghost, you bet on the wrong treasure. Wang Ting bought the recipe of the Minor Supreme Restore pill from me at a high price 100 years ago. He is very familiar with this pill. He must have refined it at least a few hundred times. The drunkard sent a message to the spectral elder. We'll know the result after we compete. Why are you talking so much? The spectral elder raised his eyebrows. Ning Qi leaped up and landed on top of the ice pillar. Wang Ting sneered at him and started to refine the pill. He had good control of the fire. The ice below did not seem to melt at all. This was something that Songhai, Bai Cheng, and the other alchemy grandmasters could not do. Wang Ting did have some outstanding qualities. Wang Ting is indeed better than his master. It looks like we won't be his match soon. No wonder. His master is the disciple of alchemy saint Emerald Sea after all. He must have inherited some of the alchemy saint's teachings. If his master hadn't messed up something and was punished by alchemy saint Emerald Sea, Wang Ting wouldn't have stayed in this remote place and fought for the position of commander. I think it will be his turn in a few hundred years. Guys, is alchemy saint Emerald Sea very powerful? Li Kuan-shin couldn't help but send a message to Bai Cheng and the others. Li Kuan-shin had been following Ning Qi like a follower, but he was a late-stage transcendent state cultivator. Bai Cheng and the others didn't dare to treat him like a kitten. Brother Li, alchemy saint Emerald Sea is very powerful. Not only did he inherit the teachings of one of the 9 major alchemy veins, the ultimate alchemy vein, but he is also a perfected immortal and is in charge of a celestial dynasty. Bai Cheng said. Li Kuan-shin gaped at Wang Ting. He thought that ancestral patriarch Bai Xian might have gotten himself into big trouble again. He had never thought that Wang Ting would be a perfected immortal's grand disciple. After sitting quietly for about a dozen breaths of time, Ning Qi also began to concoct pills. With this move, the immortal Qi instantly transformed into majestic pill laws, causing everyone present to be dumbfounded. Law of alchemy? He cultivated the law of alchemy? Looks like the spectral elder has found a treasure this time. A natural alchemist who has formed the law of alchemy in a remote place like the Azure Dragon mainland? Wang Ting is doomed this time. Many people looked at alchemy, venerate Langya subconsciously because he was the only cultivator who had formed the law of alchemy, like Ning Qi. They saw the surprise in alchemy venerate Langya's eyes and immediately realized that this kid wasn't arranged by alchemy venerate Langya. Was he really lucky to have been discovered by the spectral elder? Wang Ting's two followers' faces darkened when they saw the law of alchemy. They started to worry that this alchemy battle wouldn't be that simple. Chapter 1395. A crushing victory, damn it. The rule of alchemy. So what if that's the case? I'll definitely beat you. Definitely. Wang Ting let out an angry roar in his heart. Next, he focused all his attention on alchemy. This time he refined the Lesser Supreme Rejuvenation Pill with unprecedented stability. Perhaps it was because he felt threatened by Ning Qi, but Wang Ting performed exceptionally well. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Ting's pill cauldron had already begun to emit an intoxicating fragrance. Suddenly, a dragon and a tiger soared into the sky from the pill cauldron, accompanied by a crisp cry. 2 round pills slowly floated out of his pill cauldron. The pills are done. They are indeed Lesser Grand Supreme Rejuvenating Pills. The drunkard smiled and stroked his beard. Venerated Alchemist Lang, you waved his hand, and the 2 pills landed in his hand. With just a glance, he confirmed the quality of the pills. He smiled and said, Level 7 Lesser Grand Supreme Rejuvenating Pills. Above average quality. Here, he glanced at the ice under Wang Ting's, but only an inch was missing. He smiled again and said, Wang Ting indeed has the strength of an alchemist. Venerate. Thank you for the compliment, venerated Alchemist Lenya. I still need to work harder. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness. He then glanced at Ning Qi and saw that the ice under Ning Qi's buttocks did not even move an inch. His eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of gloom. However, he was still very confident in his heart. It was not that easy to concoct the Supreme Grand Restore Pill. He did not believe that a cultivator from the countryside could succeed in one go. The time needed to concoct the Greater Supreme Rejuvenating Pill is at least 2 to 3 years. Everyone, why don't you leave first and come back in a few years? The drunkard smiled. His tone was full of mockery. The other alchemists nodded in agreement and looked at Elder Ghost with a faint smile. But just as the drunkard finished a sentence, Ning Qi's side reacted. The cauldron in front of him began to shake violently. Ha ha ha, he failed. Wang Ting stood up and pointed at Ning Qi while laughing. A pill that should have taken 3 to 5 years to refine had already reacted in 2 short months. It must mean that the pill juice inside had exploded and failed. Failed? Senior Ghost's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. Bai Cheng and the other 2 didn't look good either. If Ning Qi failed, Wang Ting would take over the throne, and they would have to leave the Dan city with the ghost head and go to other remote places. It didn't matter if they earned a little less, but they couldn't tolerate this humiliation. Profound, Truth, Great Saint, and Fei Yu Ting's expressions changed slightly as they sighed in their hearts. Sure enough, it failed. Sigh, if Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian fails, I won't be able to get the position of commander this time. I will also offend the disciple of a perfected immortal for no reason. Do I have to find another way out? Li Kuan-shin calculated in his mind. Idiot. Ning Qi raised his head, looked at Wang Ting, and spat out these 2 words. Wang Ting's expression froze. Then, a strange fragrance that was 100 times stronger than when Wang Ting had just formed the pill gushed out from Ning Qi's cauldron. Everyone present subconsciously took a deep breath, and then their faces were filled with shock. Only Tier 8 medicinal pills have this kind of rich fragrance. How is this possible? How can he make a Tier 8 medicinal pill in just 2 months? He made the pill? Everyone who originally thought that Ning Qi had failed couldn't help but look at Ning Qi in shock. Impossible. Just 2 months. Yes, that is definitely not a Grand Supreme Restoring Pill. Wang Ting murmured to himself, and then his eyes lit up as he shouted at Ning Qi. Isn't it a Grand Supreme Restoring Pill? Hearing this, everyone's expression became a little strange. Whether it was or not, they would know once they saw it. 5 round elixir pills slowly rose from the 9 Kings' supreme cauldron. 5 elixir pills were formed at once. which made everyone's heart skip a beat. If this was really a Tier 8 Grand Supreme Restoring Pill, Ning Chi's alchemy skills might not even be as good as Alchemist Master Lenya. Standing behind Alchemist Master Lenya, Alchemy Master Vast Ocean's face was slightly pale. He had already offended Ning Chi and the others. If Ning Chi's alchemy skills were really that strong, then his rise in the Alchemist Alliance would definitely be very fast. If Ning Chi took revenge on him, it would probably be very troublesome. Alchemist Master Lenya extended his hand with a serious expression, and one of the medicinal pills fell into his hand. Wang Ting looked at Alchemist Master Lenya nervously. After a while, Alchemist Master Lenya nodded and said, "This is indeed a Tier 8 Grand Supreme Restoring Pill. The quality of this medicinal pill is the best I have ever seen." Really, a Tier 8 Grand Supreme Restoring Pill? Excellent quality of the medicinal pill. The astonishment on everyone's face became even more intense. Drunkard, who had been arguing with Spectral Elder, shut his mouth and didn't say a word. Wang Ting felt the world spinning around him. His vision darkened, and he almost fell off the ice platform. He suppressed the anger in his heart and adjusted his state of mind. He landed in front of Venerated Pill Lenya and stared at the pill in Venerated Pill Lenya's hand. Is this really the Great Supreme Restoring Pill? Indeed, it's the real deal. In this alchemy battle, Beixian has won. From now on, the position of Great and City's commander will be held by him. Does anyone have any objections? Alchemist Master Lenya said lightly. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke up. Even Alchemist Master Lenya might not be able to succeed once in 100 tries, right? But Ning Chi had succeeded, so how could they dare raise any objections? Spectral Elder and the others all showed happy expressions. Fei Yuding couldn't help but let out a chuckle. In Wang Ting's eyes, these expressions were nothing but humiliation. He glared at Ning Chi with hatred before turning around and walking away. As for etiquette, he no longer cared. The two alchemy ancestors who had been standing on the same side as Wang Ting hesitated for a moment before they lifted their feet and followed him. They knew that even if they returned to Da'an City, they would be kicked out by the new commander. It was better to leave with Wang Ting directly. Now he should have no face to return to Great and City, right? Ling Fei gloated. That's natural. If he dares go back, Commander Beixian will kick him out. Moyu said with a smile. Spectral Elder looked at Drunkard and the others with a smile. Wang Ting has left, so what are you still doing here? Why don't you catch up with him and flatter him a few times? If he's happy, maybe in the future you'll be able to enter Pill Saint by Hai's eyes. Humph. Drunkard coldly snorted, and the others cupped their fists to Alchemist Master Lenya before leaving. Congratulations, Commander Beixian. This old man is Gu Xiaolong. The place where I live is not far from Greaton City. In the future, we should visit each other. The remaining alchemist smiled and approached Ning Chi. An existence who could refine a Grand Supreme Restoring Pill, regardless of the other party's origin or age, was someone they needed to curry favor with. Chapter 1396. Unable to escape. Is this the recipe for the Grand Supreme Return Pill? Inside the alchemy room, Alchemy Master Lenya's eyes were closed, and he held a jade in his hand. This jade contained the recipe that Ning Chi had copied into it. Ning Chi stood next to Alchemy Master Lenya and smiled at him. After a while, Alchemy Master Lenya slowly opened his eyes and clasped his hands at Ning Chi. Commander Ning, thank you for the Grand Supreme Return Pill. It gave me the chance to improve further. Leave your grandfather Wang Lin's injuries to me. If it's quick, it'll take 1.5 years. If it's slow, it'll take 3 to 5 years for him to recover. Thank you, Alchemy Master Lenya. Ning Chi smiled and clasped his hands. Commander Ning, those 5 Grand Supreme Return Pills, I wonder. Alchemy Master Lenya smiled. Since Alchemy Master Lenya has the recipe, he can refine it himself. I'll take those 5 pills as well. After all, a mid-stage law phase cultivator, is too weak. Ning Qi smiled. Alchemy Master Langya smiled and nodded. Ning Qi's cultivation level was indeed a bit weak and didn't match his current alchemy skills. In the Alchemist Union, which alchemist with Ning Qi's level wasn't a half-step creation realm cultivator, or even a level 1 creator realm cultivator. After leaving the alchemy room, Ning Qi saw Alchemy Master Langya at the door. After looking at Ning Qi for a breath, Alchemy Master Langya slowly lowered his head. Ning Qi smiled and walked past him. Alchemy Master Langya coldly raised his head and stared at Ning Qi's back. Ning Qi suddenly turned around and met Alchemy Master Langya's gaze. Alchemy Master Langya was so scared that he didn't know what to do. If it wasn't for Alchemy Master Langya, you would have died 10,000 times for being so rude to my family. Ning Qi's voice exploded in Alchemy Master Langya's ears. Humph. Alchemy Master Langya let out a cold snort in his heart and lowered his head with an ugly expression. Damn thing! A mere mid-stage law phase cultivator dares to threaten me. Unfortunately, he's a commander, or else I'll teach him a lesson. Grandmother, venerated Alchemy Langya said that grandfather's injuries will be completely healed in 1.5 years at the fastest, or 3 to 5 years at the slowest. I'll have to trouble you to take care of him here. When Ning Qi arrived at Wang Lin's room, Fei Yuding and the Profound Truth Great Sage were both there. The Profound Truth Great Sage looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. All right, that's great. Fei Yuding's eyes flashed a hint of joy as she finally breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She then looked at Ning Qi with a gratified expression and reached out to rub his head. Good grandson, you're really amazing. Now that you've become the Alchemist Union's manager in Den City, you can be regarded as the most outstanding young talent in the history of the Wang family. Your mother will definitely be proud of you. Ning Qi was not used to people rubbing his head. However, the other party was his grandmother, so he could not resist. He could only smile helplessly and say, Grandmother, the most outstanding youth of the Wang clan should be ancestor Xianjin. Xuanjin, Great Sage's face changed slightly and he said in a low voice, You are still thinking about Wang Shue's matter. That's right. As long as Wang Shue isn't alive, you are one of her accomplices. Ning Qi faintly looked at Xuanjin Great Sage. Fei Yuding's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. She had heard of Wang Shue and knew how she died, but she didn't know what this matter had to do with her father-in-law. Grandmother, I'll return to Den City first. If grandfather wakes up, ask Pill Master Langya to send someone to Den City to inform me. Ning Qi smiled at Fei Yuding. Before leaving, he gave all 5 Great Supreme Restoring Pills to Fei Yuding. Swallowing a Great Supreme Restoring Pill could only increase one's cultivation by 100 years, but for Fei Yuding, one was equivalent to 10,000 years of cultivation. Swallowing all 5 of them would allow her to easily cross the half-step Transcendent Realm and reach the peak of the Transcendence Realm. Father-in-law, these pills! Fei Yuding was very happy that her grandson was so sensible, but her eyes were fixed on Xuanjin, Great Sage. Take 4 of them and you can break through to the Transcendence Realm. Leave 1 for Wang Lin to take after he wakes up. It will help him restore his cultivation. As for me, I need to look for good fortune. Before I break through to the Creator Realm, no pill is useful to me. Xuanjin, Great Sage, said lightly, Yes, father-in-law. Fei Yuding nodded, but after a pause, she hesitated. Without waiting for her to speak, Xuanjin, Great Sage, waved his hand. There's no need to mention that matter again. After a few years, he will naturally understand my difficulties. Although Wang Shue is a descendant of my Wang family, it seems that he is not worthy of Beixian. It's good that he died. Fei Yuding's expression changed slightly. If these words were heard by Ning Qi, there would really be no room for reconciliation between the two of them. You stay here and take care of Wang Lin. This time, Dao Yan Immortal Emperor suddenly took out 200 spots to enter the void domain. I have to try my luck. If I can find some good fortune, I can deal with Lai Kong alone in the future. After Xuanjin, great sage, finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the room. Ah, if only your father's temper could be half as good as yours. Fei Yuding sat next to Wang Lin and stroked his cheek with the back of her hand. Ah, after the alchemy battle, Ghost Head handed over his command jade token to Ning Qi. From now on, Ning Qi was the Alchemist Union's commander in Den City, Void Wave City. There were still more than 30 transfer arrays between this place and Den City. This city's cultivation resources are not rich, so our Alchemist Union is not stationed here. In the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty, there are a total of 36 cities where the Alchemist Union is stationed. They are led by Master Langya. You have already met the rest of them in the Celestial Capital. As for the rest of the commanders, their alchemy skills are only about the same as Wang Ting's, or maybe even slightly worse. You don't have to worry about them. On the way to the transfer array, Ghost Head picked out some key points and told Ning Qi, such as which master alchemist he should befriend and which master alchemist he should draw a clear line with. There were also the immortal herbs that the Dai and City Alchemist Union could distribute each year. They were divided into 3 stalks of 100,000 years old, 10 stalks of 80,000 years old, and 30 stalks of 50,000 years old. As for the rest, there were hundreds and thousands of them. Some of them were used to maintain their cultivation needs, and some were refined into pills to be handed over to Master Langya. However, these pills were not for Master Langya to enjoy. He still had to hand them over to higher-level characters. Ghost Head, I heard that our Alchemist Union has 33 true immortals. What level have their cultivation reached? Can they be compared to the 9 Serenities, Demon Sovereign? Ning Qi asked curiously. Ghost Head had a strange expression on his face. There are only 7 Tribulation creators in the Central Continent. Our Alchemist Union focuses more on alchemy. The strongest 3 true immortals are only 8 Tribulation creators. However, you don't have to worry. Even the 9 Serenities, Demon Sovereign, would have to give them some face. They wouldn't easily act against the alchemists of our Alchemist Union. As they spoke, they arrived at the transfer array of Void Wave City. This time, Jian Shilai will die for sure. Now that he has provoked the Putua sect leader, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. Chapter 1397. Chapter 1397. Chapter 1397. Yu Feng. The 2 young cultivators were talking as they prepared to enter the teleportation array. After Ning Qi heard a few words, his face became a bit gloomy. Seeing this, Elder Ghost directly stopped the 2 young cultivators. They were just existences in the eternal life realm. Feeling the faint aura of Dharma idol from Elder Ghost, the 2 of them respectfully asked, Senior, do you have any instructions for us? You said that Jian Shilai is being chased by the Putua sect master. Do you know roughly where they are? Ghost Elder said faintly. Roughly? The 2 of them looked at each other with a strange expression. One of them said to Elder Ghost, Jian Shilai has been trapped in the Black Wind Ridge. If it wasn't for the Black Wind forbidden spell left behind from ancient times, he would have been suppressed by the master of Putua sect. You know so much? The spectral elder chuckled. The 2 of us just happened to be cultivating in Black Wind Ridge. When we encountered this, we had no choice but to go elsewhere. The 2 of them smiled awkwardly. Oh, you guys go ahead. Senior Ghost waved his hand indifferently. The 2 of them nodded and entered the teleportation formation. Commander Ning, Black Wind Ridge is in the forest 8,000 kilometers away from Void Wave City. Should we go and take a look? The spectral elder walked to Ning Qi's side. No need. I will go alone. Ning Qi smiled. Elder Ghost, Bai Cheng, and the other 2 had a strange expression on their faces. Although Ning Qi was the Alchemist Union's commander in Dan City, he had just been promoted. Many people didn't recognize him, and his cultivation level was very low. He was only in the middle transcendence realm, which was similar to Bai Chang and the other two. If he rashly went to find trouble with the sect master of Putua sect, he wouldn't even have the chance to show his identity and would be suppressed by the other party. After all, a half-step creation realm existence was considered an expert in the Deer Gate celestial dynasty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualifications to establish his own sect. However, Li Kuan-shin had some understanding in his heart. He knew Ning Chi's true strength. However, Li Kuan-shin wasn't sure if Ning Chi was a match for a half-step to the creation's realm. Ning Chi had just ascended. If he were to accidentally die in the hands of a half-step to the creation's realm existence, then Li Kuan-shin's backing would be gone. Commander Ning, the spectral elder, wanted to persuade him again. Old ghost, you take them back to the city first. I will go back in a few days. Ning Chi patted Senior Ghost's shoulder, then turned around and walked out of Void Wave City. Old ghost, let ancestral patriarch Bei Xian go. Li Kuan-shin sighed. Fine. Elder Ghost thought for a while. As long as Ning Chi showed that he was the commander of a region, the master of the Putua sect would not dare to kill him. Black Wind Ridge. Dozens of figures stood in the air, constantly bombarding the black, mist-like, restrictive spell on Black Wind Ridge. The person leading them was a middle-aged cultivator with a head of white hair that draped over his shoulders. His face was expressionless as he looked down at Black Wind Ridge with a slightly cold and gloomy expression. Mother **her, we have been cultivating here for so many years, and with the help of the Black Wind forbidden technique, left behind from the ancient times, our cultivation speed has increased quite a bit. Now that the Black Wind forbidden technique has been broken by Yufeng, we have to find a new place to cultivate. Sigh. When immortals fight, we mortals suffer. That's right, we rogue cultivators finally found a settlement, but it was destroyed just like that. Sigh, if our aptitudes were higher, even the third-rate sects would not want us. Hundreds of miles away from Black Wind Ridge, there were thousands of cultivators. The highest cultivation level among them was only at the late stage of the eternal life realm, and there were also Do, Dan realm cultivators. Their eyes fell on the white-haired cultivator, and their faces were very ugly. This white-haired cultivator was the master of the Putua sect, Yufeng. As soon as he arrived, he directly attacked Black Wind Ridge. Originally, there were tens of thousands of cultivators living in Black Wind Ridge, but now only a few thousand people had escaped. The rest were either still inside or had been killed by the aftermath of the shock. Is that white-haired man the master of the Putua sect? Ning Chi stood next to a few eternal life realm cultivators and said lightly. They looked at Ning Chi strangely. Seeing that Ning Chi was very unfamiliar, he should not be a cultivator here. One of them said, Yes, he is the master of the Putua sect, Yufeng, a half-step creation realm existence. Ning Chi nodded, and his eyes fell on Yufeng. He felt that Yufeng's aura seemed to be weaker than Lai Kong's. It seemed that Lai Kong's cultivation level should be infinitely close to a creation realm master. Jian Shilai, let's see how long you can wait. You dared to kill the disciples of my Putua sect. Do you really think that I, Yufeng, am dead? The white-haired cultivator suddenly roared and punched out. The power of creation broke out of his body and directly bombarded the Black Wind forbidden technique. After 3 consecutive punches, the Black Wind forbidden technique finally showed a trace of cracking. Almighty Sect Master! The cultivators of the Putua sect roared. After a dozen punches, the black fog that shrouded Black Wind Ridge suddenly dissipated. At the same time, a sword light broke through the air and shot towards Yufeng. You're not even at the perfected transcendence realm, yet you still dare to attack me. Yufeng laughed sinisterly and punched out. Then everyone saw a white figure with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth appear in the sky 100 miles away on a white lotus. Jian Shilai is really stunning, Among all the women I've seen, none can compare to him. Is he really a man? It's a pity that he was suppressed by Yufeng today. His fate will definitely be miserable. The cultivators beside Ning Qi looked at Jian Shilai in a daze. Both men and women seemed to be mesmerized by her appearance. Jian Shilai, hand over that thing. It's not something you can have. Hand it over, and I'll let you off today. I won't pursue the matter of you injuring my son. Yufeng looked coldly at Jian Shilai. Rumor has it that the young sect master of the Pu Tua sect has a liking for men. It seems that it's true. However, Yufeng obviously didn't do it for his son. It's because Aunt Jian has something he wants. Ning Qi frowned slightly. I've already placed that thing in a safe place. Even if you kill me today, you won't be able to get it. Jian Shilai said indifferently. Even though she was in a desperate situation, her expression was still very calm. She didn't panic at all. It was unknown if she had a trump card or if she wasn't afraid of death. Ha ha ha, threatening me? I'll suppress you. Let's see how long you can last under my interrogation. Yufeng laughed maniacally. His white hair fluttered without any wind, and a wave of creation power filled his body. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly realized that there was a figure beside Jian Shilai. Why are you here? When Jian Shilai saw that it was Ning Qi, his expression changed slightly. Chapter 1398. Chapter 1398. Chapter 1398 Battle Creation. Yufeng is a half-step creation cultivator. You're no match for him. I'll stop him. You go first. Jian Shilai said coldly to Ning Qi. As soon as he finished speaking, Yufeng's attack arrived. Ning Qi smiled faintly, pulled Jian Shilai behind him, and faced Yufeng. Half-step creation. Let me see how strong the power of creation is. Ning Qi laughed loudly, and his body suddenly expanded. The primordial immortal Emperor Dharma form was fully unleashed, and majestic immortal Qi filled Ning Qi's arm. Eternal Void Spirit Blade. Black cracks appeared in the void, as if a few lines of black ink had been sprinkled on a piece of white paper. Boom! With Ning Qi and Yufeng at the center, a strong shockwave swept in all directions. The cultivators hiding 100 miles away turned and fled in fear. Ning Qi could strongly feel that the other party's power of creation was disintegrating his immortal Qi. However, the speed of decomposition was very slow. If it weren't for the heavenly Tao rules here, this power of creation wouldn't be a match for the immortal Qi. Ning Qi stood expressionlessly beside Jian Shilai, while Yufeng looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment. He can already fight with a half-step creation cultivator? Jian Shilai looked at Ning Qi, a hint of surprise flashing in his unchanging eyes. Who is that guy? I'm afraid he's a newly advanced half-step creation cultivator. He's so young. I can't believe it. I just talked to him. The cultivators hiding hundreds of miles away looked at Ning Qi in shock. Who are you? Half-step creation? Yufeng said coldly. The cultivators of the Pu Tua sect retreated to a certain distance and formed an encirclement around Ning Qi and Jian Shilai. They looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. To be able to exchange a blow with the sect master, it meant that his cultivation was most likely at the half-step creation realm. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Yufeng's expression changed slightly. There might be some misunderstanding between us. Jian Shilai stole a secret treasure of the Pu Tua sect. Ask him to hand it over, and we'll forget about today's matter. Aren't you very arrogant? You killed me first, and now you want to suppress her? If you want that thing, come and get it now. As long as you can kill me, it's yours. Ning Qi smiled. Looks like you're not going to give me any face. Good. Then let me have a taste of your brilliant moves. A strong killing intent flashed in Yufeng's eyes. As soon as his voice fell, his figure had already appeared in front of Ning Qi. At the same time, A giant python broke out of the ground and bit towards Ning Chi. The python's entire body was crimson, and its eyes were bloodshot. Its body also carried a trace of the power of creation, and its speed was so fast that even the nearby void showed signs of tearing apart. It was Yu Feng's blood centipede avatar. Die! Yu Feng grinned hideously. His fists, which were mixed with the power of creation, smashed down toward Ning Chi's head. At this stage, experts fought with the power of creation. Yu Feng believed that even if his opponent was half-stepped to the creation realm, he had just broken through not long ago and was definitely not his match. As for those stronger creators, the methods they possessed were unpredictable. Yu Feng had not reached that level yet, so he naturally did not have the qualifications to practice that kind of divine art. Yu Feng's most sinister point was that his attack had also covered Jian Shilai. If Ning Chi were to fight him, then the blood centipede avatar would definitely swallow Jian Shilai in one gulp. If Ning Chi went to save him, he would definitely have to suffer one of his attacks. Break! The dragon-slaying saber appeared in Ning Chi's hand, and he slashed at the blood centipede. The immortal spirit energy on this saber was even thicker than the one he had used to exchange blows with Yu Feng. In addition to the unstoppable sharpness of the dragon-slaying saber, the blood centipede's head was cut off by Ning Chi in an instant. At the same time, his back blocked in front of Jian Shilai and was hit by Yu Feng's punch. The terrifying power of creation tore at Ning Chi's body, as if it wanted to tear him into pieces. However, at this moment, the immortal spirit energy also began to boil, continuously healing the wounds caused by the power of creation. Ning Chi borrowed the force of Yu Feng's punch to hold Jian Shilai in his arms, and like a cannonball, he smashed into a mountain peak that was tens of thousands of feet tall in the distance. The entire mountain peak was split in half. Damn it! Blood kept gushing out of Yu Feng's mouth, and the anger in his eyes was about to erupt. He did not expect that his opponent would be able to cut off the head of the blood centipede dharma power that he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years with one move. The severed head directly dissipated between heaven and earth, and the aura of the blood-maned dharma idol that had lost its head suddenly weakened several times. Ning Chi's saber had directly cut off Yu Feng's thousands of years of bitter cultivation. How could he not be angry? Sect leader. The Putua sect cultivators flew over nervously. I'm fine. Go and bring me that person's body and Jian Shilai. Yu Feng snorted coldly. Yes. When the Putua sect cultivators heard this, they all flew toward the mountain peak that had been split in half. Perhaps it was to snatch the credit, but before they reached the mountain peak, they suddenly fell to the ground. Someone reacted and was about to turn around and run, but unfortunately it was too late. A ray of immortal spirit energy instantly pierced through his chest. The almost immortal life force of the Dharma plane was completely destroyed and extinguished by this move. He's not dead? Yu Feng was slightly stunned. The anger in his eyes gradually faded and was replaced by seriousness. No matter what kind of Dharma plane cultivator, as long as they were hit by a half-step creation realm existence, there was no way they could survive. After all, the power of creation could easily destroy the vitality and nomological power of the other party. The only thing that could resist the power of creation was the power of creation itself, or some special treasure that contained the power of creation. In the middle of the mountain peak that was left, Ning Chi held Jian Shilai in his arms and broke through the air. He faced Yu Feng coldly. Black cracks appeared on his body from time to time, but they were immediately repaired by the surge of immortal spirit energy. You let go of me, a cold voice sounded in his ear. Ning Chi was slightly stunned. He looked down. Because his body was now very big, Jian Shilai was like a child in his arms. However, Jian Shilai's expression was not very good. After coming to his senses, Ning Chi smiled and loosened his arms. Jian Shilai stepped on a white lotus and stood beside Ning Chi. Who the hell are you? The aura on your body can actually resist my power of creation? Yu Feng looked at Ning Qi warily. Ning Qi ignored him. Instead, he smiled at Jian Shilai and said, "Aunt Jian, stand further away from me so that I don't cause too much of a commotion when I kill him." Jian Shilai was already convinced that Ning Qi had the strength to fight with Yu Feng. He nodded lightly and instantly retreated hundreds of miles. "You've been talking nonsense since the beginning. Are you afraid?" Chapter 1399. Go down and ask the King of Hell scared? Yu Feng's expression turned cold. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had indeed felt a trace of fear in his heart when Ning Qi had received his first move. Half-step to creation realm existences valued their own lives very much. Unless it was a mortal enemy, they were basically unwilling to make a move. It was equivalent to a widely spread saying among mortals, "The son of a rich family does not sit under the eaves." Yu Feng glanced at Ning Qi, and after confirming that there was no aura of creation energy on him, he roared, "I am the sect leader of Pu Tua sect, a half-step creation energy cultivator. Why would I be afraid of a mere junior like you? Go to hell. That fellow is probably a half-step to the creation realm. Otherwise, how could he be evenly matched with Yu Feng? I heard that Jian, she stayed in the Azure Dragon continent for a long time, but this man came to save him. Could he be a cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent? Otherwise, the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty only has so many half-step creation level existences. We should be able to recognize them." More and more cultivators gathered in the vicinity. Some of the passers-by noticed the commotion and stopped to watch the fight between Ning Qi and Yu Feng out of curiosity. After they recognized Yu Feng's identity, all of them were greatly shocked. At the same time, they also felt a trace of curiosity towards Ning Qi's identity. Although the Patala sect was only a third-rate sect and its name seemed ugly, how vast was the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty? In the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty, there might not even be one sect leader in 100 cities. Interesting, isn't that Yu Feng? Who's the other guy? Why have I never seen him in the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty? The aura on his body is very strange. It's not the power of law, nor is it the power of creation. In terms of cultivation realm, he is indeed in the middle stage of the transcendence realm, but he is able to fight on par with Yu Feng? There were originally 3 figures flying across the sky, but in less than 3 breaths of time, they returned to Black Wind Ridge and looked at Yu Feng and Ning Qi with strange expressions. The Black Wind Ridge was riddled with holes from the fight between the two of them. The Black Wind Ridge, which originally occupied thousands of miles, was now razed to the ground. Jian Shilai looked at the 3 of them and was slightly stunned. She could feel a trace of creation realm aura from them, which meant that they were also half-step to creation realm existences. Floating Mist sect disciple? Jian Shilai saw that on the sleeves of the 3 of them, there was a special symbol. It was a cloud. This was the attire of the disciples of the Floating Mist sect, one of the 5 great sects of the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty. Jian Shilai was very familiar with it because Venerable Liang was an elder of the Floating Mist sect, and Lai Kong was also a disciple of the Floating Mist sect. At this moment, the battle between Ning Qi and Yu Feng was getting more and more intense. Yu Feng had many wounds on his body, but Ning Qi wasn't any better. The 10,000 ancient immortal emperor's Dharma idol was filled with the power of creation, and it was constantly devouring him. If it wasn't for the immortal spiritual energy supporting him, an ordinary transcendence realm cultivator would have long been drowned by the power of creation. Apart from the power of creation, the other party's other divine powers are very ordinary. They are still stuck at the level of a Dharma manifestation cultivator. Could it be that all half-step creation cultivators are like this? Or is it that only this person doesn't have the ability to match his identity? Damn it, just what is that power on his body? Is there any power in this world that is comparable to the power of creation? It's time to end the battle, Ning Qi had achieved his goal. He also sensed that there were 3 other half-step creation cultivators watching this battle. Ning Qi was prepared to deal with Yu Feng, who had already lost his usefulness. After this battle, Ning Qi came to a few conclusions. The first conclusion was that the power of creation possessed by a half-step creation realm cultivator was not enough to kill him. At the very least, a half-step creation realm cultivator like Yu Feng would not be able to defeat Ning Qi in a head-on battle. The second conclusion was that if most of the half-step creation cultivators were like Yu Feng, unable to use the power of creation to deal the most damage, then Ning Qi could definitely fight Lai Kong the next time he met him. Not fighting anymore. Yu Feng looked at Ning Qi in shock. In hundreds of years, he was in the most sorry state today. Who said, "I'm not fighting anymore. I've just warmed up"? Ning Qi smiled faintly. What? The cultivators in the distance were shocked. Could it be that he had not used his full strength? Yu Feng was also shocked by Ning Qi's words. Ever since he broke through to the half-step creation realm, there had never been a Dharma characteristic cultivator who could deal with his power of creation with such ease. Ning Qi was the only one. Now that they were tied, Yu Feng felt that it was unbelievable. Did his opponent still have some tricks up his sleeves? 9 flames, great Luo palm. Ning Qi struck out with his palm. Surging immortal qi swept toward Yu Feng. He did not have much power of creation left, and it was directly dispersed by this attack. Yu Feng was sent flying back hundreds of feet. Eternal Void Spirit Blade. Poof! Blood splattered from Yu Feng's body. 18 Dragon subduing palms. Crack! Yu Feng's bones were instantly broken into hundreds of pieces by this palm. In the blink of an eye, Yu Feng, who was facing Ning Qi from afar, was instantly defeated and fell heavily to the ground. The nearby cultivators hurriedly scattered and looked at Ning Qi in horror. Ning Qi walked to Yu Feng's side and looked down at him. "Didn't you want to kill me? Get up and continue the fight." Puffed! Mouthful after mouthful of blood gushed out of Yu Feng's mouth. At this moment, he could not even use a trace of power of creation. His body was at its weakest. "Why, you are a mere Dharma characteristic cultivator. How can you have such skills? Those are the skills of the Creator." Yu Feng glared at Ning Qi with dissatisfaction. "Go down and ask Yama." Ning Qi smiled at him and slammed his palm toward Yu Feng's head. "Have mercy." 3 figures shot toward Ning Qi. However, they were slightly slower. By the time they arrived in front of Ning Qi, Yu Feng's body had already been smashed into powder by the 9 Flames' great Luo palm. "Who are you?" No matter what, Yu Feng is one of the sect leaders of the Piao Miao sect's vassal sect. How dare you kill him in front of the 3 of us? Are you not giving face to the Piao Miao sect? Among the 3, the cultivator with the thickest aura looked at Ning Qi coldly with a hint of anger in his eyes. Only then did the nearby cultivators notice the 3's existence. When they saw the cloud patterns on their sleeves, their hearts skipped a beat. These 3 are disciples of the Piao Miao sect. Jian Shilai landed beside Ning Qi and transmitted his voice. "Piao Miao sect? The sect that Blazing Sun was from?" Ning Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3. He said indifferently, "A mere half-step to creation. So what if I kill him? What's the matter? A mere half-step to creation?"